Goodbye. Goodbye. With 100 contribution points, Lin Xia went to the service counter to apply for an internal communication card. The card looked no different from an ordinary SIM card, but only cards issued by the base could be used within its premises. Besides the basic functions of texting and calling, the card also allowed access to the base's internal network. However, the network had very little content, just some help guides and nothing else. Of course, the card wasn't free. The current rate was 10 contribution points for 30 days, and it had to be recharged at the service counter upon expiry. With the card, Lin Xia first sent a message to Lin Xia and they exchanged numbers. Since he couldn't get contribution points quickly, he decided to look around for now. Every newcomer was allowed one elevator ride to their assigned floor. Lin Xia's bunk was on L4. After scanning his wristband, he took the elevator down to L4. Going from L15 straight to L4, some differences were noticeable. First, the environment was different. L15 looked much cleaner than L4, and the composition of people seemed distinct. Those on L4 appeared more modest. There must be a hierarchy among floors. The higher ones are probably better, Lin Xia surmised. L4 had 220 rooms and Lin Xia was assigned to room 18,937. Finding his room the moment he entered, he was hit by an indescribable odor, a complex mix of various smells. Fortunately, the base seemed equipped with advanced air purification or exchange systems. Though complex, the smell wasn't overpowering and it became tolerable after a brief adjustment. In terms of area, the room was definitely spacious. But with over 20 bunk beds crammed in, it felt rather crowded. Locating bunk 37, it was clear that this bed was an add-in squeezed against the wall at the very end. Lin Xia's arrival drew quite a bit of attention, mainly because his attire didn't match that of a disaster victim. He wore a clean, well-fitted black t-shirt and neat outdoor shorts, his face radiant and energetic, showing no sign of hardship. "Hey handsome, are you on bed 37? A head popped up from the top bunk nearby, initiating a conversation with Lin Xia. "Yes, I just arrived today." Lin Xia offered a polite smile. The man noticed Lin Xia's demeanor, his eyes brightening slightly as he sat up halfway. "I'm Wu Fei Wang." Lin Xia. Lin Xia glanced at his bunk, a wooden plank topped with a bamboo mat, a thin mattress beneath a single pillow and a thin blanket tucked under it. The conditions were indeed meager. But for those truly affected by the disaster, having a place to stay and free daily supplies was already quite good. Those with ability could take on official tasks to improve their situation. Under these circumstances, managing this much was truly commendable. "I need to figure something out soon." There was nothing else worth noting. Lin Xia's main goal now was to find a suitable spot to set up the beacon. Such a room was definitely not suitable. He needed to find an isolated corner in a public area. So he turned and headed for the door. Wu Feihuang watched Lin Xia's retreating figure, hesitated briefly, then decisively got up and followed. "Lin Xia." Wu Feihuang caught up to him. "You just got here. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. I've been here for 5 days." "Thanks." Lin Xia stepped outside and tentatively asked, "Do you know if there's any place in the base that few people go to?" Wu Feihuang looked puzzled. Lin Xia explained, "I'm not fond of crowds. I'd like to find a quiet spot to stay." Wu Feihuang thought for a moment, then pointed to the left. "There's a passage leading to the equipment room over there. Few people go there, but staff do enter for equipment checks at fixed times each day." "We can't get into the equipment room, right?" "I'm not talking about the equipment room itself, but the passage to it. The equipment room has access control. Without clearance you can't get in." "I'll go check it out." Lin Xia headed in the direction Wu Feihuang indicated, with Wu following behind. "Huh?" A girl brushed past Lin Xia, then abruptly turned to stare at his receding figure. She pulled out her phone, opened the gallery, and played a video saved there. He looked so similar yet somehow different, more stylish and energetic. Is he even better looking in person than in the video? Chen Tingting muttered to herself while watching the video, occasionally glancing up at Lin Xia's back. As Lin Xia walked, he sensed someone watching him. He turned to look back, but the hallway was full of people and he noticed nothing unusual. Day 15, 1123. Tingting, how did it go? Did the administrator agree? As Chen Tingting returned to her room, her best friend Anxi greeted her. But Chen Tingting was still preoccupied with the fleeting scene she had just witnessed and she paid no heed for a moment. Tingting, what's wrong? Anxi noticed something amiss with Chen Tingting and shook her arm. Did they not agree? It's okay, we can think of other jobs. Chen Tingting finally snapped back to reality and replied, the administrator said she would report our suggestion, but she couldn't be certain of the final outcome. That sounds good, doesn't it? Why do you look so lost? Anxi asked. It's not good. Chen Tingting suddenly declared with a hint of petulance, I've had enough of this place. I need a lot of contribution points. I want a private room. I can't stay here any longer. Just as Anxi was about to speak, Chen Tingting suddenly turned and dashed out. Tingting, where are you going? Anxi took 2 steps after her, but Chen Tingting had already rushed out the door. At the L4 management office. Chen Tingting had just left from here and now she had come running back. After queuing for a few minutes, she sat down at the service counter. It was the same administrator who had received her earlier. Why are you back? We've already recorded your suggestion. It will be submitted for review. If approved, we'll post recruitment for suitable teaching staff at the mission points. You can sign up then and you'll be prioritized. The administrator patiently repeated herself. Chen Tingting looked around, then leaned forward, trying to get closer to the administrator, and whispered, I have some important information. If I tell you, can I get a reward? The administrator was slightly taken aback, then replied, there are no such rules yet. I can only register it and report it. My information is really important. Can you report it for me right now? Chen Tingting was anxious because she wasn't sure if she was the only one who knew this information. If someone else beat her to it, her private room would slip away again. I'm sorry. The administrator's refusal was cut short. I promise the information I provide is very important. If it turns out to be useless, I'm willing to accept any punishment, even if it means being expelled from the base. Chen Tingting was all in. In her 21 years of life, she had never endured any hardship, so how could she bear the filth and chaos of a shared dormitory? Her once wealthy father, a man with immense influence, couldn't even secure a private room for her. She had to rely on herself. After much deliberation, she noticed the children in the base and proposed that the base start basic education. She was a normal school graduate, and while other jobs weren't suitable, teaching children was perfect. The suggestion had been made, but the timeline was too long. Then she saw that person in the video. Such a unique existence should be worth a lot of contribution points, right? The administrator looked at Chen Tingting's earnest and urgent expression and finally nodded. I hope your information is truly valuable. Wait for me. The administrator turned and entered the back room. After 2 or 3 minutes, the office door opened and 3 soldiers in camouflage walked in. Everyone turned to look. The administrator came out, whispered a few words to the leading soldier, and pointed at Chen Tingting. Chen Tingting, come with me. The leading soldier opened a side door. Chen Tingting immediately followed her hand, gripping her phone, slightly sweaty. I am the base affairs officer. You can tell me anything. If it truly is extremely important information, I guarantee it will reach the highest commander's ears within a minute. The soldier's hawk-like eyes scrutinized Chen Tingting. Though he didn't mention punishment, his tone and commanding presence were enough to make her tremble with fear. Chen Tingting took a few deep breaths, forcing herself to stay calm, and asked, if the information is important, what reward will I get? The soldier gave a mechanical smirk and asked, what reward do you want? Chen Tingting immediately replied, I don't want anything else, just a permanent single room. Agreed. Hearing that, Chen Tingting quickly opened her phone, found the video, and handed it to the affairs officer. The affairs officer took the phone, watched the video, and frowned. After it finished, he asked in a low voice, "What does this mean?" Chen Tingting replied, "Today is June 20th. This video was posted on June 5th. Everything he said has come true, hasn't it?" And then, Chen Tingting lowered her voice, "The person in the video is in the base right now. 15 minutes ago I saw him at L4. A reincarnator?" The affairs officer squinted. "Are you sure?" "Sure." Chen Tingting affirmed, "He's a bit more handsome in person than in the video. I think he must have used an uglifying filter when he filmed it." "Alright, I'll verify this immediately. If the information is accurate, you'll receive your reward." The affairs officer pocketed the phone. "I'll keep your phone for now and return it to you later." "Okay." Chen Tingting was a bit excited. The officer's reaction meant that no one else had reported this person yet. As long as they caught him, her reward was secure. Finally, she could leave the nauseating shared dormitory. Meanwhile, Lin Xia checked the passage Wu Feiwang had mentioned. There weren't many people here, but it wasn't completely safe either. When they entered, they even encountered a couple in love holding each other obliviously, their bond seemingly deep. It was almost noon. After leaving, Lin Xia headed toward the cafeteria. "Lin Xia, where are you going now?" Wu Feiwang couldn't figure out what Lin Xia was thinking. "It's time. Let's try the base's food," Lin Xia replied. Wu Feiwang swallowed hard but stopped in his tracks. "Well, I'll head back to the dorm first. Let me know if you have any questions." "Don't go." Lin Xia still had 50 contribution points left after getting his phone card. "Come on, I'm treating you. Consider it thanks for your help." Wu Feiwang was tempted. He hadn't had a proper meal in days, surviving on basic supplies, and compressed biscuits were making him sick. Still, he refused. "No need. I didn't do much, and besides, contribution points aren't easy to earn. Don't waste them. Don't be so polite. Let's go." Lin Xia grabbed Wu Feiwang. "The cafeteria is that way. We're going to L15 to eat. I have a friend joining us." Wu Feiwang was stunned, thinking, he really is no ordinary person. Even now he's so generous. Elevator rides cost contribution points too. How many points does he have? Just as they were about to reach the elevator, 3 soldiers in camouflage blocked Lin Xia's path. Jinding Mountain Refuge Base Sector A Combat Command Room. "General, without the electromagnetic generator, a significant portion of the electromagnetic cannons reserved at Jinding Mountain Base will be inoperable. The newly developed Wukong-class ultra-long-range electromagnetic cannon will also be unable to deliver its intended power." Several officers in military uniform gathered around the command console. One of them, unwilling to accept the situation, reported to the base affairs general, punctuating his words with a frustrated pound of his fist. "Oh Luo, what are your thoughts?" Standing beside General Han Dong was Luo Duchuan, the military commander of the refuge base. Frowning, Luo Duchuan manipulated the command console a few times before speaking. "At the onset of the heavy rain, we deployed all our manpower to disaster relief. We never anticipated that this downpour would last for 15 days with no signs of abating. Look, this is a photo of the Jinling Institute of Technology. The most advanced electromagnetic generator in our Xia is currently stored in its underground research laboratory. As you all know, we have dispatched nearly 300 personnel and invited several experts to devise a retrieval plan. To date, 18 soldiers have sacrificed their lives in this effort. I am fully aware of the importance of the electromagnetic generator to us. However, with all due respect, until a feasible and safe plan is formulated, I recommend suspending the retrieval operation. We cannot afford to sacrifice our soldiers' lives on futile attempts." On the command center's massive screen, photographs cycled through. The images depicted a colossal machine within the underground research lab of the Jinling Institute of Technology. This was the latest generation electromagnetic generator, never before publicly unveiled by Xia. Propelled by this generator, the independently developed Wukong-class ultra-long-range electromagnetic cannon could achieve a staggering range of 800 kilometers. What did 800 kilometers signify? If the Wukong-class cannon were deployed at Jinding Mountain, its range would cover over 80 of Xia's eastern coastline. It was no exaggeration to say that if warships from the Tsungjing nation attempted to enter the sea from the west, they would find themselves within the Wukong-class cannon's range before even leaving their home port. Beyond its extreme range, the electromagnetic cannon possessed another immense advantage. With the entire Blue Star submerged in floodwaters, countless conventional munitions were lost and all military production lines had ground to a halt. Every nation faced unprecedented shortages in weapon and ammunition stockpiles. For the electromagnetic cannon, however, ammunition was never an issue. As long as the electromagnetic generator functioned, its ammunition was virtually limitless. Combined with its formidable power far surpassing other artillery types, the Xia-developed Wukong-class ultra-long-range electromagnetic cannon could unequivocally be hailed as a superweapon. At least among all known artillery-type weapons on Blue Star, it stood in a league of its own. However, this superweapon was not without its flaws. The most significant issue was its dependence on the electromagnetic generator. The most advanced generator at the Jinling Institute was not only massive in size but also weighed an astonishing 200 tons. Under normal circumstances, transporting such a colossal machine would involve disassembling it and reassembling it at the destination. Now, however, the institute was submerged. Although the underground lab had waterproofing systems and remained dry for now, moving this enormous machine presented an exceedingly complex challenge. Due to the floodwaters, without the aid of cranes, relying solely on manual labor was nearly impossible. Han Dong sighed and made his decision. In that case, suspend the retrieval plan for now. Well, revisit it when a viable solution presents itself. You've all worked hard, go have your meal. Well, continue the remaining agenda this afternoon. The officers departed with sighs. At the door, 3 soldiers had been waiting with Lin Xia for some time. Seeing them exit, the leading officer finally knocked on the command room door. Reporting. Lin Xia has been brought in. Let him in. The officer pushed the door open and gestured for Lin Xia to enter. Lin Xia gave a slight nod and stepped inside. 2 people remained in the room, both appearing to be high-ranking officials. One bore a striking resemblance to Luo Ning. Han Dong and Luo Dachuan moved to a nearby conference table and waved Lin Xia over. Don't be nervous. Come have a seat. Lin Xia was indeed a bit nervous. The 2 individuals before him were clearly major figures. Although the officer outside hadn't explicitly told him the reason being summoned by such high-ranking officials shortly after arriving at the base most likely meant someone had recognized and reported him. A reincarnator? Would I be dissected? He walked to the conference table, sat in the seat indicated by the officials, and took a deep breath. Lin Xia from Dongdu City, graduated from Jinling Vocational College of Science and Technology, worked in IT at XX Company. You claim to be a reincarnator. Is that true? Han Dong had already gathered all of Lin Xia's information. Beside him, Luo Dachuan regarded Lin Xia with considerable interest. He vaguely recalled that Lin Xia had gained entry to the base through Old Bei's request, and his own daughter had put in a good word for him. He hadn't expected the young man to have such an extraordinary background. It's true, Lin Xia nodded. But I don't know what the future holds from now on. In my previous life I died on this very day. You're quite honest, young man, Han Dong remarked coolly. My son reads novels too. Reincarnators usually keep themselves hidden. Why did you reveal yourself? And why did you post that video without blurring your face? I didn't think it through at the time. The disaster was imminent. I just wanted to warn netizens. If even one person believed me, I would have helped someone, Lin Xia answered honestly. Han Dong asked sternly, are you so nervous because you think we brought you here to dissect you for research? No, Lin Xia quickly said. Whether I am an ordinary person or a reincarnator, I am a citizen of Xia. I believe our great nation would not treat its own people that way. I love my motherland. If the atmosphere weren't so tense, Lin Xia would have been tempted to stand up and sing Ode to the Motherland. Ha ha ha. Han Dong was amused by Lin Xia. Don't worry. As you said, you are a citizen of Xia. As long as you abide by the law, whether you are reincarnated or transmigrated, we won't dissect you. Abide by the law? Lin Xia felt a twinge of guilt. Luo Duchuan asked with a smile, you're the one who helped Old Bai hold on for over 10 days, aren't you? Lin Xia confessed honestly, actually Old Bai could have held on until you rescued him even without my help. He said that just to give me some credit to secure a spot for me in the base. Posting a warning video and helping Old Bai both show that you are kind-hearted by nature. That's very important. If you were a wicked person, we might just consider dissecting you for research. Lin Xia thought, the more you say that, the guiltier I feel. The guilt was fleeting. Upon hearing that the big shot had no intention of dissection, Lin Xia gradually steadied his nerves. Having weathered storms before, his tension naturally did not last long. Facing the big shots, he had to seize the initiative. May I ask, esteemed leaders, what are your positions at the base? Lin Xia had to ascertain their identities. They must hold considerable sway. Though their auras were already formidable, he would not reveal too much until he understood their exact standing. If their authority was substantial enough, he would not mind disclosing some of his abilities. He believed that in times like these, someone who could accomplish extraordinary feats for the base and the nation would be immensely valuable. And he naturally could then state his demands. Cooperation would bring mutual benefit. Han Dong and Luo Dechuan's eyes shifted subtly. Occupying high positions, their insight was far beyond ordinary. With just one sentence, they sensed the change in Lin Xia's mindset. With just one sentence, they felt the surge of powerful confidence emanating from him. This young man might be far more than just a reincarnator. Han Dong and Luo Duchuan exchanged a glance, then replied, I am Han Dong, former Supreme Commander of the 2nd Theater of Daxia, now Chief of Affairs at Jinding Mountain Refuge Base, overseeing all base matters. After introducing himself, Han Dong gestured to Luo Duchuan. This is Luo Duchuan, former Deputy Commander of the 2nd Theater, now in charge of all military affairs at Jinding Mountain Base. Truly big shots. This meant they were the former number 1 and number 2 of the 2nd Theater, and now the top and second in command of Jinding Mountain Refuge Base. Under the current circumstances, the authority of Jinding Mountain Base's top leader was immense, second only to the sovereign of Daxia. So Lin Xia spoke directly, I overheard some of your discussion outside. I believe I can help you accomplish it. It was a hook. A hook that Han Dong and Luo Dechuan could not refuse. The electromagnetic generator was a crucial component that could transform Jinding Mountain Base, vital for the base, its people, and even all of Daxia. Sure enough, even the astute Han Dong and Luo Duchuan were visibly startled by Lin Xia's words. If their predicament could truly be resolved, Lin Xia would be a hero. What do you want in return? Han Dong cut to the chase, asking the most critical question. Everyone acts with a purpose or pursuit. Merchants seek profit, soldiers seek honor, it's only human. Lin Xia said, honestly, I don't want anything in particular. To be frank, I'm confident I can survive even without entering the refuge base. Han Dong and Luo Duchuan nodded, harboring no doubt on this point. Lin Xia continued, if I can contribute to Daxia without risking my life, it would be my honor. But I don't want to die, so I won't do anything dangerous. Han Dong smiled inwardly. This kid was a sly one. His words were polished, claiming he wanted nothing and it was his honor. Han Dong knew such talk was just for show. If no real benefits were offered, he surely wouldn't help. Now Lin Xia had thrown the ball back, implying it was up to the base to decide what perks to offer. Did you really hear our discussion? Han Dong asked first. The operations room had excellent soundproofing. It was hard for an outsider to eavesdrop. He needed to ensure their topics aligned to avoid awkwardness. Lin Xia replied, something about retrieving an important machine underwater. It's very challenging. Though not detailed, it captured the gist. Han Dong asked, can you tell us your plan or method? Do you two read novels? Lin Xia countered. They shook their heads. Lin Xia pondered, this was hard to explain, so. Whoosh. Han Dong and Luo Duchuan were astounded, leaping from their chairs. The massive conference table before them had vanished without warning. What the hell? Han Dong reached out, his hand found empty air. It was truly gone, no trickery. This is... Bang! The table returned. Lin Xia said, as you can see, I don't need to move or transport things. Just get me there and I can bring it back. Han Dong desperately wanted to ask what kind of divine ability this was, utterly unscientific. But he knew, like reincarnation, it was probably inexplicable. And it didn't need explaining. Knowing Lin Xia possessed such an ability, one that could solve their major problem, was enough. Han Dong and Luo Duchuan sat back down. Their eyes now held no disdain, only solemnity. How large and heavy an object can your ability handle? Han Dong asked. Lin Xia naturally wouldn't tell the whole truth. He fabricated, pretty large, about the size of a villa. Never tested the weight limit. Follow me. Han Dong and Luo Duchuan rose and approached the command console. Luo Duchuan operated it, pulling up photos of the Jinling Institute of Technology and the electromagnetic generator. This underground lab has high security. Due to water pressure above, the main entrance is inaccessible. But our soldiers have opened a suitable passage at the cost of their lives. Now we need to retrieve this 200-ton behemoth. Can you do it? Han Dong and Luo Duchuan watched Lin Xia tensely. Lin Xia frowned at the photos. He could certainly do it, but he had to appear reluctant. If the task seemed too difficult, wouldn't a greater reward be justified? After a full 30 to 40 seconds, Lin Xia felt the atmosphere was ripe. He spoke, to be honest, carrying things like that drains my spiritual energy. Do you understand spiritual energy? For a 200-ton object, I don't know how long my current energy can last. Still, I'm willing to give it my best. Spiritual energy? Of course Lin Xia was bluffing. He would do the task as it greatly benefited Daxia the base and himself. But he still had to fight for his own interests. After all, they had no idea about the true nature of his space. He could spin it as he pleased, no worries. Han Dong and Luo Duchuan felt a surge of relief along with deep anticipation and gratitude. Immediately Han Dong declared, Lin Xia, if you complete this mission, I Han Dong swear on my honor that your reward will be more than satisfactory. Report. A resounding voice echoed from the entrance of the operations room. Lin Xia found the voice somewhat familiar. Enter. Following Luo Duchuan's command, Luo Ning strode in with an air of elegance and vigor. Her eyes immediately fell upon Lin Xia, and a look of astonishment spread across her face. She was utterly taken aback by Lin Xia's presence in the Azone Operations Command Center. This was no playground, a place one could not simply enter at will. Even she herself could not step foot here without orders, regardless of the fact that Luo Duchuan was her father. Han Dong took the initiative to speak. According to old Luo, you two already know each other. That should make collaboration simpler. Luo Ning. Collaboration? What collaboration? Lin Xia gave Luo Ning a slight nod, a gesture of greeting. Luo Ning, come here. Han Dong summoned Luo Ning to the command console. There is a highly critical mission to assign to you and Lin Xia. Han Dong proceeded to outline the mission's details using the photos displayed on the console. He then stated, from this moment until the mission's conclusion, you will serve as Lin Xia's special assistant tasked with staying by his side. Understood. Luo Ning's face was a mask of confusion. Obeying orders was her duty, but this was too peculiar. She couldn't help but ask, Commander Han, I fail to understand why Lin Xia is involved in such an important mission. He is not merely involved, he is leading it, Han Dong clarified. Your task is to support him. During the mission you must absolutely comply with his arrangements. Luo Ning's eyes widened as she glanced at Lin Xia. She had only brought Lin Xia here half a day ago. What on earth had transpired? Han Dong then turned to Lin Xia and said, Lin Xia, rest assured Luo Ning is absolutely trustworthy. Understood. Lin Xia grasped Han Dong's implication. He immediately walked over to the previous meeting table and in full view of Luo Ning retracted it into his spatial storage. Even though they had witnessed it once before, Han Dong and Commander Luo were still inwardly astounded, though their faces betrayed no trace of emotion. But Luo Ning was different. Her eyes grew even wider than before. Had it not been for her rigorous military discipline, she would have cried out in astonishment. A sudden thought struck her. Recalling her trip to Jinfeng Tower, Lin Xia's unusual nature had already hinted itself. The first time she went to fetch Elder Bai, she had just arrived when Lin Xia was already there. She hadn't thought much of it then, but now it seemed rather odd. If the first time could be dismissed as coincidence, then the second time, when Lin Xia was even waiting for her, could that still be mere chance? After all, Jinfeng Tower had 90 floors. No matter which floor Lin Xia lived on, going up and down took time. Moreover, he could accurately pinpoint their location. And now before her eyes such a massive conference table had vanished into thin air. Was Lin Xia an alien? Lin Xia returned the table to its original place. As I've already explained to Commanders Han and Luo, you can think of this ability as having an invisible bundle. Just then Han Dong spoke. At the appointed time you are to coordinate with Lin Xia's actions and ensure the electromagnetic generator is retrieved. Yes. Luo Ning immediately snapped to attention, this time without any hesitation. Departure is set for 2:00 p.m. Given that Lin Xia's ability must not be disclosed, no fifth person will know of this mission. Any breach of confidentiality will be treated as treason. Yes. Yes. Luo Duchuan and Luo Ning saluted in unison. L4, D38 single room. The room was modest in size, furnished with a single bed, a small table roughly 1 meter wide beside it, and a chair in front of the table. Each single room had its own tiny bathroom, only about 2 square meters. Though small, it was far more comfortable and quieter than the communal dormitories. Sign here and this room is yours. Affairs Officer Dong Wenjun placed a document before Chen Tingting. It was a confidentiality agreement. Chen Tingting gave it only a cursory glance before eagerly signing her name and affixing her fingerprint. Dong Wenjun collected the document and added, "Remember, you must not mention this matter to anyone, not your family, not your closest friends. Otherwise the consequences will be severe." Understood. I understand. Chen Tingting agreed immediately, though a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. She could grasp the need for secrecy, but the affairs officer's grave insistence hinted at something unusual. Yet she didn't care. Escaping that repulsive communal dormitory was enough. After Dong Wenjun left, Chen Tingting stood up, surveyed the room with satisfaction, and then hurried out. She wanted to share the good news with Qian. As she exited the single-room area, she spotted a familiar face. That self-proclaimed reincarnator. That's odd. I saw him being taken away. He's out already? Could they have just questioned him and let him go? No. If this person were truly worthless, why would they have granted my request? Since they so readily gave me a single room, it means my information had value, and it also means this person must have value. Several thoughts raced through Chen Tingting's mind. She then halted and on a whim began to follow that person from a distance. Lin Xia returned to room 189 in L4. Wu Fei Huang was sitting on the bed holding a compressed biscuit in his hand. He didn't eat it, he just stared blankly, his expression dazed. He was worried about Lin Xia. Although they had known each other for only a short time, he felt Lin Xia was different. Not because of Lin Xia's demeanor or attire, but because of how Lin Xia treated him. Due to certain physical ailments, he was unable to participate in many tasks, so he had earned very few contribution points since arriving at the base. Those points were needed to purchase essential medication. Under these circumstances, almost no one in the dormitory was willing to talk to him. That was why he had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with Lin Xia. He too longed for a friend, even just one. Yet this friend had been taken away by the base's affairs officer just a few minutes after arriving. From what he had seen, it didn't seem like a good thing. He felt he might never see Lin Xia again. Hey, what are you thinking about so deeply? The voice by his ear jolted Wu Feihuang from his reverie. His gaze slowly focused and he saw Lin Xia standing by the bed. Holy crap, you're out? Can you change your greeting? It sounds like I've been in prison for years. Sorry, Lin Xia paused. It was just a joke. Seeing the compressed biscuit still in Wu Feihuang's hand, Lin Xia snatched it away. Come on, let's go eat. I'm starving. I hope the base's food is decent. At the L4 cafeteria, Lin Xia and Wu Feihuang arrived close to 1 o'clock. Any later and the cafeteria would have stopped serving meals. The meal today was quite good, consisting of 3 dishes: scrambled eggs with chives, stir-fried pork slices, and sautéed greens accompanied by winter melon soup. Wu Feihuang felt a bit embarrassed and had been refusing all the way, but once inside the cafeteria the words of refusal failed him. It had been a long time since he had eaten such a meal. The simple 3 dishes and a soup were for him at this moment the supreme delicacy of the world. Lin Xia swiped his wristband for 20 contribution points and the auntie serving the food ladled out a full basin with rice nearly covering the entire container. The two sat down with their meals. Don't just stare at me, eat. Lin Xia was hungry too and he picked up his chopsticks and wolfed down the food. Wu Feihuang, looking somewhat apprehensive, pulled a dark green cloth case from his pocket, took out a long syringe, carefully removed the needle cap, lifted his shirt, adjusted the dosage and injected it into his abdomen. Lin Xia watched the entire process and asked softly, "Insulin?" "Yeah," Wu Feihuang replied nervously, fearing Lin Xia would be put off. "I've had this issue since childhood. I have to inject before eating." Lin Xia nodded and pointed at the food. "Can we eat now?" "Yes," Wu Feihuang said with a faint smile. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." At the cafeteria entrance, Chen Tingting had been secretly watching the two, her focus mainly on Lin Xia. Seeing that Lin Xia didn't even furrow his brow as he swiped for 2 meals, she felt even more certain of her earlier judgment. She had been to many floors in Zone D of the Jinding Mountain Shelter Base and met quite a few people. Yet Lin Xia was the most unique among them all. A reincarnator released shortly after being captured and able to swipe for 2 portions of meals that most couldn't afford, this was enough to prove that this reincarnator was far from ordinary. She had signed a confidentiality agreement, true, but the agreement didn't forbid her from befriending him. Chen Tingting raised her arm, lightly touched her wristband, and a small screen glowed faintly, displaying 50. These were the contribution points her father had earned after securing a job. Chen Tingting took a deep breath, straightened her clothes and hair. In terms of appearance, she considered herself at least an 85, even without makeup. With her head held high and chest out, Chen Tingting pushed open the cafeteria door with an air of confidence, walked straight to the serving window, swiped 10 contribution points, and also got a meal. "Hello, may I join you?" Chen Tingting approached Lin Xia and Wu Feihuang with her meal, her voice soft as she asked. Lin Xia looked up a bit surprised and promptly replied, "Of course." Chen Tingting smiled faintly and sat down beside Lin Xia, introducing herself. "Hi, I'm Chen Tingting. I've been craving a proper meal for days, so I decided to treat myself today." Lin Xia responded with a smile. "I'm Lin Xia and this is Wu Feihuang. We're roommates." "Oh, let's talk after we eat. I'm starving," Chen Tingting said playfully, then dug into her food without caring about her image. The 3 fell silent, focusing on their meals. A few minutes later, all 3 plates were spotless, not even a single chive leaf left, including Chen Tingting's. She too hadn't had such a meal in days. She had been saving the contribution points her father gave her. "I have things to do this afternoon, so I'll leave you two," Lin Xia said, preparing to stand. "Do you need any help?" Wu Feihuang quickly asked, his expression tense. He had been through this many times before. Although he could have found an excuse to inject the insulin in the restroom or a secluded corner, he chose not to. It's not a contagious disease, so why hide it? "No need. If I need your help, I won't hesitate to ask," Lin Xia said sincerely. "Okay." They hadn't even talked much and Lin Xia was already leaving, making Chen Tingting a bit anxious. So she asked, Lin Xia, have you gotten a phone card? Let's add each other as contacts. Sure, Lin Xia agreed without hesitation. There's no harm in having more friends. My number is XXXXX. Mine is XXXXX. They exchanged numbers. After Lin Xia left, Wu Feiwang took the initiative to say to Chen Tingting, I've seen you before. Don't you have a close friend you're always with? Well, Chen Tingting replied apologetically, I have something to attend to. He'll be off now, bye. Bye. Before Wu Feiwang could finish, he was only left with the sight of Chen Tingting's retreating figure. She must be here for Lin Xia, Wu Feiwang said with a wry shake of his head. Lin Xia took the elevator to L10, where he had arranged to meet Luo Ning at the Zone L corridor entrance. Luo Ning was already waiting when he arrived. All set? Lin Xia asked. Ready, we can leave anytime. While Lin Xia was eating, Luo Ning had memorized the information on the Nanjing Institute of Technology as well as the location and specific path to the underground research lab. Let's move out then. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. Luo Ning led the way to Zone B, where there was an exit that could lower an armed speedboat into the water via hoist. A military speedboat in camouflage was already prepared. Once the two boarded, the massive hoist began to roll, moving the boat out of the mountain and then slowly descending. Luo Ning took the helm and the speedboat sped off. When I picked you up this morning, I never imagined we'd be doing this, Luo Ning said, his curiosity about Lin Xia piqued. Neither did I, Lin Xia replied. You have no idea how nervous I was. I was afraid they'd dissect me for research. How could that be? Luo Ning chuckled. But can you really bring back the electromagnetic generator? I've looked into it. It's no ordinary piece of equipment. It's about the size of several buses and weighs a whopping 200 tons. It should be fine, Lin Xia said, sticking to his earlier story. It'll just take some effort. You'll need a quiet place to rest afterward. Luo Ning replied, if you can pull this off, you'll at least get a private room. No, Luo Ning added, with your ability you can help with many things. A single room is too little. I reckon they'll also give you a title like how Old Bai is a special researcher. You'll probably become something like a special porter. Special porter? Thanks, but no thanks. Over 20 minutes later, Luo Ning's military speedboat stopped in an expanse of open water. Are we there? Yes. The institute is a bit further east, but the entrance to the underground lab is underwater here. Let's put on the diving suits. The two of them donned their diving suits and Luo Ning carefully checked Lin Xia's gear. Your regulators are all set. When you get in the water, don't be nervous, don't move around, and keep your breathing steady. Luo Ning rambled on for a while. Lin Xia said, Captain Luo, is it possible that I actually know how to dive too? He hadn't known how to swim before, but he did have some diving experience and knew how to use the equipment and basic diving knowledge. Of course, with the boost from the white streak in the waves card, his diving skills were perfectly unlocked. The equipment now served only to extend his underwater time. Luo Ning. Why didn't you say so earlier? She shot Lin Xia a glare and put on her dive computer. High-tech stuff. Lin Xia was quite curious. The entrance has a locator. With this underwater navigation computer we can find it quickly. This tank only lasts about 40 minutes, so we need to get in and out. Luo Ning explained. Understood. The underwater conditions were complex, and without knowing the entrance's location it would take a lot of time to search. Luo Ning gave a final reminder, stay close. There's a guide rope in the tunnel. If you fall behind, follow it. There are many forks in the tunnel, and if you take the wrong one, it'll be hard to find the right path. Understand? Okay, I got it. Lin Xia put on his goggles and inserted the mouthpiece. Luo Ning also put on her goggles, then sat on the edge of the boat, leaned back and slipped into the water with practiced ease. Lin Xia followed closely. Underwater, the navigation computer on Luo Ning's left wrist had already picked up the locator's signal with a green dot pulsing gently on the screen. Luo Ning glanced back, saw Lin Xia behind her and waved for him to follow. The two figures descended, soon spotting a square entrance. At the entrance, Luo Ning easily found a rope, the guide rope left by previous explorers. She held it up and pointed at Lin Xia, who gave an okay sign to show he understood. Then both of them grasped the rope with their right hands and entered the tunnel. As Luo Ning had said, the tunnel was complex with many cross-shaped forks deeper in. But with the guide rope they moved at a moderate pace and soon reached the interior of the underground research facility. Wipe off. After removing his diving suit, Lin Xia handed Luo Ning a dry towel. She paused briefly, then took it with a smile. Your ability is really convenient. Let's go. Lin Xia walked straight ahead. Luo Ning watched his figure disappear into the darkness in seconds, feeling a bit odd. Click. Luo Ning pulled out a flashlight and turned it on, catching up. Can you see in this darkness? Head slipped up. Lin Xia improvised, I forgot. But I can see a bit. I've had better night vision than other kids since I was little. He also took out his flashlight and turned it on. This way. Luo Ning led the way, and after passing through several doors they arrived at a vast underground space. It's here. The flashlight beam wavered, but Lin Xia had already spotted the massive object in the center of the open area. Hearing about it didn't convey its scale, only standing beside it made one truly feel its enormity. It was like a giant tank, dwarfing even a fleet of buses, more akin to a small building. It's huge. Can you fit it? Luo Ning marveled. Lin Xia. Captain Luo, that's a bit fast. Captain Luo, there are other machines and instruments here. Are they useful? Lin Xia looked around, and besides the largest machine there was plenty of other equipment. Probably useful. Are you thinking? Luo Ning advised, don't push yourself. We can always come back for another trip. True. Lin Xia didn't want to overdo it, he wanted both credit and reward. Watch this. He walked to the massive machine, placed his hand on it and put on a strained expression. Under Luo Ning's astonished gaze the colossal electromagnetic generator vanished with a whoosh. Lin Xia staggered slightly. Of course he was putting on an act to show he was exhausted. That's it. I'm done. Luo Ning gave a thumbs up, marveling inwardly at Lin Xia's incredible ability. Moving something that huge even before the rain would have been a massive project. But Lin Xia, though appearing strained, had completed it in just a few seconds from start to finish. Let's go. Lin Xia headed back the same way and Luo Ning quickly followed. Back on the speedboat, Luo Ning immediately pulled out a satellite phone and dialed the base's contact number. At the base, Han Dong and Luo Dechuan had been waiting. The phone rang and they answered at once. This is Han Dong. Commander Han, Lin Xia has completed the mission. We're returning immediately, estimated arrival in 35 minutes. Great. Excellent. Everything's ready here. I'll greet you personally. Han Dong's excitement was audible even from several meters away. This thing was so important, the reward afterward should be substantial. Interested in joining my special task force? After hanging up, Luo Ning piloted the speedboat back. She now understood that Lin Xia was a treasure. Though he wasn't a superhuman fighter like in American movies, in this situation his value was no less than a superhero's. He was Xia's own little Superman and she wanted him. Not interested. Lin Xia refused outright. Luo Ning persisted, don't say no so fast. Joining the special task force has many perks. You can go outside, not be stuck in the base all day, and the food's good too. Lin Xia, forgive me for being born wild and loving freedom. Back at the base, Han Dong and Luo Dechuan were indeed waiting at the entrance. The acting king immediately went into performance mode, deeply moving the two leaders. Follow us. All soldiers had been diverted along the way and the two leaders personally escorted them to Area A Level 1. There was a massive lab there, large enough to hold the behemoth. Put it here. Lin Xia asked, his voice weak. Luo Ning thought to herself, he didn't seem this weak on the way here. Everyone stepped back. With a loud thud, the building's ice machine suddenly appeared before them. Mission complete. Han Dong and Luo Duchuan gazed at the colossal electromagnetic generator before them, their expressions brimming with exhilaration. The dilemma that had plagued them was finally resolved. With this behemoth, the defensive capabilities of the Jinding Mountain base would undergo a qualitative leap. This was of paramount importance given the current situation. Torrential rain poured down incessantly. This should have been a moment for all of Blue Star's inhabitants to stand united and weather the storm together, a cataclysm for all humanity. Yet perversely some nations seemed to harbor ulterior ambitions. Though nothing had materialized yet, such a scenario could not be left unguarded. Excellent, excellent, excellent. An elated Han Dong uttered 3 consecutive praises, then turned to Lin Xia. Lin Xia, on behalf of all the warriors at Jinding Mountain Base, I extend my gratitude for your assistance. Han Dong took Lin Xia's hand and gave it a firm, weighty shake. Luo Duchuan stepped forward as well. Lin Xia, you may not yet fully grasp the magnitude of your contribution to the base. The day this electromagnetic generator is called into action, you will understand. Of course, I hope that day never comes. Commander Han, Commander Luo, you flatter me. As I said before, it was my honor. Basked in the praise of these 2 high-ranking officials, Lin Xia felt a swell of satisfaction within. By the way, Lin Xia recalled the other equipment in the research lab. When Captain Luo and I went there, the underground lab still had some other devices and instruments. If needed, we could make another trip. Han Dong felt a deep sense of gratification upon hearing this. This was truly a fine son of Daxia. No rush. Han Dong declared in a grave tone, we should first consult the experts on what else is required. For now it's time to bestow upon you and Luo Ning the rewards you deserve. Let's go to the operations command room. Not bad, young man. Luo Duchuan patted Lin Xia on the shoulder, then suddenly leaned in to whisper, are you married? Lin Xia. The 4 returned to the command room. Han Dong immediately dispatched orders for the relevant experts to inspect the electromagnetic generator. The shock among the summoned experts was beyond words. They had already abandoned all hope. Without the aid of heavy machinery, relying solely on manpower, this task was deemed utterly impossible. But now, with Chief of Staff Han personally issuing the notification, it could not be a jest. That meant the item had already been transported back to the base. Their astonishment knew no bounds. After delegating the tasks, Han Dong's face was almost unable to conceal his glee. Luo Ning, for your flawless execution of this critical mission and your immense contribution to the base, I hereby award you a personal second-class merit. The matter was concluded, but the full details of the operation could not be publicized. Thus only Han Dong, Luo Duchuan, Lin Xia, and Luo Ning remained in the operations command room. Receiving the commendation, Luo Ning immediately saluted and expressed her thanks. She had essentially coasted through this mission, reaping credit with minimal effort. The task held no difficulty, merely guiding Lin Xia, something anyone could have done. This second-class merit felt like a gift. She even suspected her father had pulled strings behind the scenes to land this easy opportunity on her lap. Luo Ning, you may take your leave now. Han Dong dismissed Luo Ning from the command room. With only the 3 of them left, the gazes of the 2 high-ranking officials shifted. They looked at Lin Xia with undisguised admiration and avarice. Imagine, with Lin Xia's capabilities, missions involving strategic relocations, material transport, and combat readiness transfers could be executed faster, more covertly, and with greater efficiency than ever before. He was practically a walking arsenal. Lin Xia, before I announce your commendation, I must ask you sincerely, are you willing to join the base's military command? Han Dong extended the olive branch. If you agree, I can assure you that in addition to all the rewards you receive today, you will enjoy the fastest promotions. Without hesitation, Lin Xia replied, Commander Han, am too accustomed to a life of freedom and informality to truly fit in. But rest assured, as I've said before, it is my honor to contribute to the base and to Daxia. Whenever I can help I will do so without reservation. The air in the command room grew tense. Han Dong felt a flicker of anger, not at Lin Xia but at himself for failing to secure such a talent. Then came a pang of regret. He could see from Lin Xia's eyes that the young man's refusal was not a ploy for more, it was a genuine disinclination to join. Finally Han Dong sighed. He had been too greedy. Lin Xia's very existence was already extraordinary. That such a person had emerged in Daxia was a blessing, and his willingness to help was beyond reproach. As long as Lin Xia harbored a patriotic heart, what difference did it make whether he joined or not? One truly must not be too avaricious. Lin Xia, for your monumental contributions to Jinding Mountain Base and the entire 2nd Theater Command, and with approval from higher authorities, I hereby award you the 2nd Class Xia Star Medal. In recognition of your extraordinary abilities, you are hereby appointed as the Special Operations Advisor for Jinding Mountain Base. May you remain true to your original aspirations and continue to excel. To be honest, Lin Xia was a bit bewildered at the moment. Were these 2 rewards any good? Seeing Lin Xia's expression, Luo Duchuan chuckled and asked, Lin Xia, do you understand the true significance of these 2 honors? Lin Xia shook his head. One is an honor, the other an identity. Luo Duchuan took the initiative to explain. The 2nd Class Xia Star Medal is your honor, and it comes with certain privileges within a defined scope. For instance, you will no longer need to accumulate contribution points within the base. In a sense, it grants you unlimited contribution points, though I hope you won't abuse it. Lin Xia nodded, understanding the concept. Yet this so-called privilege felt somewhat awkward. He could hardly bring himself to shamelessly exploit the base's resources. Luo Duchuan continued, the Special Operations Advisor gives you an identity, elevating your status and authority within the base. However, this position is not part of the internal establishment and imposes no constraints on you. It can be viewed as a cooperative relationship. This was excellent. This was precisely what Lin Xia needed most. Of course, he was curious about the exact level of status and the extent of authority this identity conferred, but he felt too embarrassed to ask directly. Seeming to read Lin Xia's mind, Luo Duchuan said mysteriously, this Special Operations Advisor position was specially approved by Commander Han. You report only to Commander Han and myself. Your rank is equivalent to an assistant to the Chief of Staff. As for authority, it's hard to describe precisely, but internally it's registered as level 6. For reference, the highest is level 9. Lin Xia's eyes lit up. Now he had a clearer picture. This reward was indeed substantial. Of course, he was well aware that Commander Han's generosity stemmed primarily from the significant assistance his abilities could provide to the base. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. After the announcement, Luo Duchuan carefully retrieved a military green briefcase which contained an appointment certificate alongside a red box. Though only 3 people remained in the command room, rules were rules. Han Dong solemnly picked up the red box and opened it, revealing an exquisite silver medal. At the center of the medal was engraved a small character, Xia, and on its reverse was a unique serial number. Han Dong respectfully handed the box containing the medal to Lin Xia, then picked up the appointment certificate, opened it, and presented it to her as well. At that moment, a surge of intense pride welled up in Lin Xia's heart. This was the sense of national honor. By the way, the base has arranged a dormitory for you in Sector B. They'll have someone take you there later. Luo Duchuan casually mentioned after everything was settled. Sector B? Both Sector A and Sector B of the Jinding Mountain Base were either military or research zones off limits to ordinary people. Though the conditions were better than Sectors C and D, Lin Xia didn't need it. Commander Luo, how about arranging a single room for me in Sector D instead? I won't go to Sector B. Oh. Why? I think Sector D is fine. It's livelier with more people around. All right, as you wish. They'll have it arranged immediately. With matters settled and the reward received, there was nothing left to do for now. Lin Xia took her leave. They'll head out then. I've already got a phone card so you can reach me by phone if needed. Luo Dechuan replied, alright, go ahead. Lin Xia stored the medal and certificate in her spatial device and turned to leave. Her wristband information had been updated, granting her unobstructed passage from Sector A all the way to Sector D. L4. Lin Xia's first order of business was to find Dong Wenjun, the affairs officer of L4. Chief Dong, I just want to ask who revealed my identity to you all today? It was Dong Wenjun who had stopped her at noon. As the head of L4, he surely knew the informant's details. Lin Xia could somewhat understand being reported. After all, her situation was unusual. It was normal for someone to notice and alert the relevant authorities. But from another perspective, whoever reported her must have had malicious intent. So Lin Xia was somewhat annoyed. Even if she couldn't beat them up, she at least wanted to know who it was to be cautious in the future. The appointment for Lin Xia had been issued. Dong Wenjun knew that this person's status had completely changed from just hours ago. Though there was no direct chain of command, the title of special advisor appointed by Commander Han was enough to make him tread carefully. What is this, subject to confidentiality? Or should I go ask Commander Han? Seeing Dong Wenjun's hesitation, Lin Xia added another remark. No need. This wasn't something that required secrecy, and Lin Xia was now one of them. Dong Wenjun immediately recounted the whole story of Chen Tingting's report to Lin Xia. Chen Tingting? That name sounded familiar to Lin Xia. Today in the cafeteria, the girl who had proactively approached her was named Chen Tingting. If it was indeed that Chen Tingting, then this girl had quite a bit of cunning. Reporting her one moment, then striking up a conversation the next. What logic was that? Alright, I understand. Thanks. After leaving Dong Wenjun, Lin Xia began to analyze with some interest. Wanting a single room, she reported herself. That made sense, and the request was reasonable. But why did she then approach him? Lin Xia thought back to the midday scene and seemed to catch a hint of the reason. She was caught but quickly released. If Dong Wenjun hadn't fulfilled her reward, it meant her report had no actual value. Yet her reward was promptly granted. And then she saw Lin Xia again in L4. That alone spoke volumes. At the same time, Lin Xia's gesture of treating Wu Feiwang to a meal might have seemed a bit flashy, further solidifying Chen Tingting's suspicions. Though she couldn't be 100% sure, it didn't stop her from taking a gamble. Damn, this girl reports me to milk the base for rewards, and now she's cozying up to me to milk me too. She wants to have it all. The girl was pretty, but her thoughts were even prettier. Lin Xia's face darkened. Regardless of the reason, Chen Tingting's intentions were undoubtedly malicious. Stabbing someone in the back in private, then playing innocent in public, this green tea act was flawlessly executed. Thank goodness this was Daxiak. In another country, she'd probably have been sliced up on a research table by now. Damn, this is infuriating. Since his rebirth, he had never suffered such a loss. It felt like being toyed with. Could he tolerate this? L4, D38 single room. Chen Tingting was delightedly arranging her little nest. Though there wasn't much space or many items to decorate, she busied herself with great enthusiasm. Knock knock knock. A knock at the door. Cici, you're here? Chen Tingting cheerfully opened the door, but her expression froze when she saw the figure standing outside. Lin Xia, why are you here? Seeing Lin Xia's grim face, Chen Tingting's heart skipped a beat. She knew that Lin Xia must have found out she was the one who reported him. Lin Xia sneered contemptuously without a word. His right hand instantly seized Chen Tingting by the throat, dragging her into the room as he kicked the door shut. Not bad looking, but with a venomous heart. Lin Xia lifted Chen Tingting to eye level and said flatly, Lin Xia, let me explain. Chen Tingting's face twisted in pain as she struggled to pry his hand away, but no matter how hard she tried, his grip was like a vice, immovable. Seeing her face turn pale, Lin Xia flung her onto the bed. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you can't convince me, I guarantee your fate will be dire. Cough. 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 Chen Tingting coughed violently, tears streaming from her eyes. After a long while she spoke, yes, I reported you. But even if I hadn't, wouldn't someone else have? Besides, you're fine now, not dead. What did I do wrong? This. Lin Xia's expression stiffened as a surge of inexplicable rage flared up. If she had sincerely apologized and soothed his anger, maybe he would have let it go. But she showed no remorse or regret, instead questioning what she did wrong. Where the hell did she get the nerve to be so self-righteous? Chen Tingting, do you think I wouldn't dare do anything to you in the base, so you're so emboldened? Lin Xia stared at her, murderous intent surging within him. Day 15, 2021. At Zone D Level 4 of the Jinding Mountain Shelter, and she sat in her dormitory feeling somewhat conflicted. Chen Tingting had finally gotten her wish and moved into a single room. And she had already seen it, though the space was tiny, it was far superior to the communal dormitory. To be honest, she felt a twinge of envy. But remembering it cost 100 contribution points per night, she knew a single room was out of reach for now. After all, contribution points weren't easy to earn. If she couldn't find suitable work, it was normal to go days without a single point. Even if she somehow had 100 points, she couldn't bear to spend them on a single room. Yet she was curious, how had Chen Tingting managed to achieve in an afternoon what seemed impossible that morning? It felt as though Chen Tingting wasn't just staying temporarily but planned to settle in long term. She was already busy decorating the room, and no one would put such effort into a place they'd only use for one night. And she had wanted to help, but a strange unease kept her away. Glancing at the time, she knew curfew was near. After hesitating repeatedly, she finally decided to check on her friend. If possible, she wanted to share the room with Chen Tingting. After all, they were best friends. Room D38. The room was pitch black. In the darkness on the narrow single bed, Chen Tingting sat motionless, hugging her knees and curling into a tight ball. Her vacant eyes stared blankly ahead, fixated on faint red marks hidden in the shadows. Her hair was a tangled mess. A tattered piece of pale blue fabric barely covered her body, so damaged it was impossible to tell it had once been a sky blue dress. Her body trembled slightly, as if she had just endured an unspeakable nightmare. Not as if the nightmare had truly happened. It was a nightmare that stretched on endlessly, a nightmare she would never want to recall, a nightmare that had shattered every ounce of her pride. If only she could turn back time, she would rather give up the single room than endure what she had gone through today. A knock echoed, thump thump thump. Startled by the sudden sound, Chen Tingting's mind flashed back to hours earlier. She had opened the door to find the demon standing there. "Tingting, are you in there?" came Zai's voice from outside. Chen Tingting froze for 2 seconds, then jolted in panic. No, I can't let her see me like this. No, she mustn't know. Nothing happened. She muttered frantically to herself, then began hastily tidying her hair. After a deep breath, she called out, "Cece, wait a moment." Flicking on the light, Chen Tingting grabbed the first clothes she could find and threw them on. She yanked the bedsheet off, stuffed it under the bed, then rushed into the bathroom to splash water on her face. Only after all that did she open the door. But she stood blocking the entrance, making no move to let Xi in. "What's wrong?" And she immediately noticed something off about her. In her memory, the proud Chen Tingting had never seemed so disheveled and chaotic. "Nothing. The shelter's too oppressive, so I let off some steam." "Did you need something?" Chen Tingting gave a flimsy excuse, still refusing to step aside. And Zai's eyes dimmed. She wasn't naive, she understood exactly what it meant that her friend wouldn't let her in. A pang of hurt washed over her. Was their friendship really so fragile? A single room had shattered what they had. "Nothing much. I just hadn't seen you for a while and was worried. Since you're fine, you'll head back." And she turned and left, the words she had rehearsed dying on her lips. "Cece." Chen Tingting knew and she had misunderstood, but her own mind was in turmoil. Impulsively she called out, When she turned back, she didn't know what to say. After they stared at each other for 2 seconds, she finally managed, "Can we talk tomorrow? Today I..." Before she could finish, and she cut in, "Whatever. I'm leaving." The door clicked shut. Chen Tingting collapsed beside the bed, all strength draining from her. What should I do? What should I do? Report him. She had tried that before. What had come of it? If this time ended the same way, what would that demon do to her? More importantly, if she chose to report it, could she keep it a secret? If not, would everyone find out? Chen Tingting could already picture it, everyone pointing fingers at her, even the disgust in and Zai's eyes. At the thought, she shook her head frantically, trying to banish the images from her mind. At 9 o'clock, the room's light automatically switched off, plunging everything into darkness. Chen Tingting remained seated on the floor, motionless, swallowed by the shadows. At Jinfeng Tower, after hearing Luo Yuan's report that everything was normal, Lin Xia sensed something amiss within himself. He slipped into the bathroom and let cold water pour over his head. Back at the shelter, he had eventually restrained his murderous intent and refrained from eliminating Chen Tingting outright. He knew that killing someone inside the base would leave him no place there. Even with the Xiaxin medal and his title as special advisor, when it came to matters of principle, none of that mattered. But he hadn't forgotten the feeling, the overwhelming urge to kill that had surged within him. He realized that now, whenever his anger flared even slightly, a killing intent would rise from within. This was not a good sign. Killing to protect oneself and killing out of bloodlust were two entirely different things. "Lin Xia, you've been in there forever." Xiao Xingxin's voice pulled him from his thoughts. "Be right there." Lin Xia turned off the tap, dried himself with a soft towel, and stepped out of the bathroom. On the sofa, Xiao Xingxin turned and beckoned him over. "Come here." When Lin Xia approached, she sat up straight, patted her lap, and said, "Lie down. I learned a new head massage technique today. Let me practice on you." Lin Xia smiled faintly, obediently lying down on the sofa, his head resting on Xiao Xingxin's lap. As she gently kneaded his temples, his heart gradually calmed, the aggression within him fading. He felt a long-lost sense of peace. The rain will stop eventually, won't it? Yes, it will. Day 16-0905. Lin Xia gradually awoke from his slumber. For some reason, he felt last night's sleep was exceptionally sweet, and for the first time he found it bothersome to wake up at 2 in the morning to flip a card. Was it because he had safely survived the 15th day in this life? Possibly. Lin Xia wasn't sure. The card he had obtained during the night remained unused. Danger warning: upon use it will provide some alerts when facing life-threatening dangers. Permanent effect. A decent card. Anyone trying to ambush him in the future would be walking right into a trap. He activated it without hesitation, further elevating his personal safety. As for fragments, after a 5-day gap, he had obtained another submarine fragment last night. Before he could even have breakfast, the walkie-talkie beside him crackled with Luo Yuan's anxious voice. Brother Lin, are you there?" Lin Xia replied into the walkie-talkie, "What is it? Speak." "I don't know what's happening. Early this morning, a bunch of military speedboats started delivering disaster victims to Jinfeng Tower. Miao Polan got into a conflict with the soldiers transporting them." "What?" Lin Xia shot to his feet and asked, "Were any guns fired?" "Yes, one of Miao Polan's men fired a shot," Luo Yuan said urgently. "Now both sides are at a standoff and a gunfight could break out any moment." "What the hell? Were Miao Polan and Zhu Binggang out of their minds to use guns at a time like this? Did they really think a few guns could let them challenge the authorities? How could they be so reckless? Wasn't that like asking for trouble?" Luo Yuan. Lin Xia cautioned seriously, "No matter what, do not get involved in this. Remember, we are just disaster victims living on the upper floors. We have nothing to do with those people downstairs." "Don't worry, Brother Lin, I understand. I'll keep watching and report to you if anything happens." Setting down the walkie-talkie, Lin Xia's brow furrowed. Logically, even if they opposed taking in more victims, they should have planned carefully. They couldn't and shouldn't have clashed with officials at such a moment. After all, in Daxia, crimes involving firearms were capital offenses. What were Miao Polan and Zhu Binggang thinking? Another question: why were disaster victims suddenly being sent to Jinfeng? Official rescue operations had ceased for days. Had they resumed? He hadn't heard anything about it at the base yesterday. Immediately Lin Xia greeted Xiao Xinxin, found a secluded spot and used the space gate to return to the Jindingshan base. Zone D Level 4, Room D55. Lin Xia stepped out of the void. As soon as he entered the base, his phone buzzed repeatedly in his pocket. He checked it and saw missed call alerts and a few text messages. He didn't recognize the number, but it was likely either Han Dong or Luo Dechuan's. After reading the messages, he confirmed the number belonged to Luo Dechuan. The content urged him to call back immediately upon seeing the message. It seemed something was indeed happening at the base. Could Chen Tingting have reported me again? Recalling yesterday's scene, Lin Xia pinched his nose. He had done the deed, there was no point in being afraid now. He dialed Luo Dechuan's number. Lin Xia, where did you go? I sent someone to your room, but no one answered despite knocking for ages. Luo Dechuan's voice came through, sounding normal enough. Commander Luo, is there something urgent you need me for? Lin Xia sidestepped Luo Dechuan's question. If you're free, come to the command center. They'll wait for you here. Alright, they'll be right there. Lin Xia put away his phone and opened the door to leave. Nothing unusual caught his eye along the way. He even ran into Dong Wenjun and they exchanged a nod of greeting. Zone A. Luo Dechuan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Xia and said with a smile, if you hadn't shown up, I'd have thought yesterday was just a dream. Well, here I am, Lin Xia replied with a grin, then asked, has something happened? Luo Dechuan explained, it's like this, the base has basically stabilized and the tight manpower situation has finally eased somewhat. As you know, the base is at full capacity and can't take in any more victims. But the disaster in the suburbs is too severe. All the freed up personnel have been sent there. The plan remains the same, temporarily house them in city buildings. So that's it. Lin Xia understood now. No wonder victims were being sent to Jinfeng Tower today, it was Commander Han's order. Luo Dechuan continued, also 2 decommissioned warships will dock near the base tomorrow. I called you here for that reason too. Warships. Good heavens, did they really see him as a special mover? How massive were those things? Did they have any idea? Don't worry, I'm not asking you to move the warships, Luo Dechuan clarified. They'll be converted into temporary shelters. Commander Han initially planned to divert some supplies from the base, but considering the base is already overloaded, it's best not to touch the supplies here. So we need to find supplies elsewhere. Lin Xia caught on and asked directly, just tell me where the supplies are. They'll go. Luo Dechuan had been waiting for those words. He immediately led Lin Xia to a command console, pulled up a map of Jinling City and pointed to a spot. Here. There's a military supply depot with a large stock of war materials that weren't evacuated in time. If we can extract those supplies, it will sustain the temporary shelter for a long while. After his explanation, Luo Dechuan gave a strange, mischievous smile. Don't worry, you won't go alone. They'll send Luo Ning with you. She's familiar with that place and can guide you. Lin Xia caught the odd expression on Luo Dechuan's face and felt the man had some ulterior motive. After we bring them back, we'll restore them at the base first. Yes, they'll prepare enough space to temporarily hold the supplies. Once the warships arrive, we'll arrange for people to load them aboard. When do we depart? Luo Ning is on a mission. Let's make it this afternoon. They'll schedule her time accordingly. No problem. Now the mystery of why victims were being sent to Jinfeng Tower was solved. However, Lin Xia still found Miao and Zhu's handling of the officials unusually problematic. Were they trying to divert the trouble? Was it deliberate to push him to the forefront? Or were they testing whether he would lend a hand? Lin Xia thought the former was more likely. With this in mind, Lin Xia diverted to the information department in Zone A, which housed all personnel records and routine operation logs for the base. Given his clearance level, he couldn't access everyone's files, but checking Su Feng's information was well within his rights. The information officer promptly pulled up Su Feng's records. The file displayed the reason for Su Feng's approval, the timing, and other details. The reason cited was a special authorization from a base manager. The date was 4 days ago. The referrer was a man named Meng Chong. Could you please look up the personnel responsible for transporting victims to Jinfeng Tower today? The information officer worked the system, and sure enough, among the list the deputy team leader's name was Meng Chong. Coincidence? What a coincidence that Meng Chong was Su Feng's contact. What a coincidence that Meng Chong was also in charge of the refugee resettlement at Jinfeng Tower. What a coincidence that Miao and Zhu collectively lost their intellect at this very moment. Even a 3-year cerebral thrombosis patient wouldn't believe this was merely a coincidence. Anyone who had watched even 2 episodes of The Legend of Jin Huan would, upon seeing a name repeatedly appear, suspect that things were far from as simple as they seemed on the surface. Director Su Feng, starring Meng Chong, Miao Polan, and Zhu Binggang. For whom were they performing this play? Meng Chong was only the deputy captain with limited authority. He needed the most influential person on his side. Clearly, that captain was likely the primary audience for this first act. Once this coordinated performance concluded, it would naturally lead to the revelation that the big brother was named Lin Xia. For the captain, he certainly couldn't let the matter slide. With firearms involved, the primary responsible party had to be controlled. This move effectively thrust him into direct opposition to Xia. Moreover, the details of this act were intriguing. It was Miao Polan's subordinate who wielded the gun, not Miao Polan or Zhu Binggang themselves. If they concealed themselves further, they would become mere peripheral figures in the entire incident. In the end, he himself would bear the greatest responsibility, and the lackey who fired the shot would likely suffer as well, but the true core, Miao and Zhu, could easily extricate themselves. Even if there were minor troubles, wasn't Meng Chong there to mediate? It wouldn't be too much of a problem. Thinking this, Lin Xia inwardly exclaimed 666. However, their goal was likely not just to deal with him. At least from Su Feng's perspective, he had at least one more crucial objective: supplies. According to their plan, if they captured me and took me back to the base next, handling the supplies would be difficult. That means they will definitely try to talk to me before returning to the base. Could it be that Su Feng has slipped out? Lin Xia smiled faintly and said to the information officer, "Help me check if this Su Feng has applied for a base phone card." The information officer immediately acted. Sure enough, Su Feng had applied for a phone card on his first day at the base, but the contribution points were paid by someone else, a name unknown to him. A phone made things easy. Lin Xia immediately instructed, "Use the information department's phone to call Su Feng. If someone answers, say there is some personal information that needs to be supplemented." The information officer complied at once, but as Lin Xia had anticipated, the call couldn't get through. Impressive, actually managing to slip out. Seems quite confident. In just a few days to be so well connected within the base, Lin Xia genuinely admired Su Feng's abilities. He had been giving Su Feng chances all along. After all, they shared some uncommon experiences. If Su Feng could see reason, he wouldn't be too strict. Accepting Miao Polan and Zhu Binggang giving up the floors below 45 in Jinfeng Tower, these were all gestures of his attitude. Regarding the earlier refugee incident, he only felt deep guilt towards the brothers Yan Shi and Yan Cheng. That was why he held Ding Liang accountable as a form of recompense to them. But now it seemed Su Feng had not accepted his goodwill. He should be coming upstairs to negotiate with me now, right? Lin Xia had already guessed Su Feng's next move. After all, it was a play. The conflict downstairs was destined not to erupt. The next scene should be Meng Chong leading the team, guiding Su Feng and a group of soldiers to the 90th floor to arrest his nominal big brother. I shall do my best to perform in this play you've orchestrated. Lin Xia smiled faintly, already having a countermeasure in mind. Day 16, 1025. At Jinfeng Tower. A relatively secluded freight elevator stopped on the 45th floor. The doors opened and several soldiers in camouflage stepped out, led by none other than Meng Chong, who had come to receive Su Feng earlier. As Lin Xia had speculated, Su Feng, also clad in the same military fatigues, blended in with the soldiers following behind Meng Chong as they ascended the stairs to the 90th floor. On the 90th floor, Luo Yuan saw the scene in the stairwell through the monitor. Though unaware of the specifics, he was no fool and sensed these people harbored ill intentions. "They're here for Brother Lin." Climbing from the 45th to the 90th floor would take some time. Luo Yuan forced himself to calm down. With Lin Xia absent, he needed to make a timely and correct response. This surveillance room must not be exposed. Anticipating this issue, Luo Yuan had made some preparations in his spare time. He immediately drew the curtains he had installed in front of the monitors, concealing the wall lined with surveillance screens. Then he pushed the bed towards the curtain so that from the doorway the room looked empty. After doing this, he immediately notified Su Man and her daughter, instructing them to take the other staircase down to the 89th floor and hide in a room. When he knocked on the last door, it was Lin Xia who opened it. "Brother Lin." Luo Yuan was surprised but quickly grew delighted. "You're back, that's great. I saw from the monitors that those soldiers are heading this way, they're coming for you. So I asked Sister Man and the others to go downstairs. Brother Lin, should we hide too?" "You did the right thing." Lin Xia first affirmed Luo Yuan's actions, then arranged, "Take them and hide for now. I can handle this alone." Lin Xia called Xiao Xinxin out and told her to go downstairs with Luo Yuan. After they left, he opened the door wide and sat down on the living room sofa, waiting quietly. Over 20 minutes later, Lin Xia heard footsteps outside. He slowly rose, moved a chair to face the door and sat down. With the door wide open, Meng Chong led his men straight into the room. The moment he entered, he saw Lin Xia sitting alone and his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Behind him, Su Feng was equally taken aback. He had thought his sudden arrival would surprise Lin Xia. He had thought his changed identity would astonish him. But he hadn't anticipated that Lin Xia seemed to know he was coming. It shouldn't be. Su Feng was filled with doubts. He had waited a long time for this opportunity. Finally, when the base leadership launched another rescue operation, he had Meng Chong find a way to sneak him into the rescue team so he could get out again. After arriving at Jinfeng Tower, he had only briefly instructed Miao Polan and Zhu Binggang to cooperate. He and Meng Chong had already discussed this plan, so everything went smoothly. There was absolutely no chance of a leak in between. So how did Lin Xia know? Could it be that a reincarnator also possessed the ability to foresee the future? Including Meng Chong and Su Feng, a total of 8 people arrived at the 90th floor of Jinfeng Tower. Meng Chong found Lin Xia vaguely familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere but couldn't recall at the moment. The 8 men had encircled Lin Xia, all awaiting Captain Meng's command, while Meng Chong waited for Su Feng. Su Feng's emotions were in turmoil. Prior to this, his confidence had been unprecedented, for no individual's fortune could rival that of a nation. His plan was to leverage the nation's formidable fortune to suppress Lin Xia through certain means, yet for some reason his confidence wavered the instant he laid eyes on Lin Xia. "Brother Feng, long time no see." Lin Xia spoke first, ignoring the others, his gaze fixed solely on Su Feng. Su Feng took a deep breath to steady himself. "Lin Xia, you must know what happened downstairs. For the sake of our past friendship, I hope you'll cooperate." Then Su Feng shot a glance at Meng Chong. Meng Chong understood and ordered the others to wait outside the door, though he himself stayed to ensure Su Feng's safety. Lin Xia smiled faintly and replied, "Brother Feng, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need for such trouble." Su Feng looked into Lin Xia's eyes and said seriously, "Lin Xia, you know well that a rift has formed between us. Of course I take responsibility for that, I won't deny it. But you must understand, every man for himself. I have to look out for my own interests, you need to understand that. Lin Xia shook his head helplessly. Words are useless. Tell me, what do you want? Su Feng raised 2 fingers. Lin Xia, you have 2 choices. First, cooperate with me and return all my supplies. Then what happened downstairs will have nothing to do with you. We can easily pin it on a few scapegoats and settle it cleanly. Second, if you don't cooperate, you'll be labeled the leader of the armed forces downstairs. I'm sure you understand the stakes. Once Captain Wang finds out, there will be no place for you in Daxia. Clap, 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 clap. Lin Xia smiled and applauded Su Feng. As expected of my brother Feng, you've certainly got a clever scheme. Su Feng replied, I know your fortune is formidable. On my own, I can't possibly contend with you. This is a last resort. Brother Feng, no need to explain. I understand. Lin Xia stood up, raising his hands to his waist. So I choose the second option. Arrest me. Su Feng was stunned. This was completely off script. Lin Xia, didn't I make myself clear? He snapped. Choosing the second option, with the equipment seized downstairs, you wouldn't have enough lives to pay for it even with 3. I know your abilities. Even if you return my supplies, you can still live comfortably. A presidential suite at a 5-star hotel, no worries about food or drink. Why not let everyone be at peace? You said I had 2 choices, Lin Xia replied. So I'll take the second. I just want to see how formidable this Captain Wang of yours really is. Have you lost your mind? Su Feng roared. Are you trying to make an enemy of the nation? Do you really think your fortune surpasses the state? Lin Xia sneered inwardly and said, are you going to arrest me or not? If not, I'll go down and find Captain Wang myself. Seeing Su Feng losing control, Meng Chong stepped forward and bound Lin Xia's hands with restraints. Su Feng calmed down and said, Lin Xia, even if you're putting yourself through this, at worst you'll just be angry. Once we're back at the base, you'll still live well. We don't have a deep-seated enmity, why do this? Let me talk to your Captain Wang. Maybe he'll change my mind. With his hands bound, Lin Xia walked straight toward the door. Su Feng cursed inwardly, his rage reaching its peak, yet he was utterly helpless. He simply couldn't understand, had Lin Xia lost his mind? Why choose the option that would make everyone miserable when the choice was so simple? What now? If he really let him see Captain Wang, even if the supplies were recovered, they'd likely be confiscated. But if he didn't let him go, he couldn't just kill him, that would leave him with nothing. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils. Let's go. Escort him to see Captain Wang. Su Feng had no choice but to proceed, planning to work on Captain Wang's mind and salvage something. Besides, with so many supplies offered to the base, his contribution points would surely be substantial. The group escorted Lin Xia. With him present, they could take the elevator directly to the 6th floor. Miao Zhu and all their subordinates were subdued. Their captain sat in the office awaiting the operation's results. Report. The main leader of the armed forces has been apprehended. Meng Chong escorted Lin Xia into the office. Before Captain Wang could speak, Lin Xia interjected, Wang Jianfu, you're quite something. I wonder if Marshal Luo would applaud you for today's actions. Lin Xia had seen the name of the team leader Wang Jianfu while checking Meng Chong at the base. Captain Wang, about to speak, paused at Lin Xia's words and asked, who are you? Meng Chong, damn, something's off. Su Feng? Lin Xia replied, if you're interested, take a look at what's in my pocket. Wang Jianfu stood up, cautiously scrutinizing Lin Xia. He felt a vague sense of familiarity. Seeing Lin Xia's hands bound, Wang Jianfu wasted no time. He reached into Lin Xia's pocket and felt something in his left trouser pocket. He pulled out a red box. His expression shifted instantly. Opening it, a medal dazzled his eyes. In that moment he remembered, yesterday's army bulletin had a personnel notice with a photo of none other than this man. Damn! Slap! Wang Jianfu immediately saluted. Report. I am Wang Jianfu, captain of the 35th Action Team Jinding Mountain Base. Meng Chong, it's over. How? How is this possible? What's going on? Su Feng was utterly shocked. He had never expected to witness such a scene. Seeing Captain Wang's attitude toward Lin Xia, it was clear Lin Xia's rank within the base exceeded Wang's. He realized then that even though he had already placed great importance on Lin Xia's power, even elevating it infinitely in his mind, he had still severely underestimated Lin Xia. Wang Jianfu was the trump card he had painstakingly brought from the base, hoping to borrow some of the nation's fortune. Yet before Lin Xia, that trump card seemed utterly ridiculous. Now he understood why Lin Xia had chosen the second option, because it cost him nothing while Su Feng had stepped into an abyss of no return. The matter was not complicated, and Wang Jianfu quickly unraveled the entire sequence of events, identifying Su Feng as the root cause. Under normal protocol, any incident involving sensitive firearms would mandate an immediate report, likely leading to the arrest of all implicated individuals. However, circumstances were exceptional now, and the specific course of action awaited further instructions. Captain Wang, may I have a private word with Su Feng? Of course. Wang Jianfu exited the office, leaving Lin Xia and Su Feng alone. Su Feng clasped his hands behind his back, the restraint cord securely binding his wrists. By now he knew there was no chance of turning the tables. Whether he could even keep his life remained uncertain. At the very least, he believed Lin Xia would not resort to violence. Because Lin Xia was now part of the base in official capacity and could not recklessly kill. Brother Feng, we both know that at this point peaceful coexistence between us is impossible. I know there's still a flicker of hope in your heart. Do you think I won't lay a hand on you? Erase the deal. You gave me 2 choices earlier, and now I'll give you 2 as well. First, end yourself, and they'll spare your brothers. Second, cling to that hope, but believe me, Meng Chong, Miao Polan and Zhu Binggang won't survive 3 days. Whether you admit it or not, this situation has come to this because of you alone, Su Feng. You talk about brotherhood, do you have the courage to take responsibility for your own actions? Lin Xia gazed at Su Feng, his tone utterly flat. For him, Su Feng's fate was sealed, and no matter what, he would not let Su Feng live past today. Offering him the chance to end himself was merely a final gesture of dignity. You dare kill me? Su Feng was first startled, then his eyes dimmed. He suddenly realized that Lin Xia's rapid rise to a rank above Wang Jianfu likely meant his secret had already been reported to the base. What did a vast space capable of storing over 300 million in supplies mean to the base? Putting himself in their shoes, if he were the commander, he would undoubtedly protect Lin Xia at all costs. In that moment, Su Feng was utterly deflated. All his previous hopes vanished. He knew he was doomed to die today. Can I say a few words to them? Lin Xia knew exactly who them referred to and immediately replied, no problem. Say your goodbyes. Then Lin Xia had Meng Chong, Miao Polan and Zhu Binggang brought over. You have 5 minutes. With that, Lin Xia withdrew from the office. Brother Feng, what do we do now? Zhu Binggang was the first to ask. Before Su Feng could answer, Miao Polan spoke up, looking at Su Feng and enunciating each word. Brother Feng, this is the last time I call you that. We chose to follow you because we believed in you, but your recent actions have been utterly disappointing. I'm just a rough man, not good with schemes. I truly don't understand why we have to go out of our way to target Brother Lin. What has he ever done to wrong us? A man must have a conscience, and even in the underworld there should be honor. Brother Feng, you skipped off to the shelter base, but Brother Lin kept his word, generously took us in despite past grievances, and never refused to help when he could. Isn't that enough for a friend? Have you forgotten? If it weren't for Brother Lin, that bomb on Dafei would have blown us all to hell long ago. Where would you be to stir up trouble? Baolong, what the hell are you saying? Zhu Binggang roared back. If it weren't for Brother Feng, would have died in Jinling City. What's your point? Baolong retorted, exactly what I said. I despise those who play mind games with their own people. If you've got guts, go after outsiders. Constantly scheming against your own, what kind of nonsense is that? Su Feng trembled with rage. He had intended to bid his brothers a proper farewell, but Miao Polan's words caught him off guard. Enough with the chatter. Meng Chong bellowed, then lowered his voice. Shouldn't we first think about how to escape? There are only 4 of us here, when will we get a better chance? Forget it. Su Feng had lost all spirit. Since Lin Xia dares to leave us alone, he's confident he can keep us here. Zhu Binggang wanted to say more, but Su Feng raised a hand to stop him and continued, "You'll take this all on myself. Lin Xia promised that if I die he won't harm you." "No way!" Zhu Binggang shouted. "We either live together or die together. Damn it, at this point who cares? If we take one down it's a win too and we're golden." "Screw your golden." Miao Polan cursed. "Xiao Zhu, at a time like this you're still shouting fight fight fight. If you want to die, go ahead. I've made my mistake and they'll accept the punishment. Whatever the authorities decide, I'll take it." With that, Miao Polan strode out, leaving the other 3 staring at each other in bewilderment. Outside, Lin Xia stood by the window watching the heavy rain. Miao Polan approached and dropped to his knees before him. "Brother Lin, I was wrong. Whatever punishment the authorities hand down, I'll accept it." Lin Xia turned to glance at Miao Polan and slowly straightened up. Then Miao Polan caught sight of what Lin Xia held in his hands. He was startled, then sighed softly, saying not a single word. Ping! Ping! 2 crisp metallic sounds rang out. Lin Xia walked to the door of the office, raised his hands, and tossed in the 2 dark green spherical objects he held. What nonsense about 2 choices! What pretense of ending himself! He had wanted Su Feng to gather his core subordinates all along. Just as he had anticipated, Su Feng, facing death, wanted someone to record his sacrifice, such a self-absorbed man. After listening to their blathering for 5 minutes, time was up. It was time to send them on their way. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted and the office spewed countless flames and billowing smoke from its door and windows. Even the corridor windows were shattered. Wang Jianfu and several soldiers rushed over. "Consultant Lin, what happened?" "Captain Wang, I have no idea." Su Feng asked to talk privately with his men, and then the office exploded. Wang Jianfu sighed and speculated, "I suspect it was Meng Chong. The weight of his guilt must have been unbearable, driving him to such an extreme end." "That makes sense, Captain Wang," Lin Xia nodded. As the dust settled, the office was a wreck with 3 mangled corpses lying amid the debris, indistinguishable from one another. Wang Jianfu was left to handle all the cleanup. Lin Xia cared little about how the remaining insignificant figures would be dealt with. They would likely be taken back to the base for hard labor. As for Miao Polan, his last-minute defection and admission of guilt saved his life. However, Lin Xia did not intercede on his behalf and left him to Wang Jianfu's judgment. A spell of hardship at the base would serve as a lesson for him. With the arrival of numerous new survivors at Jinfeng Tower, Lin Xia instructed Luo Yuan to adjust the freight elevator's access permissions, restoring it to a state where only they could use it. Meanwhile, measures were also needed for the stairwells. Lin Xia asked Luo Yuan to measure the dimensions of both staircases, planning to completely seal off the one on the 45th floor. This way those below could only reach the 45th floor at most, posing no threat to the 90th floor. Moreover, surveillance cameras were installed in the stairwells, giving Luo Yuan ample time to respond if any tampering was detected. At noon, after having lunch with Xiao Xinxin, Lin Xia returned to the base through the spatial gate. He immediately received a message from Luo Ning. In Sector A, Lin Xia found Luo Ning and they discussed the details of that afternoon's mission in depth. Compared to the previous one, this task was far simpler. The supply depot was located in a suburban area consisting of above-ground structures now submerged underwater. Lin Xia's task was to dive in and retrieve the goods. Originally, this mission didn't necessarily require Lin Xia's involvement, but most personnel were deployed for rescue operations. With Lin Xia's participation, there was no need to recall them, allowing more survivors to be saved. After understanding the mission, the two set off immediately. As before, Luo Ning took the wheel. Dozens of minutes later, Lin Xia had successfully lost his bearings. This area was far from the city center, with most buildings no taller than 6 stories. By now the relentless rain had completely submerged even those 6-story structures. Looking around, water stretched in every direction. At this moment, speeding across the water in a motorboat felt no different from sailing on the open sea. Don't worry, all military vehicles are equipped with the Shindo satellite positioning system, Luo Ning said as she expertly operated the console. A small screen on the panel displayed a map interface familiar to Lin Xia. Just input the coordinates of our target and Shindo will accurately show the distance between us and the destination. Luo Ning began entering the data. All supply depots have their coordinate data stored at the base. Today's target is this one. After inputting, a red flag appeared on the map. With no need for turns in the open water, they adjusted the boat's heading and headed straight for the red flag. Minutes later, the motorboat's icon overlapped with the flag indicating they had arrived at the destination. The two quickly donned diving suits and essential gear before flipping into the water. Descending just a little, they saw a vast expanse of single-story buildings below. According to the mission brief, Lin Xia was to retrieve food and medicine stored in warehouses C5 and C6. They approached warehouse C5, then Luo Ning handled the lock. Upon entering, Lin Xia was astonished to see rows upon rows of neatly stacked shelves stretching endlessly in the underwater visibility. On the shelves, green supply boxes were arranged in perfect order. These weren't ordinary cardboard boxes, but specially made from a plastic-like waterproof material. In other words, despite being submerged, the supplies had barely been touched by water. How much was there? The contents of this single warehouse seemed to exceed supplies worth over 300 million. Lin Xia waved at Luo Ning, signaling her to head up first. Back at the surface, Lin Xia instructed, "You'll go down alone. There's too much stuff, it'll take hours to move everything. We brought 6 air tanks, let's save yours in case I need more." "Alright." Luo Ning agreed without suspicion. Lin Xia dived again alone, knowing that beyond the food and medicine in C5 and C6, warehouse C1 held a large stock of weapons like rifles and bombs. Warehouse C2 contained emergency gear such as tents, sleeping bags, and warm clothing. Each warehouse had different supplies. With Luo Ning present, he couldn't take everything freely. Now alone, he could grab a bit of everything. He didn't need to clear it all, just take some from each in case they proved useful later. Of course, he didn't forget the mission. This trip he planned to clear warehouses C5 and C6 first, then snag some perks for himself. After a flurry of activity, Lin Xia only stopped when all 6 air tanks were depleted. This haul, Lin Xia estimated, netted him at least an additional 100 million in supplies, including rare items hard to find elsewhere, even several crates of assault rifles developed by Great Xia. Of course, these might never be used, but Lin Xia adhered to the principle of being prepared. He could do without, but they had to be available when needed. Let's go. Time to turn in the mission. Lin Xia stripped off his diving suit and dried his hair with a towel, inwardly pleased. You took so long, how much did you grab? Luo Ning was curious, assuming his hard work had exhausted him, unaware that Lin Xia had ransacked every warehouse underwater. If it's just for supplying 2 warships, I think this should last quite a while. Back at the base, Luo Duchuan led Lin Xia to a spacious warehouse. Calling it a warehouse was an understatement. It felt more like an empty plaza. Without further ado, Lin Xia began pulling out supplies in bulk. Soon the center of the empty plaza was piled high with countless supplies. Good heavens! Even 3 transport teams working in shifts would need days to haul this much back. Luo Duchuan marveled inwardly. He thought of the manpower and resources saved, the time conserved. At that moment he felt he couldn't do without Lin Xia, and neither could the Jindingshan base. When Lin Xia finished, Luo Duchuan stepped forward and shook his hand. I won't say much. If you need anything at the base, just contact me directly. If it's within my power, I'll handle it. "You're too kind, Marshal Luo," Lin Xia replied politely. Luo Duchuan still held his hand, pulling him closer and asking again, "Tell me honestly, are you married?" 3 lines appeared on Lin Xia's forehead. The marshal was great in every way except for his obsession with setting up his daughter. "Marshal Luo, I already have a girlfriend." "Sorry." Luo Duchuan merely smiled at Lin Xia's words. This was another of his virtues, he only mentioned his pitch once and never brought it up again. Commander Luo Lin Xia took the initiative to say, "Now that rescue operations are underway again, could I accompany the rescue soldiers to take a look outside?" With ample time and little to do, that was Lin Xia's current state. He had already seen the base and grown tired of staying in the Jin Feng building. The supplies in his space were more than enough to last him until he was laid to rest in a coffin. He couldn't just lie idle at such a young age, he had to find something to do. Luo Duchuan hesitated for a moment before replying, "It's possible, but I must warn you, you absolutely must prioritize safety out there. As they say, fire and water are merciless. Every day rescue soldiers lose their lives to the floodwaters. You must be careful. It's getting late today and the rescue teams are about to return. How about this, if you want to go out, do it tomorrow. You'll inform the comrade in charge of rescue operations. Then you can head directly to Sector B and they'll arrange everything for you." Lin Xia nodded in agreement. "All right. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Bidding farewell to Luo Duchuan, Lin Xia returned to Sector D. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. He had long wanted to invite Lin Xia for a meal, but various matters had delayed it. Now seemed like the perfect time. He gave Lin Xia a call. Lin Xia sounded genuinely delighted to hear from him. After all, they had only met once and he never expected that his simple, kind-hearted answers to Lin Xia's questions would be so deeply appreciated. Sector DL-20. Lin Xia carried a bag. Inside were some food items he had specially prepared for Lin Xia's daughter, including 2 packs of snacks. Do not underestimate the contents of this bag. If taken outside, it could make a woman willingly yield to any demand or drive a man to commit murder without a moment's hesitation. Even within the base, no amount of contribution points could procure such a bag, for the exchangeable food supplies did not include items like potato chips or chocolate. After waiting in the atrium for a while, Lin Xia spotted Lin Xia's approaching with a young girl. Beside them was a woman who appeared to be Lin Xia's wife. Lin Xia waved at Lin Xia's. The man immediately spotted him, a smile spreading across his face. "Xiaoyun, this is Uncle Lin Xia, the one I told you about." Drawing near, Lin Xian first introduced Lin Xia to his daughter. The 8 or 9-year-old girl seemed a bit shy, hiding behind her father while curiously stealing glances at Lin Xia. "Hello, Xiaoyun. It's our first meeting. Look what Uncle Lin has brought for you." Lin Xia smiled and handed the bag to her. Lin Xian glanced at it, his face instantly registering shock. He pressed down on Lin Xia's hand. "Lin Xia, this won't do. I can't accept these." "Big brother, don't flatter yourself. This is for Xiaoyun." Lin Xia evaded Lin Xian's hand, crouched down and placed the bag before Lin Xiaoyun. The little girl peeked into the bag, her eyes immediately lighting up. She then looked up at the woman behind her as if asking, "Mommy, I want this. Can I keep it?" Seeing this, Lin Xia gently took Lin Xiaoyun's small hand and placed the bag in it. "This is from Uncle Lin. What your mom and dad say doesn't count. Just listen to Uncle Lin." The woman's gaze shifted to Lin Xian, seeking her husband's opinion. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment, but thinking of how happy it would make his daughter, he decided to accept the favor. He then smiled at his daughter and said quickly, "Thank Uncle Lin." Lin Xiaoyun beamed and said sweetly, "Thank you, Uncle Lin." Lin Xia affectionately ruffled Lin Xiaoyun's hair. In his heart he thought of Yan Cheng. If that kid were to come to the base, they could surely become good friends. "Lin Xia, let me introduce you. This is my wife Yuli." As Lin Xia stood up, Lin Xian continued, "Lily, this is Lin Xia whom I've mentioned to you." "Hello." "Hello, sister-in-law." Lin Xia was a few years younger than Lin Zhan's. Yuli, however, appeared to be considerably younger than Lin Zhan's, and her beauty was striking, truly a natural grace without any artificial enhancement. "Come on, let's go eat first," Lin Xia urged. Lin Zhan's declined. "Lin Xia, let's skip the meal. Really, the situation is special now. Contribution points aren't easy to earn. It's always wise to save, you never know when you might need them urgently. Once the disaster is over, it'll definitely treat you properly. Let's go. Don't worry about the contribution points," Lin Xia insisted. This. Lin Zhan still hesitated. Although Lin Xia was treating them with 3 of them plus Lin Xia, that made 4 people, 40 contribution points. 40 points for one meal was far too extravagant. "If you keep being so polite, you'll get angry," Lin Xia said. This time Lin Zhan's finally relented. Refusing further would be disrespectful to Lin Xia, so he nodded in agreement. The 4 of them arrived at the L20 cafeteria. It was dinner time, and although the place wasn't crowded, several tables were occupied. "These are all people permanently employed by the base. They have enough contribution points for meals," Lin Zhan's whispered. Lin Xia nodded. With a steady income, spending 20 contribution points a day on food was reasonable. After all, under the current circumstances, hoarding too many contribution points served little other purpose. He scanned his wristband. When the serving auntie saw the tiny symbol, she was so startled that the ladle slipped from her hand. 4 portions, please." "Thank you." Lin Xia's voice snapped the auntie back to reality. She gave him a look of profound surprise, for this symbol was reserved for those who had made immense contributions to the base. In all her time at the Sector D cafeteria, she had never seen one, only once in Sector A. "Coming right up." The auntie responded cheerfully, then picked up the ladle and heaped generous portions of both rice and dishes. Lin Zhan stood there slightly dumbfounded. He usually brought his daughter for a rice meal once every day or two, but he had never seen the serving auntie be so generous. After the 4 portions were served, the food in the trays was nearly depleted. Those who came later would likely experience the most disappointing meal of their lives. Each of them carried 2 trays piled high like small mountains back to their seats, instantly drawing considerable attention. "What's going on? Is there discrimination even in meals? Why do they get so much food while mine is just this little? This is unfair. Are their contribution points worth more than ours? The difference is outrageous." Exactly. Where's the cafeteria manager? They need to give us an explanation." "Don't mind them, let's just eat our meal." Lin Xia never expected that a simple meal would cause such trouble. Seeing Lin Zhan's and his family looking somewhat embarrassed, he had to say a word. Then he took the lead and started eating. Lin Zhan's looked at Lin Xia with some hesitation. In his heart, he wanted to ask if Lin Xia had some connection with the cafeteria staff, otherwise the several plates piled high like small mountains would indeed make others misunderstand. For the same 10 contribution points, it felt like the food before them was at least twice as much as what others got. But he couldn't bring himself to ask. If it were a misunderstanding, his position would become even more awkward. At that moment, Lin Xia's silent focus on eating seemed to further provoke those people, and someone immediately stood up. "This is too corrupt. The shelter cafeteria is pulling shady tricks," someone shouted. "Damn it, I'd rather starve than put up with this discrimination." Someone flipped their tray in anger. However, it was obvious that a flash of regret crossed their face the moment they did it. "Damn it, I'm going to report this right now. Where's the person in charge? Where's the floor manager? We demand an explanation today." At first only a few people muttered, but once it started, it spiraled out of control. Lin Zhan's family didn't dare to eat. Their faces were clearly etched with embarrassment. Eating felt wrong, and just sitting there without eating seemed like an admission of guilt, while leaving outright would be even more inappropriate, as if slapping Lin Xia in the face. For a moment, Lin Zhan's became the most embarrassed person. The cafeteria auntie was also stunned. She hadn't expected her impromptu action to cause such a big problem, but she wasn't afraid. She understood the meaning of the symbol very well. This young man was no ordinary person. His contributions warranted such a generous meal portion, and even the floor manager's arrival wouldn't change that. Just then a man in a dark green military shirt with a white apron tied around his waist rushed in from the back door of the serving counter. The man quickly inquired about the situation, then glanced toward Lin Xia with some surprise. "If what you say is true, there's nothing to worry about. The floor manager will be here soon," he said to the cafeteria auntie. Then he stepped out and addressed the crowd. "Everyone, please calm down. I can assure you that the cafeteria is not at fault regarding the meal portions. As for why some individuals have noticeably larger portions, there are special reasons. However, according to relevant regulations, I am not authorized to disclose those details. I have already notified floor manager Zhang Mingyue of L20, and he will explain everything to you." As he spoke, Zhang Mingyue arrived. Everyone calmed down upon seeing the floor manager. The man who had flipped his tray looked like he was about to cry. Staring at the food on the table, he regretted it immensely. If no one were around, he would have eaten everything off the floor. Zhang Mingyue first assessed the situation, then followed the direction of the crowd's gaze toward Lin Xia. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, and he immediately walked over to Lin Xia. Lin Zan's was nervous. Lin Xiaoyun had already clung to Yuli, and Yuli was also frightened, as the floor manager was the highest authority they had ever encountered. Slap! Contrary to everyone's expectations, Zhang Mingyue walked up beside Lin Xia without a word and gave a crisp standard salute. Recipient of the second-class Summer Star Medal, Special Operations Advisor appointed by General Han, and a Level 6 base authority holder, any one of these titles alone commanded the utmost respect from a Level 3 floor manager like him. Moreover, he had even developed a hint of admiration for this mysterious advisor. Although he didn't know how Lin Xia had earned the Summer Star Medal, it must have been a tremendous contribution to the base. Being personally appointed by General Han was an achievement he himself had always strived for. Lin Xia stood up reluctantly and shook hands with Zhang Mingyue. A trace of excitement flickered on Zhang Mingyue's face, even a slight flush, as if he had been praised by a superior. "Advisor Lin, how would you like me to explain this?" Zhang Mingyue leaned in slightly, ensuring only Lin Xia could hear him seeking his opinion. "Keep it as low-key as possible," Lin Xia replied. "Yes, understood." Zhang Mingyue responded solemnly, his expression and tone instinctively military. This scene was witnessed by everyone. They were shocked. Even the floor manager had to salute him voluntarily. Even the floor manager spoke with such caution. And judging by Zhang Mingyue's demeanor, he wasn't speaking to an ordinary person. Anyone who had worked before could tell immediately this was the attitude of a subordinate toward a superior. Those who had been stirring up trouble began to feel intimidated. If they had offended a high-ranking base official, the stable job they had fought so hard to get would be gone. No job meant no contribution points, and no contribution points meant no food. What should they do? Should they apologize? Or maybe kneel? As they were lost in thought, they saw Zhang Mingyue walk to the center of the cafeteria. Zhang Mingyue announced loudly, "Everyone, after my investigation and verification, the cafeteria's actions, though somewhat improper, are not wrong. So please don't jump to conclusions. Furthermore, let me explain, if you wish to receive the same treatment, you can strive to contribute to the base. When your contributions are great enough, you will receive equal treatment." Lin Xia silently gave a thumbs up in his mind. This floor manager certainly knew how to speak. He neither revealed his identity nor failed to clarify that treatment followed contributions, while also alleviating everyone's doubts. "I'm sorry, I was being petty," Lin Zan said, taking the initiative to apologize to Lin Xia after Zhang Mingyue left, and everyone fell silent. Initially, he had also suspected Lin Xia. "It's fine, you didn't know. It's normal to have concerns," Lin Xia said dismissively. "Now that you're reassured, why are you still staring at me? Eat up." "Then I won't hold back," Lin Zan said with a smile, then turned to Lin Xiaoyun. "Xiaoyun, have you thanked Uncle Lin Xia?" Lin Xiaoyun looked at Lin Xia with her big curious eyes. Thank you, Uncle Lin. I won't hold back either. You're welcome, eat up. But don't waste any. I'll try my best. But Uncle Lin, don't worry, if I can't finish, Dad will eat it all for me. Lin Xia choked slightly. So having too much food could also be a burden. The minor disturbance did little to dampen the spirits of Lin Xia and the others as they dined. As it happened, Lin Xia had not secured any work recently and they had gone 3 days without a proper meal. Though the portions were slightly generous, with a bit of effort they could manage to finish everything. The atmosphere was pleasant, yet Lin Xia and Yuli remained deeply curious about Lin Xia. In merely 2 or 3 days, Lin Xia's status within the base had undergone a qualitative transformation. For Lin Xia, he was eager to understand the reasons behind this shift. However, recalling Zhang Mingyu's mysterious demeanor, Lin Xia surmised that Lin Xia's identity was likely confidential. As such, unless Lin Xia broached the subject himself, he would not be so rash as to inquire. Conversely, Lin Xia, while eating, directly posed numerous questions to Lin Xia. By the meal's end, Lin Xia learned that Lin Xia had once been a renowned psychologist in Jinling City. His wife Yuli had originally been his assistant. The two had sparked a romantic flame during their work and subsequently started a family. It sounded rather ordinary, but Lin Xia understood well that the social standing and income of a famous psychologist placed him in a different class from a coder who toiled 10 hours a day. In his impression, the more renowned the psychologist, the more their consultation fees were charged by the hour. He had even heard that top-tier psychologists billed by the minute. Though Lin Xia had not yet reached that minute-to-minute billing level within Jinling City, he belonged to the highest fee tier. According to Lin Xia himself, his monthly net income ranged from approximately 300,000 to 600,000 yuan, fluctuating purely based on his mood, taking more cases when in high spirits and fewer when not. Lin Xia could not help but feel envious. Comparison was the thief of joy. Before the rain, Lin Xia worked 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, earning just over 200,000 yuan a month. This, a single month of that man's work, equaled a whole year of his own coding. Comparisons truly were odious. The meal was harmonious. Even Lin Xiaoyun, who had been quite shy at first, warmed up to Lin Xia, calling him Uncle Lin with no trace of awkwardness. Afterward they parted ways. Walking along, Yuli asked Lin Xia, "Honey, this friend of yours is quite mysterious, and he seems to hold a significant position in the base." Lin Xia agreed. "Did you notice how he was especially interested in your former profession during the meal? What do you make of that?" Yuli recalled and said, "Honestly, based on my experience, I believe Lin Xia means well." Lin Xia analyzed. "But as for the exact reason, I can't guess." Yuli hesitated, then ventured, "Honey, since he's so capable, could you?" Lin Xia knew what his wife was about to say and immediately replied, "I'll bring it up when the time is right." Yuli looked at her husband with some surprise. In the past he would not have agreed to such a thing. "It's for Xiaoyun's sake, times are special now. If it's good for our daughter, I'm willing to try." Lin Xia explained, "And based on my psychological insights, if Lin Xia can help, he likely will." "Daddy, I believe Uncle Lin will help us too," Lin Xiaoyun chimed in. Lin Xia crouched down affectionately and said with a smile, "Of course, our Xiaoyun is so pretty and adorable. You saw it, didn't you? Uncle Lin really likes you." "I like Uncle Lin too." Lin Xiaoyun held up her gift bag. "There are chips and chocolate in here. I haven't had them in such a long time." "You little gourmand." Lin Xia stood up and looked at Yuli. "Lily, you need to be careful with these food items. Even though no one would dare snatch them in the base, there's always the risk of someone with ill intentions." "I know," Yuli nodded. "They'll lock them in the box when we get back and take them out when Xiaoyun wants some. I haven't met anyone this generous since the heavy rain." The bag of food Xiaoyun received could cause a storm if taken outside. Yuli added, "Exaggerating?" "Not at all." They parted ways, Lin Xia returning to his dorm while Yuli and Xiaoyun went to theirs. As soon as Lin Xia entered, someone approached him. Xiao Lin, I have a toy here, you'll bring it for your girl to play with. Brother Lin, my name is Li Yuan, feel free to call on me if you need anything. Lin. Word of the cafeteria incident had spread. Though no one knew Lin Xia, many on this floor recognized Lin Zans. Especially those in his dorm who now knew that Lin Zans had an incredibly formidable friend. In their eyes, Zhang Mingyue was already a big shot overseeing all matters of Sector D Level 20. For someone like that to voluntarily salute another, that was the epitome of awesome squared. Thus even those who had never greeted him before now crowded around hoping to forge a good connection with Lin Zans just in case they needed a favor in the future. Lin Zans had not anticipated such a scene and could only deal with it helplessly. Meanwhile, Yuli faced a similar situation with many people proactively expressing goodwill. Yet the intent behind this goodwill was all too apparent. The couple's response was remarkably consistent. They decisively turned everyone down. After all, they had only just met Lin Xia. Even if they had known him for a long time, they would not bother him with such trivial matters. If it caused any negative repercussions for Lin Xia, they would be remiss. Lin Xia remained unaware of all this. After dinner, he returned to Jinfeng Tower. Having deliberately inquired about Lin Zan's former profession today, he pondered whether he might secure a long-term stable position for him. Truth be told, though, the matter of the Yan Shi and Yan Qin brothers had passed whenever Lin Xia recalled them, a sense of regret lingered. Seeing Lin Xiaoyun today reminded him of Yan Cheng and consequently Yan Shi. He had sufficient power and strength. If he had only spoken up earlier or clarified the brothers' identities, he believed that Ding Liang, no matter how foolish, would not have been so hasty as to kill them. A tragedy that could have been avoided, yet due to his own negligence or conservatism or even foolishness had cost the two brothers their lives. He did not wish for such an incident to occur again. Thus he wanted to help those close to him, enabling them to survive better in this apocalyptic world. Day 17-0832. Lin Xia regained consciousness. Last night he had obtained a functional card that could be used only once. Time freeze 1 upon activation. Time within a 10-meter radius of the user is frozen. All living beings in the area are affected by the time stop, which lasts for 7 seconds. The previous abilities imprisonment and sleep were single target controls, but this one was a large-scale crowd control skill. Although it could be used only once, it was nonetheless a powerful card capable of turning the tide at a critical moment. At the same time he had obtained the third submarine fragment. His luck seemed quite good. After washing up, Lin Xia gathered Luo Yuan, Su Man, and the others for breakfast. He had never mentioned the base to Luo Yuan and the others. Now that he had a thorough understanding of the base's situation, it was time to tell them. If they wanted to live in the base, he would apply for slots on their behalf. Lin Xia explained in detail, covering the pros and cons of life in the base from various aspects such as clothing, food, housing, and transportation. For instance, once you entered, you couldn't leave for the time being. There was also a contribution point system. To live comfortably, one had to earn contribution points diligently to exchange for supplies or services from the base. Of course, the accommodation situation was highlighted. On one hand, there were luxurious presidential suites in 5-star hotels, on the other crowded shared dormitories. The difference between the two was beyond mere words. Since you can't come and go freely, how did you manage to return after going there? Su Man was the first to ask. It was evident that among them she seemed the most tempted. I have my own ways. There's nothing much to say about it. Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to do it. Lin Xia replied, then asked, if you want to go, I can try to apply, but I can't guarantee success as the base is already overloaded. I'm not going. Luo Yuan shook his head. It's fine here, spacious, plenty of food for now with water and electricity. Under these circumstances, is there a more comfortable place than this? Luo Yuan continued, he'll follow Brother Lin. When he moves, I'll consider it. Xiao Xinxin looked directly at Lin Xia and said, I'll go if you go, if you don't I won't. Finally Lin Xia turned to Su Man. Su Man looked at Su Qingyue. Qingyue, what do you think? The young girl cast a shy, furtive glance at Lin Xia and replied, he'll follow Brother Lin too. If he doesn't go, I won't. Su Man sighed softly. She was all too familiar with that look, it was what she feared most. She also knew that once a girl's heart was stirred, no words from her could easily pull her back. Moreover, she knew her daughter well. Though somewhat introverted, once Su Qingyue made up her mind, she would see it through. Beneath her gentle exterior lay a strong heart, and no matter what, she would not give up easily. Alas! Thinking this, Su Man let out a deep sigh. If it weren't for Xiao Xinxin, things might have been simpler. Although Lin Xia was much older than Su Qingyue, setting aside the age gap, he was quite outstanding, especially under current circumstances. Being with him gave them an immense sense of security. But Lin Xia already had Xiao Xinxin. Should she deliberately break them apart? That would be too immoral. Yet if she didn't, would her daughter have to endure such pining? She couldn't bear that either. Sister Man, what do you say? Lin Xia asked proactively when Su Man remained silent. You'll follow Qingyue. Su Man replied helplessly. Lin Xia nodded. Let's leave it at that for now. If you change your mind, don't hesitate to tell me directly. After settling that matter, Lin Xia used the space gate to enter the base. Overnight he had figured out the arrangement for Lin Zan's. However, this arrangement would be somewhat troublesome for the base, so he planned to devote the day to assisting the base's rescue efforts, then talk to Old Han or Old Luo. Arriving at Sector B, the rescue teams had already departed. Nevertheless, Lin Xia's arrival drew sufficient attention. Zhou Jiang, the person in charge, immediately dispatched a boat to take Lin Xia to rendezvous with the rescue forces. Today's rescue mission was divided into 8 directions. Lin Xia headed toward Shidua village west of Jinling City. Most of Shidua village consisted of 2-story houses now completely submerged. However, many villagers had spontaneously gathered on the office building of a local factory for refuge. That building was only 6 stories tall. Shidua village was on slightly higher ground, so the 6th floor was not yet flooded, though half of it was already underwater. By the time Lin Xia arrived, the surviving victims had moved to the rooftop, where simple shelters had been set up to provide some cover from the rain. Dongzi! 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 Suddenly a voice filled with anxiety and worry cut through the heavy rain, particularly jarring. A somewhat plump middle-aged woman looked around with a grief-stricken expression. The rooftop was small enough to be seen at a glance. She wailed, "Save my grandson! He slipped into the water. Please save my grandson." The incident happened so fast that several rescue soldiers immediately dove into the water without a second thought. Lin Xia leaped onto the roof, walked up to the woman and said sternly, "Stop crying. If you want to save your grandson, think carefully, where was he standing just now?" Seeing Lin Xia's earnest face, the woman calmed down and quickly pointed to a simple shelter. "He was just behind the shelter with me. He was happy to see the rescue team and I was waving at them too. When the boat got closer, I realized Dongzi was gone." The exact location couldn't be determined, but there was a rough area. Without hesitation, Lin Xia jumped into the water. His swimming skills needed no introduction. Once in the water, he quickly dived to a certain depth. Underwater visibility wasn't great, but he could still see about 10 meters ahead. He calmed himself to sense the current's direction, then swam along with it. After just a few meters, he spotted a chubby boy not far away. Lin Xia moved like a fish. With a flick of his body and a kick of his legs, he shot through the water. The little boy was motionless. Lin Xia grabbed him and lifted him above the surface. "Over here. He needs first aid." Lin Xia's voice rang out loudly, and the people on the rooftop immediately noticed him. As Lin Xia approached, everyone worked together to take the boy. A rescue soldier stepped forward first, listening to the boy's heartbeat, then skillfully began administering first aid. After a few minutes, the boy still showed no response and his grandmother wept in desperation. But the soldier didn't give up. Several more minutes passed. Cough! The boy suddenly spat out a mouthful of murky water. He was saved. The chubby boy regained consciousness and his grandmother wept with joy. However, contrary to Lin Xia's expectations, the soldiers carrying out the rescue seemed to show no emotional fluctuation. Over these days they had grown accustomed to such scenes. Only a small fraction of the victims were fortunate enough to be saved here. Most had already breathed their last before rescuers could reach them. Having endured prolonged hunger, their physical functions were severely diminished, leaving them without the strength to struggle, doomed to drown helplessly. Moreover, for the chubby boy, although he had regained consciousness, he was not yet truly out of danger. He still had to face the risks of post-drowning sequelae such as severe pulmonary infections and a series of symptoms caused by cerebral hypoxia, many of which could be life-threatening. Normally, a drowning victim should seek medical attention promptly after regaining consciousness. But now there were no conditions for medical care. He could only rely on his own resilience to endure fate. The rescue continued, and Lin Xia had no time to dwell on it, coordinating with the rescue soldiers. One after another assault boats approached the building in an orderly manner, picking up several victims before immediately heading to the intermediate transfer point. Around Shidwa village there were vast farmlands, and aside from the factory office building there were no other high-rise structures. These victims had to be directly transported to a large building on the outskirts of Jinling City. After delivering them, the assault boats would return to pick up more victims. The victims arriving at the transfer point would then be taken by another arranged vessel to temporary shelters within Jinling City's urban area. After a whole morning's work, the rescue operation in Shidwa village came to a temporary halt. This time a total of 136 villagers from Shidwa village were rescued, and they would be housed at the Jinling International Financial Center. Like Jinfeng Tower, the International Financial Center was one of Jinling City's renowned skyscrapers. The Jindingshan base would also dispatch supplies to various shelters. After a morning of first-hand experience, Lin Xia was deeply moved. He did not participate in the afternoon rescue efforts, but instead directly requested a special mission from Commander Han. Lin Xia was well aware that given the current material reserves at the Jindingshan base, it could not sustain the supply needs of all city shelters. Within 5 days the Jindingshan base itself would be crippled by the enormous consumption. Therefore Lin Xia directly applied to Han Dong to collect as much war reserve material as possible that had not been transported before the heavy rain. As a strategically vital location for Daxia, Jinling City had substantial war reserve stockpiles. However, due to the sudden downpour and the simultaneous demands of rescue operations and base construction, manpower was severely lacking, leaving a vast amount of war materials submerged beneath the floodwaters. The material warehouse from the previous time was merely a fraction of the massive reserves. A significant portion remained outside. Lin Xia's idea was simple. He had a spatial ability which Han Dong already knew about. By utilizing his space, he could collect a large quantity of external materials to supply the victims in temporary shelters. Last time the victims at Jinfeng Tower had their supplies cut off after being delivered by the rescue team. If supply assurance remained impossible, this rescue would only delay their deaths slightly. If basic material supplies could be guaranteed, more people would likely survive. After all, these survivors might become the future of Daxia, or even the future of humanity. Deeply moved by this, Han Dong immediately retrieved the coordinates of all material warehouses and handed them to Lin Xia. He also recalled Luo Ning to serve as the driver, fully supporting Lin Xia's operation. Before Luo Ning returned, Lin Xia marked all the locations on a map, then connected these coordinates from near to far. This would be his travel route. At 1:48 p.m. Luo Ning returned. Without giving her any rest, a military large speedboat fully fueled departed from the Jindingshan base. The speedboat carried nothing but sufficient oxygen tanks and several spare diving suits. These oxygen tanks ensured Lin Xia ample time for underwater activities, thereby increasing his rate of material acquisition. At the first stop, Lin Xia spent about 2 hours harvesting 500 tons of grain, 12000 boxes of various preserved foods, and over 6000 boxes of medical supplies. As for other items, he could take them but chose not to. The most critical supplies now were food and medicine. To save time, everything else was temporarily abandoned. At the second stop, a large stock of wartime thermal clothing was stored, but unfortunately after the flood these materials had become waterlogged and were unusable. At the third stop, a large amount of fuel was stored, including smokeless charcoal already soaked and unusable solid alcohol, gasoline and diesel. These fuels might be the third most important items after food and medicine. Lin Xia spent over 2 hours changing 4 oxygen tanks just to barely finish moving 2 warehouses. The rest would be left for now, with the space already held enough for a while. By 6 p.m., the sky had darkened. At Luo Ning's insistence, Lin Xia and Luo Ning began their return journey. Lin Xia, you're pushing yourself too hard. Take care of your health, Luo Ning said with some concern as they traveled back. After all, no matter how strong a person was, such a grueling day would leave anyone exhausted. It's fine. You'll recover after a good night's sleep. We've gathered quite a lot of supplies today. We can distribute them to the temporary shelters tomorrow. By the end of the day, Lin Xia felt fulfilled. Previously, while at Jinfeng Tower, he had often experienced a sudden sense of emptiness, but now that feeling had vanished. Currently, there are 25 temporary shelters in Jinling City expected to house over 5,000 victims. As long as the rain doesn't stop, the supplies will eventually run out. Luo Ning sighed. Lin Xia was slightly surprised. In his memory, Luo Ning had never spoken such discouraging words. Yet it wasn't hard to understand. In this apocalyptic-like scenario, survivors would inevitably feel despair from time to time. As time passed, such instances would become more frequent and severe. We can't worry about all that, Lin Xia replied. In any case, we've done our best. If the apocalypse is truly unavoidable at the very end, we'll have no regrets, right? Luo Ning fell silent for a moment, then nodded. You're right. Giving up leads to certain doom, only perseverance brings hope. I believe the rain will stop one day, Lin Xia affirmed. He held this conviction firmly, otherwise his rebirth would be utterly meaningless. Surely the heavens wouldn't engage in such a pointless endeavor. As he spoke, Lin Xia took a lollipop from his space and handed it to Luo Ning. Slightly startled, she reached out and took it, staring at the lollipop in her hand for a long while before softly saying, "Thank you." The sky had completely darkened. To coordinate with Lin Xia's mission, Han Dong arranged sufficient space within the base. Meanwhile, plans for material distribution were also being formulated. As soon as Lin Xia and Luo Ning returned, Han Dong led Lin Xia to the prepared warehouse. Without a word, Lin Xia frantically began moving items out of his spatial storage. He only stopped when the massive warehouse was nearly filled to the brim. Lin Xia. Han Dong, visibly moved, stepped forward and grasped Lin Xia's hand. On behalf of the rescued victims in Jinling City, I offer you my heartfelt thanks. These supplies are truly a godsend. With them, the temporary shelter's resource issues can be temporarily resolved. Thank you, 1,000 thanks. You're too kind, Commander Han, Lin Xia replied softly. I've already discussed with Captain Luo. You'll continue transporting supplies tomorrow. Can the base spare enough space? Han Dong responded, 2 decommissioned warships have arrived and our engineering corps is modifying their interiors. The storage holds are already converted. Tonight you'll have personnel move these supplies to the ships, freeing up this space again by tomorrow. Good, Lin Xia nodded. There's one more matter I need to report to you. What is it? Speak freely. As the apocalypse persists, you must pay attention to people's psychological well-being, especially our Xia warriors' mental health. If even they lose faith in the future, humanity's end will truly be near. Originally, this idea was merely to secure a stable job for Lin Xia. But today's conversation with Luo Ning made Lin Xia realize this issue plagued not only victims but also Xia's soldiers. I've noticed this problem too, Han Dong said gravely. The base's medical team includes psychologists, but their numbers are far too few. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xia added, we must also address the victims' psychological issues. In Zone DL20, there's a man named Lin Xia, once one of Jinling City's most renowned psychologists. I suggest entrusting the victim's mental health care to him. You could even issue tasks for him to select and mentor suitable candidates, which should help to some extent. Lin Xia's Han Dong repeated the name. Alright, I'll arrange it tonight. Leaving Area A, Lin Xia found Lin Xia's. The base is launching a mental health counseling service. I recommended you. Lin Xia cut straight to the point. Lin Xia's was sturdy. He knew there was no such coincidence. Discussing his profession yesterday and the base rolling out related services today was clearly Lin Xia's doing. His excitement and joy were genuine, but Lin Xia's influence stunned him even more. What kind of status and power could accomplish this? Thank you. Lin Xia's expressed sincere gratitude, then asked, what should I prepare? Lin Xia had thought this through in advance. Simple counseling alone would likely be ineffective, as most people even with psychological issues struggle to recognize them. Thus Lin Xia's couldn't passively wait for patients, he needed to take the initiative. So he told Lin Xia's, I trust your expertise, but you can't work here the same way as before. These are survivors. Your role isn't just to help those already struggling, but to implement measures to prevent psychological issues from arising. Lin Xia's pondered, then nodded. I think I understand. Good. Lin Xia continued, you'll need to devise specific plans. The base will also issue related tasks. I need you to help select people with relevant knowledge who show promise as counselors and accelerate their skill development. Alright, I've been busy all day and haven't eaten. You think it over yourself. I'm off. Lin Xia departed. Lin Xia stood still, deeply contemplating everything Lin Xia had just said. Setting aside everything else, since Lin Xia had done him such a great favor and entrusted him with this crucial task, he had to deliver a flawless performance, otherwise he wouldn't have the face to meet Lin Xia again. After organizing his thoughts, Lin Xia's excitedly found his wife Yuli. Upon seeing her, he gave her a big hug, his face brimming with joy and excitement. Ace, what's happened? Did something good occur? Yuli had a faint suspicion, and before he could announce it, she too grew excited. Lin Xia helped me get a job. Lin Xia's whispered excitedly in her ear, his tone full of gratitude. Really? Yuli's guess confirmed. She couldn't contain her joy, bouncing while hugging Lin Xia's waist. It should be true. Lin Xia's pulled her aside. He just left. He told me the base is launching a mental health counseling service. It's practically tailor-made for me. That's fantastic. Yuli was overjoyed. Now I'm even more convinced Lin Xia holds a special status here. His efficiency is incredible. You must remember his kindness. Of course. Yuli asked quietly, did he mention how many contribution points this job pays? No. Lin Xia's replied, it should be decent, at least the 50-point tier. That way Xiaoyan's nutrition will be assured. We might even add a glass of milk for her breakfast. Do you think they'll assign you a private room so we can live together? Yuli daydreamed blissfully. Lin Xia's responded helplessly, I doubt it. I haven't seen anyone with a stable job get a private room yet. I was just saying, Yuli laughed happily. Honey, you have to work hard and not let Lin Xia down. If you fail, he'd be so embarrassed. Don't worry. Lin Xia's puffed out his chest. I may not know other fields, but mental health counseling is my specialty. After all, I'm a genuine Ph.D. in psychology. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Yuli jumped excitedly again. I'm so happy, honey. Once your job is stable, can we save 100 contribution points to stay in a private room for one night? Her cheeks flushed bright red. Lin Xia's immediately agreed cheerfully, sure deal. Day 18. Early in the morning, Lin Xia left Jinfeng Tower and headed to the Jinding mountain base. Upon arrival, Luo Shui informed him that the supplies he had brought back the previous day had already been transferred overnight to the two warships. The modification of the warships was also fully completed. Today's rescue operation would transport disaster victims in batches to the refuge warships. At Luo Dechuan's invitation, Lin Xia went to inspect the warships before setting out. It must be said that one cannot truly experience the grandeur of a warship on television. Only when standing before it or stepping onto its deck does one realize how colossal it truly is. The two warships dispatched to Jinling City were old veterans that had been decommissioned for some years. One was the Dinghe-class cruiser with a displacement of 8,000 tons. The other was the Zhenhe-class battleship with a displacement of 9,000 tons. After modification, each warship could accommodate approximately 5,000 disaster victims. If large vessels can be converted into shelters, why not bring more? Apart from warships, ocean-going vessels should also be feasible, right? Lin Xia stepped inside the Dinghe. Apart from essential facilities and equipment, everything else had been removed. Within the ship's compartments, partitions had been erected to create numerous areas to house the disaster victims. Seeing this transformation, he suddenly realized that Daxia's gigantic vessels were not limited to warships. Civilian ships also included many behemoths. It's possible, Luo Dechuan replied. But the relief situation across various regions is far from optimistic. There are shortages of both supplies and space. Those ships are treasured assets of coastal cities and are already in use. Lin Xia nodded in understanding. He had oversimplified matters. Jinling City was not the only place affected by the disaster. Luo Dechuan continued with a heavy tone. The reality is, even if there were more large vessels, the Jinding mountain base is currently incapable of managing them. Disaster victims will be arriving today. Operating the shelter requires manpower. Managing the victims requires manpower. Providing supplies and basic medical care, all of this demands human resources. Now we can only pray that the heavy rain will cease soon. If it continues, the Jinding mountain base will be fortunate just to survive, let alone support others. Lin Xia remained silent. The facts proved he had been too simplistic. If the Jinding mountain base had sufficient capacity, there would be no need to deploy large ships. If the skyscrapers of Jinling City could also serve as shelters. Places like the financial center Jinfeng Tower were no less suitable than ships, and their interiors required no modification. They could be used directly. He had overlooked a crucial issue: management. Recalling the aftermath of housing disaster victims at Jinfeng Tower, supplies fell short, management was inadequate, and the victims lacked the ability to self-organize. Naturally, the outcome was far from ideal. Lin Xia suddenly thought of Su Weichan. Setting aside their personal conflict, Su Weichan was undoubtedly an exceptional manager. Lin Xia remembered that when he mingled among the victims, it was perhaps the most stable period for that group. Not only did no severe conflicts occur, but they even spontaneously formed a self-rescue team. Though the rescue effort failed, they had at least taken that step. However, Su Weichan's motives were impure. After the tour, Lin Xia called Luo Ning to continue today's salvage operation. After a morning of hard work, the warehouse inside Jinding Mountain was once again filled. For now, there was no other place to store supplies, so Lin Xia paused his plan. But he didn't remain idle. After lunch, he directly joined the rescue teams. Strangely enough, over the past 2 days, he himself sensed an inexplicable enthusiasm. He couldn't pinpoint the exact reason. Salvaging supplies or rescuing people, neither offered him any tangible benefit. The victims he helped were unaware of his existence. Even within the base, only a few knew of his remarkable deeds. Yet oddly enough, he simply wanted to act to make his own contribution to these efforts. Fortunately, the two leaders at the base were not blinded. They silently observed Lin Xia. As Lin Xia accomplished more, their admiration and trust in him deepened. Day 18, 1508. Lin Xia had been restless all day. So far, there was no indication that what Lin Xia had said yesterday was true or effective. No one came to find him, nor were there any related messages. Everything remained as before. Honey, don't worry. I don't think Lin Xia would deceive us. Think about it. The base needs time to prepare, right? Yuli sensed Lin Xia's unease and tried to comfort him. I know, Lin Xia sighed. I'm a psychology PhD, yet I can't even keep my composure over such a small matter. But I can't help it. After all, this matter concerned their future quality of life, and with high expectations his loss of control was understandable. Lily. A voice called from a distance. Yuli's brow furrowed immediately. She recognized the voice and despised it, but given the rumors about the speaker's status she dared not respond too harshly. So have you made up your mind? Agree to my terms and you'll arrange a job for your husband. A man around 30 years old approached Lin Xia's and Yuli, his gaze roving over Yuli without restraint. His name was Liu Yang. It was said he had connections with the base authorities. Since arriving he had secured a stable job, often walked around with 2 underlings and enjoyed a private room. Everything seemed to confirm the rumors. Liu Yang, this is a base. Don't go too far. Lin Xia stepped forward, aware of Liu Yang's harassment of Yuli, his tone naturally unfriendly. Brother Lin, I don't understand what you mean, Liu Yang replied nonchalantly. I just came to say hello. I didn't curse you or hit you. How is that going too far? Lin Xia frowned. He knew Liu Yang was technically correct, and he also recognized Liu Yang's cunning. No threats, no violence, just the simplest tactic, offering a job. And this tactic was incredibly effective in this place. Having a job meant contribution points, and contribution points meant enough to eat. Liu Yang was well aware of this. He never rushed. He knew better than anyone that the praise refusal now was only because they hadn't yet reached the point of starvation. The same temptation a day later, or 3 days later, often yielded a different response. So every time he encountered Yuli he would say hello. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in your proposal. My husband and I have matters to discuss. Please leave. Yuli refused Liu Yang as decisively as always. Matters to discuss. Liu Yang was unfazed by Yuli's blunt rejection. What matters? Why don't you tell me about them? Perhaps I can help. It's none of your business. Yuli snapped. Liu Yang raised an eyebrow. You're biting the hand that feeds you. With this attitude you'll offend people. What if you can't get any tasks later? Won't your daughter go hungry? Lin Xia responded, our family affairs are none of your concern. Please leave. Such a person was indeed detestable. Yet he shamelessly persisted in conversation without crossing any explicit boundaries. Even reporting him to the warden would be futile. Fine, you'll go then. Liu Yang smiled. I heard you haven't gotten any work in days. My guess is you won't get any in the future either. Sorry to disappoint you, but my husband's job is about to be secured. Yuli couldn't help but retort. Liu Yang, who had already turned away, looked back. Is that so? I hope so. Turning again he waved at a portly middle-aged man. Old Chen, what brings you to L20? Liu Yang hurried after the man and asked, when will you introduce your daughter to me as you mentioned last time? Behind him Lin Xia and Yuli watched his retreating figure with furrowed brows. Honey, could he be the one causing trouble behind our backs? I don't know. He shouldn't have that much influence. Maybe you should go find Lin Xia again. That doesn't seem right. Besides, I only know he's in L4, I don't even know which room he's in. As the couple was lost in worry, Lin Xia's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but the digit pattern suggested it might be an official landline. Could this be it? Lin Xia exchanged an excited glance with Yuli before answering. As expected, it was Zhang Mingyue on the other end, informing him to report to the L20 management office for a discussion. After hanging up, the couple was overjoyed. Liu Yang was completely forgotten. Once the job was secured, they would no longer have to tolerate him, they could just tell him off directly. Lin Xia immediately headed to the management office with Yuli happily following behind. Day 18, 1821. After a long day, Lin Xia returned to L4. Even with his physical endurance, 2 consecutive days of exertion had left him feeling weary. He planned to have dinner with Wu Feiwang. Since Lin Xia's job had been arranged, he might as well help Wu Feiwang too. It wouldn't take much effort. Wu Feiwang's situation was more complicated. Due to his physical condition, heavy labor was unsuitable. Since Lin Xia would handle psychological counseling, Wu Feiwang could work as a registrar or clerk, a job without strenuous physical demands perfect for him. Lin Xia called Wu Feiwang and they went to the L4 cafeteria. It was mealtime, so there were a few people inside but not many. At a table against the wall sat Lu Yang, who had just been in L20. Beside him was a slightly overweight middle-aged man in his 50s, and across from him sat a pretty young woman. Ting, this is Lu Yang, Master Lu, whom I've mentioned before. The middle-aged man smiled as he introduced the young man beside him to Chen Ting. He was Chen Ting's father, Chen Guanhong. A former business magnate in Jinling City, he had an extensive network of connections there which had earned him and his daughter a place in the Jindingshan base. Noticing Chen Ting's lack of interest, Chen Guanhong added, "Let me tell you, Master Lu wields considerable influence here at Jindingshan base. The jobs I've landed recently were all arranged by him." Turning to Lu Yang, he said, "Speaking of which, I must thank you, Master Lu, for your kindness." "Not at all, not at all." Lu Yang stared at Chen Ting. "How old is Sister Ting this year?" Chen Ting looked up at Lu Yang. Honestly, she felt this man didn't seem particularly influential. He lacked any aura of a big shot. But since her father was introducing him so solemnly, perhaps he was just good at hiding it. 21, Chen Ting replied, then asked directly, "Master Lu, do you know Lin Xia?" Lu Yang blinked thought for a moment and shook his head. "Never heard of him. Why are you looking for someone?" "Nothing," Chen Ting shook her head. "Can you arrange a private room for me?" She hadn't yet told her father about her own private room. But she understood the purpose of this meeting. This Lu Yang was likely the patron her father had chosen for her. Since he was supposed to be a patron, it was only reasonable for him to demonstrate some influence, right? Lu Yang smiled. "A private room is tricky to arrange, but a double room is available." "A double room?" Chen Ting was puzzled. "Uncle Chen knows I'm single, but I do have a private room. If Ting doesn't mind, she could move into mine. That would make it a double room, wouldn't it?" Chen Ting stared at Lu Yang in disbelief. This man was utterly shameless. This was their first meeting. To her dismay, her father seemed to have no objection at all. "So what do you think?" Lu Yang pressed on. Chen Ting gave a faint smile. "Master Liu's proposal is fine, but I have one condition." "Name it." Lu Yang was overjoyed. "The Lin Xia I mentioned earlier, please look into him, Master Lu. The day you eliminate him is the day I move into your private room." Chen Ting smiled softly. But in that moment her smile froze on her face. Her body began to tremble slightly, her eyes widening in terror as she stared at the cafeteria entrance as if something there filled her with unspeakable dread. Lin Xia saw Chen Ting too. Seated across from her was a young man whose gaze was brimming with desire. Lin Xia's eyes turned cold. Instantly his gaze cut toward Chen Ting like a blade. Her body gave a slight shudder. She knew that look all too well. An inexplicable fear surged from the depths of her heart. It was the gaze of a demon. "Come here." Lin Xia didn't utter a sound, but Chen Ting seemed to hear his command. It was a command from the depths of her soul, one she dared not resist in the slightest. She rose abruptly, ignoring her father and Lu Yang's bewildered looks, and walked trembling toward that figure. Like a servant who had done wrong. Seeing Chen Ting approach him with trepidation, Lin Xia remained cold-faced and turned around to get his meal without a word. He only fetched 2 portions, one for himself and one for Wu Feiwang. Wu Feiwang also noticed Chen Ting. The last time he had seen her, she had been the one to initiate a conversation with Lin Xia, yet now this woman seemed utterly lost, trembling all over. He then sensed something amiss with Lin Xia and figured there must be some story between the two, so he swallowed the words he was about to say. Lin Xia and Wu Feiwang sat down to eat, completely ignoring Chen Ting as if she didn't exist. Chen Tingting stood behind Lin Xia filled with fear. She didn't even dare to speak. Tingting, what's wrong? Chen Guanhong hurried over, puzzled by his daughter's strange behavior. Lu Yang also approached with a frown and asked, do you know them? By them he naturally meant Lin Xia and Wu Fei Huang, who were seated and eating. On the surface he saw nothing particularly special about these two, but it was clear that Chen Tingting's unusual reaction was linked to them. Lu Yang grabbed Chen Tingting's arm, trying to pull her away and sit down to confront the two men. Unexpectedly, the previously timid Chen Tingting suddenly erupted. This has nothing to do with you. Get out of here. Chen Tingting was terrified that Lu Yang might anger Lin Xia. When Lin Xia had been absent, she hadn't felt it so acutely. Now with Lin Xia sitting right there, she could sense his overwhelming aura. If she had to measure it, she felt it was at least as towering as a 20-story building. In comparison, this so-called young Master Lu couldn't even reach 1/10th of Lin Xia's presence. There was no need to judge, they were simply on entirely different levels. How ridiculous that she had once thought to use Lu Yang. Tingting, how can you speak that way? Chen Guanhong was taken aback and quickly pulled his daughter aside. But Chen Tingting broke free without hesitation and said anxiously to Chen Guanhong, Dad, I beg you, take him away. Leave my matters alone and stop bothering me. Chen Guanhong was bewildered. He had never seen his daughter like this and was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lu Yang felt deeply aggrieved. The more Chen Tingting spoke, the more defiant he became. Lu Yang walked over to Lin Xia's table, shoved Wu Fei Huang aside, and sat opposite Lin Xia. You think you're pretty tough, huh? Come on, tell me your name. Let's see what you're made of. Being ignored infuriated Lu Yang. Once he knew the name, he could dig up all the information. Who do you think you are? Lin Xia looked up at Lu Yang, or rather he glanced at him with his peripheral vision. Chen Tingting wasn't someone important to him, but that didn't mean others could lay a hand on her. It was like a dish he had already taken a bite from. Even if he never touched it again, he wouldn't allow anyone else to so much as think of reaching for it. Oh wow, Lu Yang laughed in anger. I've been in the base this long and never seen anyone so arrogant. Do you think I can't deal with you just because we're on base? Lin Xia slowly set down his chopsticks, then suddenly raised his hand, grabbed Lu Yang by the hair and slammed his head hard onto the table. If this weren't the base, you'd already be a corpse. Lin Xia already had a grudge against Lu Yang, and this fool just had to keep jumping around in front of him. You're done for. Do you know who I am? Lu Yang tried to get up but found himself completely immobilized. Mid-sentence he felt the pressure on his head intensify, cutting off his words. Lin Xia turned to Chen Tingting and extended a hand. Give me your socks. Under the indescribable gazes of Chen Guanhong and Wu Fei Huang, Chen Tingting without any hesitation quickly removed her shoes and socks, placing them in Lin Xia's hand. Both of them, Lin Xia added. Chen Tingting promptly took off the other sock and handed it over. Without another word, Lin Xia roughly stuffed the pair of socks into Lu Yang's mouth. Only then did Lu Yang realize he still had hands to resist, but his strength was no different from that of a helpless elementary school student in Lin Xia's grasp. If you dare take them out, I'll stuff my own socks down your throat. With that, Lin Xia released his grip. Lu Yang started to reach for the socks in his mouth, but catching Lin Xia's gaze, his hand froze inches from his face. For now, having Chen Tingting's socks in his mouth was humiliating but bearable. If it had been a man's socks, he feared he would have vomited on the spot. Still not leaving? Lin Xia looked at Lu Yang, still foolishly seated, truly amazed at the man's intellect. Lu Yang grunted something unintelligible and then slunk away in disgrace. Chen Tingting with a complex expression turned to Chen Guanhong and said, Dad, you go too. I'm fine, don't worry. To Lin Xia's surprise, Chen Guanhong didn't leave but instead pulled Chen Tingting behind him. I don't care who you are. If you dare hurt Tingting, I'll make you pay. Chen Guanhong eyed Lin Xia warily. Though he didn't know this young man, he could sense that this seemingly 20-something was anything but ordinary. Especially in the moment he had subdued Lu Yang, Chen Guanhong had unmistakably felt a murderous intent as solid as substance. "Dad." Chen Tingting quickly stepped in front of Chen Guanhong and said, trying to stay calm, "I'm really fine. He's a friend of mine. Don't worry, just go back." With that she pushed Chen Guanhong away. She didn't want her father to clash with Lin Xia, who knew what Lin Xia might do. What if he actually dared to kill? "Tingting, tell me honestly, who is he?" After they had moved a short distance, Chen Guanhong asked in a low voice. "He really is my friend, Dad. Don't meddle. Rest assured we're on base. What can he do to me?" "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. If something were wrong, I'd come to you myself without you even asking." Seeing that his daughter seemed to have returned to normal, Chen Guanhong felt a little relieved. Thinking of Lu Yang's situation, he needed to check on him, so he said, "All right then. Remember, if anyone dares to bully you, tell your dad. Even if it costs me my life, we'll get justice for you." I know. Don't worry." After finally persuading Chen Guanhong to leave, Chen Tingting immediately returned to stand behind Lin Xia. The earlier fear seemed to have ebbed slightly, but she still didn't dare speak, only stood silently waiting. Lin Xia and Wu Feiwang continued their meal with an air of nonchalance, paying no heed to the pointing fingers and murmurs around them. Wu Feiwang felt a flicker of curiosity about what had transpired between Lin Xia and Chen Tingting. After all, in less than 3 days an untold story seemed to have unfolded between them. Yet he dared not pry, for Lin Xia's earlier demeanor had been rather intimidating. "Tomorrow I'll arrange a job for you," Lin Xia said after taking a few bites, his inner turmoil somewhat soothed by Chen Tingting's subdued presence beside him. Seeing Wu Feiwang's surprised look, Lin Xia continued, "As the heavy rain persists, everyone's anxiety is likely to grow. So I suggest the base offer mental health counseling services. You'll be in charge of registration and record keeping. Any problem with that?" Wu Feiwang snapped out of his astonishment and delight, promptly replying, "No problem, of course not." "Is this for real, Lin Xia? Many people would be suited for this job. Will there be competition?" Lin Xia replied, "Of course it's real. Since I've said it, even if there are competitors, the one ultimately hired will still be you. Rest assured." His tone was calm, yet it exuded a profound confidence. Given Lin Xia's contributions to the base, this was a trivial matter. He didn't even need to speak, a mere hint of such intent would have others arranging everything seamlessly. "Thank you." Wu Feiwang's eyes brimmed with gratitude. For him, the initial kindness had stemmed from his own loneliness. Little did he expect to befriend someone with such formidable influence as Lin Xia. Among the thousands residing in L4, he had never heard of anyone who could settle a job issue with a single word as Lin Xia did. Even Dong Wenjun, the floor manager, couldn't interfere with job postings or personnel recruitment. Nearby, Chen Tingting overheard their entire conversation. Her understanding of Lin Xia deepened further. He had struck Lu Yang without hesitation, even humiliating him by stuffing a sock in his mouth. Yet Lin Xia, the instigator, behaved as if nothing had happened, seemingly unconcerned about any retaliation. Was Lin Xia foolish? Obviously not. Such a carefree attitude could only mean one thing: he held Lu Yang in utter contempt. Moreover, with a single sentence he had arranged a job for Wu Feiwang, one that sounded long-term and stable, the kind everyone dreamed of. Yet for Lin Xia it was as simple as uttering a few words. Though unverified, she believed Lin Xia was no braggart. It had only been 3 days since her report, and already his influence at the base was this formidable. Didn't this indirectly suggest that his uniqueness went beyond mere reincarnation? He likely possessed other special traits that earned him such favor from the base authorities. Chen Tingting might have a princess complex, but she was no fool. Through her interactions with Lin Xia, she had formed her own judgments and conjectures. After dinner, Wu Feiwang tactfully excused himself. Whatever story lay between Lin Xia and Chen Tingting was their private affair, until Lin Xia voluntarily explained he would remain a discreet companion. Lin Xia remained silent. He rose and walked toward the D38 single room. Chen Tingting followed quietly. The closer they got to the room, the more Chen Tingting's once calm heart began to race with anxiety, uncertain of what awaited her. Entering the room, Lin Xia closed the door. "I don't want to see a repeat of today's scene," he said, sitting on the edge of the bed, his clear cold gaze fixed on Chen Tingting. "Why should I listen?" Chen Tingting demanded, trembling. "I'm not your slave. You have no right to control me. Is that so?" Lin Xia gave a cold smile. "You can try. Why do you treat me like this?" Chen Tingting looked at Lin Xia. He had done nothing, yet that very gaze in such a short time shattered her inner defenses completely. "Then why do you hate me so much?" Lin Xia said with amusement. "You're still alive and well, aren't you? What wrong have I done?" "You." Chen Tingting recalled the very words she had once said to Lin Xia. Lin Xia suddenly stood up, demanding, speechless. "Isn't this your ridiculous logic? If you're not dead, there's no fault." Chen Tingting was at a loss for a rebuttal. The next moment she felt her breath catch and her body was slowly lifted. A familiar suffocation seized her, and in that instant she relived the terrifying scene she dared not remember. Holding Chen Tingting aloft, Lin Xia watched her face redden from suffocation and said wickedly, "By your logic, as long as I don't kill you, I've done nothing wrong, right?" Lin Xia. I was wrong." Chen Tingting gasped out. "Let me go, please. I beg you." 2 hours later. In the pitch-black room, 2 steady faint breaths could be heard. Exhausted from the day's toil, Lin Xia had fallen into a deep sleep after finishing. Nearby, Chen Tingting curled up in the corner of the bed, disheveled and expressionless. She knew Lin Xia was sleeping within arm's reach, but she couldn't be sure if he was truly asleep or just feigning it. Minute by minute, it took her nearly 45 minutes to convince herself that Lin Xia was probably genuinely asleep. At that moment, 2 little figures, one black, one white, wrestled in her mind. The black one kept urging her, "Kill him. Now is your best chance for revenge." The white one tried to dissuade her, "No, if he catches you, you're dead." The black one, "Miss this chance and you'll never get another like it." The white one, "Don't be impulsive. This is the base, you can't escape if you kill someone. Kill him or living in his shadow, what's the difference from being dead? Don't kill him. Do you want to become a murderer? Kill him. Don't kill him. Kill him. Don't kill him." Ah! Chen Tingting suddenly felt a splitting headache. She clutched her head with both hands and screamed loudly. The moment she cried out, she abruptly remembered Lin Xia was beside her and quickly clamped her mouth shut. In the darkness, Lin Xia slowly opened his eyes, then after a few seconds closed them again. The room fell back into silence. Day 19-0811. Lin Xia woke up feeling refreshed. It was his first night at the base. Though the bed was far less comfortable than those in star-rated hotels, he had slept remarkably well, his fatigue completely dispelled. Upon rising, he noticed Chen Tingting curled up nearby. The girl had spent the entire night sitting, hugging her knees as she slept. Gently he laid her down so she could rest flat. Only then did Lin Xia take in the rest of the room. The single room was tiny, but Chen Tingting had tidied it with care, even crafting a few small decorations herself. Aside from the room's original furnishings, there was only a worn-out suitcase. Lin Xia nudged it open with his foot and saw it contained few clothes. Inside the suitcase lay a pile of fabric scraps. Lin Xia vaguely recalled that this was the dress Chen Tingting had worn a few days ago. Turning to look at the figure on the bed, he noticed her clothes were torn in several places. Silently, Lin Xia returned to his own room, pulled out a stack of women's clothing from his space, selected over a dozen sets he thought would suit Chen Tingting, and packed them in a cardboard box. Then, after a moment's thought, he added a few pairs of shoes, sneakers, leather shoes, and the like. He also remembered wasting a pair of socks yesterday to gag that fool, so he threw in several new pairs of socks along with a few pairs of stockings in different colors. After packing everything into the box, he carried it out. At the door of room 38, Lin Xia awkwardly realized he couldn't get in. Left with no choice, he knocked. After a long while, Chen Tingting groggily opened the door. Seeing the figure outside, her drowsiness vanished instantly as she remembered being with Lin Xia yesterday. A flicker of fear and wariness instinctively crossed her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, a box was thrust toward her. "Keep these. Let me know if they don't fit." Lin Xia placed the box in Chen Tingting's hands, uttered those words, and turned to leave. Chen Tingting was bewildered. The box blocked her view, and by the time she tilted her head to look ahead, Lin Xia had vanished from sight. She let out a breath, puzzled, and carried the box into the room. Just as she was about to open it, another knock sounded. Chen Tingting quickly opened the door, spotting Lin Xia again. Her heart immediately pounded wildly. Without a word, Lin Xia grabbed her left hand and pressed his wristband against hers. "You know what to do from now on." Leaving her with a baffling remark, Lin Xia turned and walked away. As Lin Xia's figure disappeared, Chen Tingting raised her wrist to check the band. 500 contribution points had been added. She turned, closed the door, and opened the box. Chen Tingting saw neatly stacked clothes on the left side of the box, a pile of shoeboxes on the right, and even some undergarments and socks tucked in the gaps, along with several conspicuously placed pairs of stockings. What does he mean? Chen Tingting was baffled. They were supposed to hate each other, so why was he giving her clothes and contribution points? And what did he mean by that last line? What am I supposed to know? What can I even do? Chen Tingting stared blankly at the box. Meanwhile, Lin Xia left the single rooms and headed to Sector B. Apart from a small military zone, most of Sector B in the Jinding Mountain base was dedicated to research. Lin Xia had asked Luo Ning and learned that Bai Jushin Old Bai had been assigned to Sector B after arriving at the base. His main work involved researching hydroponic crops and assisting other experts with artificial photosynthesis. Regardless of when this great rain might cease, over 90 of the planet's arable land would be lost, with most areas submerged underwater. In such circumstances, hydroponic crops were one of the key technologies to ensure the continuity of human history. It was precisely because of this special significance that Old Bai's words carried weight, leading to the special approval for Lin Xia to enter the base. Over the past 2 days, Lin Xia had been pondering. He had been reborn, and heaven had even granted him an incredibly powerful golden finger. If he only needed to look after himself with his current stockpile of supplies, he could simply sleep in the Jinfeng Tower until humanity's end. But what meaning would that hold? So Lin Xia made up his mind. Since Han Dong and Luo Duchuan were already aware of his uniqueness, he didn't mind showing a bit more. As long as his value was great enough, he believed the Jinding Mountain base, or even the higher-ups of Daxia, wouldn't be foolish enough to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Sector BL-16. Bai Jushin, clad in a white lab coat, was reviewing the latest crop growth data. "Old Bai, there's a young man outside looking for you. He says his name is Lin Xia." An assistant came to notify him. "Lin Xia?" Bai Jushen immediately recalled the scene at Jinfeng Tower and replied with a smile, "Ask him to wait a moment. They'll be right there." "All right." Outside the lab, Lin Xia gazed curiously at the vast hydroponic base in the courtyard. He didn't recognize most of the vegetables grown inside, only identifying cabbage, lettuce, cucumbers, and tomatoes. Though these crops could grow normally without soil, they faced a serious issue: a lack of photosynthesis. Lin Xia wandered and observed, unconsciously making a full circuit, yet Old Bai still hadn't emerged. Left with no choice, he had to ask the assistant to call him again. Before long, Bai Jushen walked out with an apologetic expression. Sorry. I stumbled upon an intriguing set of experimental data and lost track of time." Lin Xia replied with a smile. "Old Bai, long time no see. You're looking well." Bai Jushen grasped Lin Xia's hand firmly, his face beaming with gratification. "Thank you. Commander Luo came by the day before yesterday and told me about you. I heard you've made tremendous contributions to the base." "Good lad, I knew I wasn't mistaken." "Thank you." Lin Xia smiled and said, I'm just following your example. They were all things within my ability, not as great as you make it sound. Don't sell yourself short, young man. Bai Jushen patted Lin Xia's hand. Though Commander Luo didn't go into detail, I could tell he holds you in high regard. For him to think so highly of you, you must have made a significant contribution. Lin Xia merely nodded this time, then asked, Bai, the main reason I came today is to seek your advice on a question. Go ahead, Bai Jushen replied readily. Lin Xia asked solemnly, if there's something that benefits the base, benefits Daxia, and even benefits all of humanity, but I can't explain it, or simply can't offer any explanation, should I still do it? Bai Jushen noticed Lin Xia's solemn expression and also withdrew his smile. He looked at Lin Xia seriously and said, if there truly is such a matter that benefits the base, the nation, and even all of humanity, and it does not harm anyone else, then my advice is to go ahead and do it with confidence. As for explanations, why should you explain? If this matter benefits everyone, then everyone should praise and commend you, not demand an explanation from you. Rest assured, our nation is an enlightened and just one. What you fear will not happen. With Bai Jushen's encouragement, Lin Xia felt more emboldened. He asked again, Elder Bai, as far as I know, the project you and many experts are researching is artificial photosynthesis. What is your true opinion on this project? Bai Jushen released Lin Xia's hand and walked towards the hydroponic base. Lin Xia followed silently. Daxia started researching this project 10 years ago, and there were even plant factories on a certain scale, but that was when the world was normal. Now all conditions have changed. Many things are temporarily unattainable. Breaking through this bottleneck looks grim. Why are you so interested in this? They walked and talked. Lin Xia replied, the current research direction should still focus on external conditions such as the cultivation environment, light source, temperature, humidity, and so on, right? Exactly. Bai Jushen cast a surprised glance at Lin Xia. Asking such a question showed that Lin Xia had truly thought it through. Lin Xia continued, if there were a technology that does not start from external conditions but directly alters the crops themselves, making those that require photosynthesis no longer need it, would that solve the current problem? What you're describing is a type of genetic modification, Bai Jushen said after a moment of thought. What is commonly referred to as GMOs is just one kind. The change you mention is also a form of genetic modification, but as far as I know, no team has conducted related research yet. Lin Xia said bluntly, I have a batch of such seeds that can grow normally without any photosynthesis. But I can't explain their origin, nor can I guarantee their quality when mature. That's why I came to you, hoping you could give me some advice. Then how do you know these seeds don't need photosynthesis? Bai Jushen had never heard of such seeds before and couldn't help but be curious. Lin Xia had no choice but to brace himself and answer, I just know and am very sure, but I can't explain it. Bai Jushen looked at Lin Xia and then said with a smile, I understand. Everyone has their secrets. I won't ask further. As for the seeds, if you trust me, you can give me some. I'll study them and give you a definite answer. Of course I trust you, otherwise I wouldn't have mentioned this to you. Lin Xia took a small packet of seeds from his pocket. These were the seeds included in the Void Black Soil gift pack he had obtained from a draw. There were 10 varieties in total, and Lin Xia gave Elder Bai 20 seeds of each type. Then Lin Xia continued, I also have a special type of soil here rich in all the nutrients crops need, which can greatly shorten the growth cycle. Elder Bai, you can study this as well. With that, Lin Xia took out a small box containing a pile of void black soil. Bai Jushen took it again, brought it to his nose to smell, and then said, it all sounds miraculous. No matter where you got them, if they truly are as amazing as you say, then you are a hero to Daxia and all humanity. With the never-before hard-off magical soil and seeds in hand, Bai Jushen had no time to chat further with Lin Xia. He took the items and entered the laboratory. He planned to conduct this experiment alone. Before obtaining definitive results, the fewer people who knew, the better. After assigning all tasks to his assistants for the day, Bai Jushen took the items and retreated into his private research lab. Here no one could enter without his permission. Standing at the test bench Bai Jushen took out 10 transparent planting cups, removed half of the black soil Lin Xia had given him and poured it evenly into the cups. For the first experiment he planted 5 seeds in each cup. To verify Lin Xia's claim about no need for photosynthesis, he placed 5 cups in a dark environment and left the other 5 normally in the lab. After doing this he took out a record book and began noting down the experimental data. Once done, Bai Jushen turned and left the lab. He first checked on the progress of other experiments, then took the latest data to a conference room for a meeting with other experts. About 3 hours later he returned to his private lab. When he saw the 5 cups placed outside he was stunned. In all 5 cups every seed had entered the first stage of growth, sprouting a tiny white shoot. Bai Jushen rushed to the test bench and carefully confirmed that every single seed had indeed reached the first stage. He checked the time and then his recorded data. From the moment he buried the seeds in the black soil to this observation, less than 3 hours had passed. Such speed and survival rate were utterly astonishing. The next moment he quickly checked the 5 cups in darkness. All seeds had also germinated. Incredible! At this rate the growth cycle of these crops might not even take 10 days. With Blue Star's current technology such crops are absolutely impossible. It seems Lin Xia's secret is no small matter. No wonder he said he couldn't explain it. We can't explain it either. If these really aren't Blue Star crops, then their final form will probably differ from existing crops. Should we give them names? I wonder if they'll taste good. What am I rambling about? Once they grow in a few days everything will be clear. Regardless, the data from this experiment is crucial. I must record it meticulously. Bai Jushen immediately picked up the internal communication phone and told his assistants outside that he would be staying in the lab 247 for the time being. He asked them to send over some necessities as he wanted to monitor the growth of these crops throughout. Upon returning to Zone D Level 4, Lin Xia immediately sensed someone covertly watching him. Without a doubt it was that fellow who had been humiliated in the cafeteria last night. From Qintingting he had learned that the man's name was Liu Yang, rumored to wield significant influence in the base, even claiming connections with the base's administration. Liu Yang's retaliation was within Lin Xia's expectations. After all, he had been rather unceremonious in driving him away yesterday, and such people tended to hold grudges. Still, there was no cause for concern. For a coward of Liu Yang's caliber, the most extreme act he could muster would be to hire a few thugs. If it came to drawing a blade, he would likely wet himself in terror. Lin Xia paid it no mind and continued toward his room. He planned to return to Jinfeng Tower as he hadn't been back yesterday, and Xiao Xinxin would surely worry if he didn't show his face. Young Master Liu, that's the guy, right? In a corner Liu Yang was surrounded by 4 burly men, their gazes intermittently fixed on Lin Xia's figure. That's him, damn it. If I don't break his arm today, my name isn't Liu. Liu Yang spat venomously, the memory of yesterday's humiliation igniting a fresh wave of indignation. Rest assured, young Master Liu, leave this to us. No need for you to lift a finger. Keep an eye out, lads. Drag him into the equipment passage before making a move so we don't catch the attention of the security officers. Don't worry, it's not our first rodeo. Just watch. A man thumped his chest, then waved his hand. Enough talk, let's move. With that the 4 men moved simultaneously, converging on Lin Xia from 4 different directions. Lin Xia sensed their approach without even looking, but he remained utterly unconcerned. Soon he felt several figures closing in around him, and a cautious voice whispered in his ear. "Buddy, come with us for a bit. We've got something to discuss." Feeling a sharp object pressed against his waist, Lin Xia played along. "Who are you? What do you want with me? You'll find out soon enough." The 4 men escorted Lin Xia into the equipment passage. Finding a blind spot within, they finally released him. At that moment Liu Yang stepped out from the shadows with a smirk. "Remember me, pal?" Lin Xia nodded. "Of course. By the way, how did my girlfriend's socks taste? You've got a pretty sharp tongue, don't you? Lu Yang's expression darkened. Think I came here just to scare you? Let me make it clear, if I don't break your arm today, my name isn't Lu. Lin Xia glanced at Lu Yang's companions and replied calmly, I'm afraid these few won't be enough. Oh, and, he added, what you call yourself has nothing to do with me. Just remember to return my girlfriend's socks. You didn't swallow them, did you? Damn it, can we drop the socks? Lu Yang roared. Get him. Beat him to death. The four men who had been waiting for the order lunged at Lin Xia. A complex smile, tinged with smugness, cruelty, pride, and bloodlust, crept across Lu Yang's face. He reveled in the feeling. But his enjoyment lasted only a few fleeting seconds. Before his convoluted smile could fade, the four burly men he had brought were already sprawled on the ground, groaning softly, whether in pain or pleasure it was hard to tell. Looks like you'll need to change your name. Lin Xia brushed a speck of non-existent dust from his clothes, a wry smile playing on his lips as he regarded Lu Yang. Get up. Lu Yang kicked one of the fallen men. Weren't you bragging about how tough you were? 4 against 1 and you still lost. Are you guys messing with me? Young Master Lu, this guy's a pro. Damn it. Lu Yang swallowed hard and began backing away slowly. Boss, I was blind. How about we call it even? I swear I won't bother you again, or your girlfriend. Lu Yang caved. Fine, no problem. Lin Xia agreed with a smile. You're a good sport. Lu Yang gave a thumbs up. I'll be on my way then. Lin Xia interrupted, but I have one condition. Name it. Lu Yang didn't hesitate. If it's within my power, I'll handle it flawlessly. Lin Xia extended a hand. Return my girlfriend's socks and well, call it even. If not, I'm afraid it'll have to be unpleasant. Could they just drop the socks already? Lu Yang froze. He didn't have the socks anymore, had tossed them right after leaving the cafeteria yesterday. Boss, how about this? I'll go get a new pair of socks for the lady right now. 10 minutes, no 5. They'll be back in 5 minutes. Cold sweat began to bead on Lu Yang's forehead. He knew he was being toyed with. Lin Xia raised a finger and wagged it. My request isn't unreasonable. You took something of my girlfriend's and in asking for it back, that's perfectly fair. If you can't even manage that, don't blame me. Whoosh. Lu Yang started to speak but suddenly realized the man before him had vanished. The next second a searing pain exploded in his jaw and his entire body was launched into the air. Before the pain in his jaw could subside and his airborne body could hit the ground, another violent jolt of agony struck his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Thud. A sharp pain flared in his back as well. Gah! Lu Yang tumbled to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Boss. Lu Yang trembled in fear. Please stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. Lin Xia crouched down. Tell me, I've heard you're quite influential around the base. Who's your backer? Maybe it's someone I can't afford to cross and they'll have to apologize. No backer, Lu Yang stammered through the pain. As Lu Yang explained, Lin Xia understood. He was nothing but a fraud. The so-called influence was a complete fabrication and the rumored connections were utterly baseless. The man was merely a distant relative of someone responsible for task assignments at the base. He only learned the names of a few recruits slightly ahead of everyone else. He would then approach these people spinning tales of how he could secure them jobs. Those who didn't believe him were let off. But there were always those who did believe. When the results were announced, those who trusted Lu Yang saw themselves hired, which only deepened their faith in him. As Lu Yang duped more and more people, they naturally began speculating about his background, and the rumors grew increasingly exaggerated, talk of immense power and solid connections. And so the legend was born. It was nothing more than a simple game of information asymmetry. From today onward, if you ever use this method to deceive people again, you'll tear out your tongue, believe it or not. Lin Xia naturally showed no mercy to someone like this. I want dare. Under these circumstances Lu Yang dared not defy Lin Xia's will and reluctantly had to comply. Lin Xia nodded. Remember what I said today? Leaving the equipment passage, she returned to her room, opened the space gate, and went back to Jinfeng Tower. Just as she stepped out of the small room housing the beacon, she saw Xiao Xinxin sitting wearily on a chair in the living room, looking as if she hadn't slept all night. A surge of guilt washed over Lin Xia, and she quickly walked over. When Xiao Xinxin saw her, her dull eyes suddenly sparkled with light, but then a layer of mist concealed it as tears streamed down. Full of apology, Lin Xia approached and embraced Xiao Xinxin. I'm sorry, Before she could finish, Xiao Xinxin gently shook her head. No need to apologize. Just coming back safely is enough. You didn't sleep all night. And ma'am, it's dangerous out there. I was worried about you. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Even if I can't come back for some reason, I'll let you know first. Alright. Go get some sleep. Once Xiao Xinxin was asleep, Lin Xia took out a map of Jinling City and spread it on the dining table. She circled Jinfeng Tower with a red pen, then the financial center, then Deji Square. She marked 10 skyscrapers in Jinling City in succession, and her brows furrowed slightly. These tall buildings were too scattered across Jinling City. Now the base distributed supplies to these towers daily, and from the map it seemed they had to cover almost the entire city. But there was no help for it. These towers had a unique advantage: height. Being tall meant they could withstand the relentless rain for a longer time. Given the current rate at which the water was rising, it would submerge one entire floor roughly every 3 days. Among these 10 towers, the shortest had 68 floors. Excluding the 7 already submerged, 61 floors remained, which translated to over 180 days of survival. Lin Xia had an idea. Since she had already handed over the void black soil and seeds to Elder, but couldn't these resources be distributed by the base to the survivors for planting in the skyscrapers? 2 nights ago she had drawn another void black soil gift pack. Now her space held 2000 cubic meters of black soil and 20 packs of improved crop seeds. If all these were used for planting, they could yield a considerable amount of fresh vegetables. Keeping them in the space was wasteful, but if given to the survivors to cultivate, they could be transformed into the most urgently needed food. Moreover, once a virtuous cycle was established, it could continue indefinitely. Planting was a fundamental skill ingrained in the genes of the Daxia people. As long as there was a patch of land, hope would never fade, and this would also greatly help stabilize everyone's emotions. Of course, management had to keep pace. For now, unified distribution by the base was the most reasonable approach, otherwise conflicts were inevitable. This idea was still not fully mature. Lin Xia planned to wait for Elder Bay's experimental results before discussing it with General Han. What she didn't know was that Bai Jukuan had already been astonished by her black soil and seeds time and again. In Zone B of the Jindingshan base, Bai Jukuan had dozens of planting cups before him. The data on light versus no light could no longer satisfy his curiosity. So he divided the remaining seeds into many groups, planting them in ordinary soil, a mix of black soil and ordinary soil, and then subjected them to both light and no light conditions. The old man was bustling about in his independent lab, his wrinkles seeming to diminish. 3 days later, the data Bai Jukuan had collected was enough to explain a great deal. He left a message for Lin Xia asking her to come by when she had time. Lin Xia rushed over as soon as she received it. First of all, I have to say this is the most incredible and astonishing experiment I've ever conducted in my life. The black soil and seeds you gave me have far exceeded my expectations. This is the best set of experimental data. With pure black soil and seeds left untouched, the germination rate reached an astonishing 100, and the growth rate was equally remarkable. Look at this green vegetable. In just 3 days it's already entering maturity, and it's expected to complete a full growth cycle in 7 days. Oh, there's a crucial question I need to ask you. Elder Bai was so excited upon seeing Lin Xia that he couldn't stop talking. He had been sleeping less than 5 hours a day, yet his mental state was surprisingly excellent. Please go ahead. How much of this black soil do you have? 2,000 cubic meters. Bai Juquan nodded. Then I must tell you about the data that surprised me the most. With that he picked up another planting cup. This is what I consider the most valuable set of experiments. It uses a mix of black soil and ordinary soil in a 2:8 ratio with the same seeds. Although the data is still limited, I strongly suspect that this black soil has the ability to transform ordinary soil. Lin Xia was also curious. What do you mean? It means that after mixing black soil with ordinary soil, the ordinary soil can also be converted into soil similar to the black soil. The data might drop slightly, but it doesn't affect the growth rate of the seeds. In other words, the 2,000 cubic meters of black soil you have can be transformed into tens of thousands of cubic meters of mixed soil, enabling large-scale planting, whether in the base or on those abandoned towers outside. This miraculous soil and these seeds could become the most crucial cornerstone for humanity's survival. Bai Juquan was deeply moved. Lin Xia was also overjoyed. Large-scale planting was possible. That meant her idea could truly be realized. Let those survivors rekindle their hope and start sowing in the skyscrapers. As long as there was food, the resilient Daxia people would surely persevere. Lin Xia immediately shared her idea with Elder Bai. Excellent idea. Bai Juquan said, visibly stirred. Rest assured I will fully support you. Lin Xia suddenly remembered that she didn't know what these crops were. Elder Bai, have you planted all 10 types? What are they? Bai Juquan spoke with great animation. This one looks like green vegetables, but it's not exactly the same. I've already had it tested. It's rich in various nutrients far superior to our previous greens. He switched to another pot. This is a crop that resembles potatoes, but its texture is crisper and its nutritional value is much higher. Bai Juquan introduced all 10 crops. As he had guessed, these 10 varieties were far superior to the native crops of Blue Star, truly excellent breeds. Though the torrential rain showed no signs of abating, life seemed to have entered a relatively stable phase. Lin Xia spent each day helping the base with whatever tasks she could manage. The relocation of survivors had once again come to a halt, as nearly every high-rise in Jinling City was fully occupied. Fortunately, with Lin Xia's assistance, they had managed to salvage a great deal of supplies that would otherwise have been lost, barely ensuring the daily necessities for the multitude of survivors. On the 5th day after Lin Xia handed the black soil to Elder Bai, good news finally arrived from him. In the operations command room, Han Dong listened attentively to the reports from Lin Xia and Bai Juquan along with their proposed plan for survivors to cultivate crops. Elder Bai, are you saying this black soil and these seeds can truly be used for indoor planting? Given his current understanding of agriculture, Han Dong found it hard to believe. After all, it was common knowledge, without sunlight crops could not undergo photosynthesis. How could they grow healthily? If crop growth could not be guaranteed, this endeavor was no trivial matter. It involved not only the division and management of labor, but also a series of actions such as transporting and distributing the black soil. Commander-in-Chief, I can assure you that based on the data obtained from our experiments, this plan is entirely feasible. Elder Bai spoke with emotion, for this matter could even play a role in the survival of humanity at this critical juncture. At that moment, Lin Xia volunteered, Marshal Han, I understand your concerns. We could first select a location as a trial site. If the results align with our expectations, we can then promote it on a larger scale. Exactly. Elder Bai's eyes lit up. Lin Xia's suggestion is excellent. The growth cycle of these crops is significantly shorter than that of ordinary ones. We can conduct a full-scale practical operation. By the time we promote it citywide or even nationwide, we will have ample experience. Good. Han Dong pondered carefully before finally nodding in agreement. In the days that followed, Lin Xia, in coordination with Elder Bai, devoted most of her time to this endeavor. Day 25, Jinfeng Tower. From the 95th floor down to the 80th, every room was completely cleared. Using his spatial abilities, Lin Xia transported the black soil prepared by Elder by here and spread a 10-centimeter thick layer of earth across each room. The specific planting personnel were selected from among the survivors and underwent specialized training. As Lin Xia had anticipated upon learning that indoor cultivation without sunlight was possible, the lifelessness in the survivors' eyes dissipated somewhat, replaced by a faint glimmer of hope. Han Dong came personally to observe, fully aware that if this initiative succeeded, the entire nation would gain greater confidence in waiting for the rain to cease. Elder Bai, with such a short growth cycle, could these crops have any adverse effects on human health? Seeing Jinfeng Tower so well organized, Han Dong was quite satisfied. However, when Elder Bai informed him that the crop's growth cycle was less than a month, he could not help but raise the question. Commander-in-Chief, rest assured. I have taken samples at every growth stage and conducted rigorous testing. Not only are these crops completely safe, but they also surpass traditional crops in nutritional content. That impressive? Indeed. However, these crops are not without drawbacks. Although they do not require photosynthesis, they have specific temperature requirements for their growing environment. Once the weather turns cold, their growth cycle will be affected. So colder weather means longer growth times. Exactly. Han Dong nodded and turned to Lin Xia. Did you procure these seeds? Lin Xia nodded without elaborating. Han Dong immediately understood that the young man likely harbored secrets. However, he did not mind. From his observations over these days, he believed Lin Xia would do his utmost to help Daxia weather the crisis. In that case, there is no need to wait until this season's harvest. As long as the crop's growth aligns with our projections, we should promote this method as soon as possible. Han Dong had made his decision. Based on the scale of Jinfeng Tower, our current stock of black soil is only enough to supply 15 such buildings. Elder Bai looked at Lin Xia, who could only shrug helplessly. This resource depended on luck. After the tour, Lin Xia did not leave immediately. Back on the 99th floor, Xiao Xinxin rushed over and embraced him. Lin Xia, you're incredible. As long as everyone can harvest food, even if the weather remains poor, their hope won't be extinguished. Yes, I hope we can all hold out until the day the rain stops. We will. Call Luo Yuan and the others over. Let's have a brief meeting. Before long, Luo Yuan, Su Man, and Su Qingyue arrived together. You all know the situation downstairs. Although those selected for farming seem honest, we haven't known them long enough to judge their character. Luo Yuan, you need to pay extra attention to security. Lin Xia specifically cautioned, for one could never gauge another's heart, and caution was never a bad thing. I understand. Luo Yuan nodded. In just 1 month, Lin Xia had witnessed Luo Yuan's transformation. The young man was a far cry from the person he had first met. Now his demeanor carried a newfound steadiness that inspired a sense of security. Lin Xia then turned to Su Qingyue and asked, staying in the hotel this long must be boring, right? I mentioned you to the base leadership and they hope you'll come to the base. Your skills would be of great help there. The young woman's gaze at Lin Xia was tinged with reproach, but suddenly her eyes lit up. Without even consulting Su Man, she immediately replied, all right, I've decided. I'm moving to the base. Qingyue. Su Man frowned. Lin Xia has already explained the base's situation. Are you sure? I'm sure. Su Qingyue's eyes sparkled. Lin Xia was now fully devoted to the base. She should have realized earlier that only by going to the base would she have a chance to spend more time with him. Mom, don't worry. I believe I can contribute significantly to the base. The contribution points I earn should be enough for both of us. Su Man was silent for a moment. Indeed, these days had been driving her to the brink of depression. A change of environment might not be a bad thing. She nodded to Lin Xia and said, in that case, Qingyue and I will go to the base together. Luo Yuan looked at Su Man, seeming to want to say something but holding back. Lin Xia did not notice Luo Yuan's expression. He turned to Xiao Xinxin and said, "Why don't you come to the base too? This place is now a trial site and there are too many people upstairs. Security at the base is quite reliable. They'll follow your lead." Lin Xia nodded and finally said to Luo Yuan, "Since that's settled, well, I'll go together." Luo Yuan immediately agreed, "Good." When Su Man said she was leaving, he had feared Lin Xia would leave him behind to watch over things. Now that they could all go together, it suited him perfectly. Since everyone was heading to the base, Lin Xia naturally wouldn't let them stay in the communal dormitories. Upon returning to the base, he inquired with the relevant personnel and learned that single rooms were available, though they were scattered far apart. Another solution was to have them reside in Zone A or Zone B as special personnel, though this required applying through Lin Xia's influence. Comparatively, the conditions in Zones A and B were significantly better than those in Zones C and D. However, they were not without drawbacks. Being special zones, most areas required permission to enter, which would bring considerable inconvenience. While Zones C and D had poorer conditions, they offered much more freedom. Lin Xia presented both options to Luo Yuan and the others, letting them choose for themselves. Xiao Xinxin didn't think much about it and simply asked, "Where do you live?" Upon learning that Lin Xia also resided in Zone D, the group unanimously expressed their desire to stay there without any hesitation. Lin Xia didn't waste any time. He immediately asked the base to arrange accommodations as best as possible, ensuring that even if they couldn't be on the same floor, they would at least all be assigned to Zone D. Single rooms were in short supply, so arrangements would take some time, but there was no rush. Zone DL4 Cafeteria. Wu Feihuang looked somewhat puzzled at the beautiful woman before him. To be honest, after not seeing her for a few days, he noticed that Chen Tingting seemed to be in excellent spirits. Dressed in brand new clothes complemented by her flawless appearance and figure, she seemed to radiate brilliance. Amidst the base filled with refugees, she stood out like a crane among chickens. However, he could also tell that something was weighing on her mind, as a trace of melancholy occasionally flickered in her eyes. Ahem, Wu Feihuang broke the awkward silence, asking, "Is there something you need from me?" Chen Tingting stood up with a smile and said, "Please have a seat. Let me get some food first." Wu Feihuang quickly stopped her, "No, don't bother. Just tell me what's on your mind." Chen Tingting merely smiled and didn't stop. She went ahead and got 2 portions of food, placing one in front of Wu Feihuang. "I apologize for my previous attitude toward you." After sitting down, Chen Tingting spoke politely. It's fine. We weren't close back then," Wu Feihuang replied with a wave of his hand equally courteous. Chen Tingting hesitated before finally asking, "I wanted to ask if you've seen Lin Xia these past few days." "Just as I thought." Wu Feihuang guessed that Chen Tingting's visit must be about Lin Xia and responded, "I haven't seen him for several days either. If you have his contact information, you could give him a call." "I don't have his contact info," Chen Tingting said, her expression darkening. After Lin Xia left that time, her mind had been in turmoil, so she locked herself in her room for an entire day. She had thought a lot that day. She originally believed she would harbor deep hatred for Lin Xia, but she found herself unable to hate him at all. On the contrary, these past 2 days she found herself wanting to see Lin Xia. Even though every thought of him brought an uncontrollable sense of deep fear from within her heart, she couldn't help but think about him anyway. She felt she was going mad. So she wanted to find Lin Xia to verify if she had truly lost her mind. Wu Feihuang thought for a moment and said, "All right, Dr. Lin has Lin Xia's contact info. They'll ask him for you later." "That's wonderful." Chen Tingting's eyes lit up. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Wu Feihuang replied with a smile, glancing at the food. "Let's eat before it gets cold." Just then more people entered the cafeteria. Chen Tingting turned to look and then stood up, walking toward the entrance. At the cafeteria entrance, 3 men and 1 woman walked in. The woman was Chen Tingting's close friend and she. "Cici." Chen Tingting went over and greeted her with a wave. But she merely glanced at Chen Tingting and ignored her as if she were a stranger. Chen Tingting looked embarrassed. "Who is she?" A bespectacled man beside Lin Xia asked in a low voice. Someone I used to share a dorm with. Not close, Lin, she replied casually. Another man looked at Chen Tingting and then whispered a few words into the bespectacled man's ear. The bespectacled man gave Chen Tingting a subtle glance but said nothing. Chen Tingting stood silently nearby. She knew and she must have some resentment toward her, but some things were simply not easy to explain. Helpless, she returned to her seat. And she and her group got their food and sat down in a corner of the cafeteria. Why didn't you mention you had a close friend before? Once seated, the bespectacled man stared intently at Lin Xia and asked seriously. You never asked, and she replied impatiently. Besides, I have nothing to do with her anymore. The bespectacled man smiled and said, You'll find out whether you have anything to do with her by asking her myself. Some things can't be disclosed even to close friends, I think you understand. Brother Yan, I didn't tell her anything. Please don't go looking for her, and she said, her tone softening considerably. I have my own plans. Let's eat. Pan Yan adjusted his glasses and lowered his head to eat. And she felt conflicted. After eating a few bites, she spoke up again. Brother Yan, I swear to you I had already fallen out with her before I met you all. We barely spoke afterward. There's really no need to seek her out. Pan Yan looked up at Lin Xia and asked, Then can you tell me why you're so opposed to me meeting her? And she knew in her heart that Pan Yan's idea of meeting likely involved some unsavory methods. Her anger toward Chen Tingting had long faded, and she certainly didn't want her friend to get hurt. She has a very formidable friend. And she knew of Lin Xia's existence. Though not familiar with him, she could guess he was no ordinary person. This isn't the time to stir up trouble, is it? Pan Yan smiled and said, Then it's even more reason to see what kind of formidable person he is. And she frowned and volunteered, I don't know much, but her friend holds considerable sway at the base. Many people have seen the floor chief treating him with great respect. Dong Wenjun. Pan Yan also knew the floor chief of L4. And she nodded. And look at her clothes, how many in the entire D-zone dress like that? Pan Yan gave Lin Xia a meaningful look, still finding her behavior unusual. All right, I understand. I'll report this to the boss and decide later. Let's eat. Pan Yan stopped dwelling on it. Although Lin Xia hadn't known Pan Yan for long, she knew he was a persistent and meticulous person. It seemed he still hadn't given up on the idea. But for now she had no better plan and could only take things one step at a time. At the Jinding Mountain Base Zone CL1, several men who appeared to be ordinary disaster refugees stealthily entered the equipment room of L1. The door to the equipment room, which should have required an access card, seemed unlocked, opening easily with a pull from the outside. Inside, the massive machines roared with a series of thunderous sounds. The group circumvented the complex machinery and equipment, heading deeper into the room. After traversing a long tunnel, they encountered another dark green door. Once again it was unlocked and they entered directly. Gate No. 3 is stuck. A few of you get into the water and open it manually. Coming. Inside, a group of bare-chested men were busily working. Seeing the newcomers at the doorway, everyone paid them no mind, continuing with their tasks. The supervisor merely nodded slightly at the arrivals. The group pressed through the crowd and moved forward. Finally, after entering another iron door, they arrived in a stone chamber. The stone chamber was Spartan, with only a stone platform at its center. At that moment, several people had already gathered around the platform, seemingly in discussion. Pan Yan, you're here. The leader looked up and greeted the newcomers at the door. Boss. Pan Yan immediately stood at attention and responded respectfully, as did the men behind him. And Minnie waved at Pan Yan and asked, Have you inspected Zone D? Yes. Pan Yan nodded. Everything is in place, no issues. But today I ran into Miss Anx's best friend. I probed a little and Anshi seems very resistant to my talking to that girl. And Minnie straightened up and said, I've heard her mention it. Is she a problem? Pan Yan shook his head. I don't know, which is why I wanted to talk to her. And Minnie gave a knowing smile. He understood perfectly what Peng Yan meant by talking. In this base there was no young woman Peng Yan couldn't win over, only those he didn't find interesting. Even if the methods were less than honorable. Being cautious can't hurt. Handle it as you see fit. Peng Yan was lecherous and Minnie knew it, but he wouldn't interfere with such trivial matters. Peng Yan said, according to Miss Anshi, her best friend has a very capable boyfriend who holds considerable sway in the base. Dong Wenjun is very courteous to him. I suspect he's either an official or a relative of some high-ranking figure. And Minnie scoffed disdainfully. They won't be strutting around for much longer. Don't worry about them. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Peng Yan's mouth. And Minnie lowered his head again, pointing at the map on the stone platform. Our structural experts have calculated it. The current deployment is sufficient. Rest assured, I will guarantee everyone's safety. After the plan succeeds, we will be the masters of this world. When Lin Xia returned to the base, he found a message from Lin Zans. Chen Tingting wants to see me. She's not afraid of me anymore? Reading the message, Lin Xia couldn't fathom Chen Tingting's intentions. He could tell she was genuinely terrified of him, a deep-seated fear that couldn't be faked. Moreover, he had never shown her any tenderness, handling her roughly without ever considering her feelings. Could it be a honey trap? Seeking revenge? Lin Xia wasn't worried, merely amused. With nothing else to do, he left his room and knocked on Chen Tingting's door. After several knocks, no one answered and there was no sound from inside. Chen Tingting was probably not in her room. At the same time, in the L4 atrium, Chen Tingting eyed the man before her warily, but since he was a friend of Anshi, she didn't resist too much. I know a bit about what happened between you and Anshi. Actually, she's long stopped being angry with you. Peng Yan started the conversation using Anshi as the topic. Then why did she ignore me in the cafeteria today? Chen Tingting asked. She was just flustered with so many people around. You should talk to her in private. After all, you're best friends, there's nothing that can't be resolved except stealing each other's man. Chen Tingting glanced at Peng Yan. He wore glasses and didn't look like a bad person, exuding a reassuring scholarly air. Peng Yan seized the opportunity. How about this? Come to my place and I'll have Anshi come over so you two can talk. Chen Tingting initially wanted to refuse, thinking Anshi could come to her room instead. But then she reconsidered. The conflict between them had started because of that room. Would going to her own room provoke Anshi again? Chen Tingting asked, do you know where she is? Of course. She's been with us these past few days, Peng Yan said with a mental smirk. Come on, my room is on L16. Well, take the elevator and it'll cover the contribution points. Though a little uneasy, Chen Tingting thought this man was Anxious' friend and probably not dangerous. After a moment's hesitation, she followed him. Arriving at L16, Peng Yan led Chen Tingting into the room. Come have a seat, he said, fetching a small snack and a bottle of drink from the nightstand. These are my treasures. They'll go get Anshi. Leaving the items in front of Chen Tingting, Peng Yan turned and left. Once outside, he didn't leave but stood by the door. After a few minutes, he opened it again. Inside, Chen Tingting had collapsed onto the bed. The snacks beside her were untouched, but she had taken a small sip from the bottle. Tisk tisk tsk. I never thought I'd find such a stunning woman in a shelter base. Behind his glasses, a pair of eyes gleamed with malicious intent. Peng Yan pulled a folding chair from under the bed, moved Chen Tingting onto it, then retrieved ropes and various other paraphernalia from the nightstand. Just then a knock came at the door. Frowning, Peng Yan went over and opened it a crack. Outside stood Anshi, panting heavily. Move. Is Tingting in there? Anshi demanded rudely, pushing against the door with all her might. But she was no match for Peng Yan's strength. The door didn't budge. Don't worry, I won't hurt her. Come pick her up in an hour. You bastard. She's my friend. Friend. Didn't you tell me you two had fallen out? Or are you hiding something? No, I'm not. Anshi was getting anxious. Don't make me go to my brother. Pen Yen chuckled. Do you think I'd do this without your brother's approval? Anshi was stunned. Seeing her silence, Pen Yen continued, come on, it's the apocalypse. She's just a woman. I won't devour her. For your sake, I'll be gentle. Bang. With that, Pen Yen slammed the door shut. Anshi frantically pounded on it, but to no avail. Should I call the security officer? She immediately dismissed the idea. Involving the authorities would only complicate matters, and Minyu would surely be furious. Got it. Anshi thought of Lin Xia and immediately turned and dashed off. As Lin Xia rushed out of the private area, she saw a man walking toward her with a cold expression. They brushed past each other, but Lin Xia knew this was Qin Tingting's mysterious friend. She wanted to call out to him, but recalling that Qin Tingting was in danger, she wisely held her tongue and silently followed behind. Lin Xia was furious. If not for Lin Zan's and Wu Fei Wang happening to give a public mental health lecture in the L16 atrium and spotting Qin Tingting entering the private area with a man then promptly calling him, he wouldn't have known that Qin Tingting had been so blatant in the base these past 2 days. He remembered issuing a clear warning. In the room, Pen Yen moved Qin Tingting to a chair, tied her hands and feet with rope, and stood before her admiring his work. Within seconds the door was knocked again. Pen Yan's brow furrowed as he turned angrily. And Qian, don't you? He pulled open the door, his words cut short. Gazing at the unfamiliar man outside, Pen Yan's eyes grew cold. Who are you? Lin Xia didn't even glance at him, with a sudden shove of his left hand. Pen Yan felt an immense force surge through the door he held. He braced himself, trying to resist. Yet to his horror he found himself utterly unable to withstand the domineering power transmitted through the wood. Bang! The door was thrown wide open. Lin Xia took in the scene inside and his face instantly turned cold. Pen Yan was no ordinary man. In that moment a wave of fear washed over him and he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Lin Xia stepped inside. Untie her. Like a decree from the divine, Pen Yen dared not hesitate. He immediately stepped forward, knelt down and carefully undid the freshly tied ropes. At that moment Pen Yen finally experienced firsthand what Lin Qian meant by formidable. This wasn't just formidable, it was terrifying. Had he known such a being existed, Pen Yen would have castrated himself rather than set his sights on Qin Tingting. I'm giving you a chance. Explain yourself. Lin Xia saw that Qin Tingting's breathing was steady, likely unharmed, and felt slightly relieved. Pen Yen of course couldn't tell the truth, claiming only that he was driven by lust and it wouldn't happen again. Is that so? Lin Xia smiled faintly, then suddenly stepped forward, raised his foot and accurately kicked Pen Yen in the groin. In this day and age, Lin Xia's strength was nothing short of superhuman. This strike was not only incredibly fast and precise, but the force was meticulously controlled, enough to incapacitate Pen Yen without killing him outright. Ah! Pen Yen howled in agony. More than the physical pain, his heart was filled with a death wish. This was his passion. In this apocalypse it wasn't an exaggeration to say it was his reason for living. But now he truly felt it was destroyed, utterly shattered beyond any repair. I'll fucking kill you. In his despair, Pen Yen cast aside all fear. He pulled out a butterfly knife he carried and lunged at Lin Xia, who was right before him. Lin Xia smiled disdainfully. He simply reached out and in an instant Pen Yan's forward charge abruptly halted. Then, as if bound by some unseen force, his limbs contorted together and he fell to the ground like a log. This was Lin Xia's newly acquired skill, Binding Star Chain. Binding Star Chain, upon use, it emits an invisible star-shaped magnetic chain to bind the target. Until the caster actively releases it, the target can only break free through their own strength. Binding Star Chain must be recalled before the skill can be used again. This thing was far superior to those consumable binding skills. After use it could restrain a target for a long time. Although it could be broken by sufficient strength, Lin Xia had tested it, and such power was not something an ordinary person possessed. Even he couldn't meet the requirement to break free. You're a cripple now? Don't force me to make you a corpse. Lin Xia crouched down, his gaze icy. Peng Yan wasn't a fool. He realized the man before him was extraordinary, and a word surfaced in his mind: superpower. Acknowledging this, Peng Yan calmed down and retorted, "This is the base. Do you dare kill me?" Lin Xia smiled slightly. "You can test it with your own life." Peng Yan was stunned. Honestly, he dared not test it. This man was too eerie, too powerful. If his suspicion was correct and the other was someone with superpowers, it was entirely understandable that he had certain privileges in the base. "I submit." Peng Yan conceded promptly. He knew clearly that if he died, no one would avenge him. Only by staying alive was there a chance. With a thought from Lin Xia, the binding star chain was retracted. Peng Yan regained his freedom, but the pain in his groin was still acute, forcing him to kneel curled up. "How long until she wakes up?" Lin Xia glanced at Chen Tingting and asked. "Soon," Peng Yan replied immediately. He disliked interacting with unresponsive people, so he always precisely controlled the dosage to ensure the victim would awaken during the process. Lin Xia nodded. "Having a private room and daring to play such games in the base, you're no simple character." Peng Yan's heart skipped a beat and he remained silent. Lin Xia smiled mysteriously, walked to the bedside and patted Chen Tingting's cheek. "Hey, wake up." True to Peng Yan's word, Chen Tingting soon stirred. She had sensed something was wrong before losing consciousness. Now awake, she instinctively recoiled, curling up into the corner of the bed. Lin Xia frowned, thinking her reaction might be related to his past actions toward her. The hatred he once felt for her had long faded. Seeing a young woman's instinctive response, Lin Xia felt a pang of discomfort. Lin Xia. Once her vision cleared, Chen Tingting finally recognized the man before her. It wasn't the bespectacled degenerate, it was Lin Xia. A surge of joy was immediately followed by a flash of panic. She quickly looked down at herself. Thankfully, her clothes were intact. Did he save me? Is he angry with me? How did he know I was here? In that instant, countless thoughts raced through Chen Tingting's mind. Are you all right? Could this girl have lost her mind? Lin Xia was a bit bewildered watching Chen Tingting's shifting expressions and couldn't help but ask. Hearing that familiar yet daunting voice, Chen Tingting unexpectedly calmed down. She looked up at Lin Xia, then, like a child who had done wrong, cautiously crawled to his side. Seeing no sign of rejection from him, she hugged him, unable to help herself. At that moment, she finally felt a sense of security. "Why did you come here with him?" Lin Xia asked once Chen Tingting's emotions had somewhat calmed. "No, that's not it." Chen Tingting immediately grew tense. "I don't know him. He told me he was a friend of Anzai's. And she is my best friend, and we had a misunderstanding. He said he would help me meet Anxi, so I followed him." "Lin Xia, I really don't know him. Please don't misunderstand." Her trembling body betrayed her fear that Lin Xia would misunderstand. Though Lin Xia had done some extreme thing, she didn't want him to think of her as a woman without propriety. It was contradictory, but that was truly how she felt. "Is that the girl?" Lin Xia pointed outside the door. Chen Tingting looked up and saw Anxi standing by the wall not far from the doorway. Could it be that Anxi knew I was brought here by this man? Or even was this Anzai's idea? Why? Why would she do this? At that moment, Chen Tingting's mind was a whirlwind of complex emotions. Outside the door, Anxi, who had been watching the scene inside, was startled when she saw Chen Tingting's gaze turn toward her. Flustered, she rushed into the room. "Tingting, don't misunderstand. I came to save you, but I failed. I was planning to go notify him, but just as I stepped out, he had already arrived." And she pointed at Lin Xia, her voice anxious as she began to explain. Chen Tingting turned to look at Lin Xia. He recalled that when they had passed each other earlier, the girl named and she had indeed looked very anxious and it didn't seem fake. So he gave a slight nod toward Chen Tingting, vouching for Xi. Chen Tingting didn't hesitate and chose to believe him. For one, based on her understanding of Xi, she couldn't have done such a thing. For another, if Lin Xia nodded, she would believe without a second thought. Lin Xia looked at Xi and asked, "So is he really your friend?" And she knew her answer was crucial now. She couldn't let Lin Xia dig deeper or it would implicate her brother and cause trouble. "Yes, I do know him. His name is Peng Yan. But I truly didn't know about this. He's quite lecherous and Tingting is the school beauty. It's natural for Peng Yan to be tempted, but I never imagined he would do something like this." And she didn't hide the truth, but her words subtly guided Lin Xia and Chen Tingting to dismiss the incident as a mere case of lust-driven impulse. Lin Xia turned to Peng Yan. "If you still want revenge, come at me directly. Whatever means you have, I'll handle them." The first half of his sentence was spoken in a relatively normal tone. Then his voice shifted. "But if you dare to trouble Chen Tingting, I swear I'll make your life a living hell." Once again Peng Yan felt a tangible murderous intent envelop him. He immediately shook his head. "I won't dare. I won't dare." Lin Xia reached out and took Chen Tingting's hand. "Let's go." She nodded obediently, rising to her feet and letting him lead her away. And she hesitated for a moment, then chased after them, calling out, "Tingting." Chen Tingting heard her, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Xia. If he didn't stop, she would pretend not to hear. Fortunately, Lin Xia halted. He turned to Chen Tingting and said, "She probably has something to say to you. I'll wait ahead." With that he walked a few steps forward. Only then did Chen Tingting turn around, and then she approached. "I'm sorry for before. I've realized that I should fight for what I want instead of being jealous of you." And she offered her apology first. Chen Tingting felt a pang of discomfort. And Zai's words meant she was still misunderstanding. But she couldn't explain. How could she tell her that at that time she had been taken by Lin Xia? I was wrong before. Can you forgive me?" Chen Tingting also sincerely expressed her regret. And she took her hand. "Let the past be the past. From now on we'll still be best friends." Chen Tingting nodded happily. And Zai's gaze drifted past her to Lin Xia. "Tingting, are you and that handsome guy together?" Chen Tingting's face flushed slightly. She didn't know what Lin Xia thought, but in her heart she believed so. So she nodded without hesitation. "Yes." And Zai's expression seemed conflicted, but in the end she said nothing more. She simply said, "I still have something to discuss with Peng Yan. You go ahead. I'll find you when I'm free." She don't have anything to do with that Peng Yan anymore. He's too dangerous. If it weren't for Lin Xia, I would have. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. All right, be careful then." The two said their goodbyes and Chen Tingting followed Lin Xia away. And Zai's face turned cold as she returned to Peng Yan's room, showing no sympathy for the man crouching on the floor. "I warned you." Peng Yan looked up, his eyes bloodshot, and snarled, "Get lost." And she didn't move. She said calmly, "Because of your impulsiveness you might jeopardize your so-called grand plan. You have no idea how much influence that man has in the base. I hope your plan can still proceed smoothly." With that, and she turned and left. Peng Yan felt a surge of frustration, but he knew she had a point. If that man truly had far-reaching influence in the base, he could easily access the base's database to find his information and even unearth a series of people closely associated with him. If he discovered any anomalies in that information, then a ninja's plan would fail. And if the plan failed, his revenge would be impossible. "No. I want him dead. He must die." Peng Yan struggled to his feet and staggered out. L16 Catrium. Lin Xia arrived at Lin Xan's lecture venue and casually found a spot to sit down with Chen Tingting. Thanks to Lin Xia's efforts over the past few days, the morale of the base's refugees had stabilized considerably. Coupled with Elder Bay's public announcement of the lightless farming plan, the hope that people had lost was slowly being restored. After the lecture ended, Lin Xia and Wu Feihuang both came over to Lin Xia. Thank you both for today. If you hadn't informed me, the consequences would have been dire. Lin Xia himself wasn't entirely sure what he felt for Chen Tingting, but one thing was certain: he considered her his own, and he would never allow anyone else to lay a hand on her. Don't be so polite. She's your friend, so she's our friend too. Helping each other is only natural. Lin Xia quickly waved his hand. When it came to gratitude, his debt to Lin Xia was beyond words. If not for Lin Xia, his wife and his children would still be starving. Lin Xia gave a slight nod and then introduced the two parties to each other, as their previous meeting had been rather rushed. In the underground stone chamber of Sector C Level 1, at the Jinding Mountain base, in Mingjia's face was dark with gloom. Before him stood Peng Yan, his head hung low. Peng Yan had finished recounting everything that had happened that day. His description of Lin Xia was laced with exaggeration, painting Lin Xia as a formidable being who could annihilate them all with a mere gesture. He did this to persuade An Mingyi to advance their plan. Boss, if we don't act swiftly, the base authorities could catch wind of us at any moment. Seeing An Mingyi remain silent, Peng Yan spoke again. An Mingyi stared into Peng Yan's eyes and asked in a low voice, "Your account is too far-fetched. How could a human do such things? Are you telling me we've provoked a superhuman or an alien?" Peng Yan took a deep breath and replied calmly, "Boss, every word I said is true. I don't know if he's a superhuman or an alien, but I know that with just a raise of his hand I was bound by an overwhelming force, unable to move. Moreover, his aura is terrifying. Even without that mysterious force restraining me, when he unleashed his presence I felt a deep dread and my body trembled uncontrollably. Most importantly, Anshi said he holds significant influence in the base. If he decides to investigate me, I fear you'll be implicated too." And Mingyi remained hesitant. After a moment he said to a subordinate beside him, "Go fetch along." The subordinate obeyed and left. Peng Yan frowned slightly and asked, "Boss, do you want along to test him?" "Exactly." And Mingyi nodded. "It's not that I don't trust you, but what you've described is indeed unbelievable. Advancing the plan isn't as simple as a single word. If the contacts aren't arranged properly, are we all supposed to wait here for death?" Soon a burly man entered through the door. If Lin Xia were here, he would recognize him at once as Miao Polan, the man captured and forced into labor at the base. "And Gu, you called for me?" Miao Polan asked proactively. And Mingyi nodded and said to Peng Yan, "Tell along the details and have him test things out. If it's as you say, I'll consider your proposal." Peng Yan immediately relayed the information about Lin Xia to Miao Polan, instructing him to find an opportunity to probe. Upon hearing the name, Lin Xia, Miao Polan's heart jolted, though his expression remained unchanged. After listening to Peng Yan's account, Miao Polan was nearly certain that the Lin Xia mentioned was the one he knew. He had become an Mingjia's enforcer by chance. After learning of An Mingjia's plan in recent days, he had been seeking an opportunity to find Lin Xia and warn him. Yet as a laborer without freedom, he had struggled for days without finding a way out. Unexpectedly, An Mingyi handed him the opportunity on a silver platter. Miao Polan, as stoic as ever, showed no emotion on his cold, stern face. An Mingyi said to him, "How long you'll arrange for you to go out? Find a chance to test this person Peng Yan spoke of." "All right, I understand." Miao Polan nodded in agreement. At Sector D Level 4, Lin Xia had escorted Chen Tingting back. At the entrance of the private quarters, a middle-aged man was crouching on the ground waiting. "Dad, why are you here?" Chen Tingting tensed up at the sight of him and glanced back at Lin Xia. Chen Guanhong stood up, his gaze locking on to Lin Xia. "Tingting, come here, I need to talk to you." He pulled Chen Tingting aside and asked, "Are you dating him?" Chen Tingting blushed but remained silent, tacitly confirming it. "He is quite handsome," Chen Guanhong said earnestly. Listen to your father, in this apocalypse don't just focus on appearances. What good is handsomeness? Can it earn contribution points or food? At times like this every choice must be practical. Chen Tingting asked, Dad, what are you trying to say? Let me tell you, this time I've found someone perfect for you. He's not only very handsome but also part of the base's official team, able to take care of both of us. I showed him your photo and he's quite taken with you. Chen Guanhong stated his purpose. Chen Tingting grew anxious and glanced back at Lin Xia before refusing, Dad, please don't meddle in my affairs. You child. Chen Guanhong grew impatient. How about this, I won't force you. Just meet him once. If you shake your head, I promise never to bring it up again. Deal? No. Chen Tingting refused decisively. Have you forgotten about that Lin Xia last time? That time I was mistaken, Chen Guanhong said awkwardly. But this is different. The man I found this time is truly someone. He's the captain of the Special Forces team with considerable authority in the base. Dad, stop it. I'm not going. Lin Xia has been waiting too long. With that she ran back to Lin Xia's side. Chen Guanhong approached with a grim face and said to Lin Xia, Young man, I advise you to leave my daughter alone. To be blunt, the captain of the base's special forces has his eye on Tingting. His influence here is beyond your reach. I suggest you be smart about this. Dad. Chen Tingting was furious, her face darkening. Lin Xia raised a hand to silence her, then looked at Chen Guanhong and said, Have you already forgotten the lesson from last time? That Lin Xia was nothing, Chen Guanhong said dismissively. Don't get cocky just because you dealt with a nobody. This time it's not comparable to a small fry like Lin Xia. Lin Xia smiled and said, Is that so? Next time you see him, tell him that your daughter is Lin Xia's woman. Huh? Chen Guanhong was momentarily baffled by Lin Xia's meaning. Just say what I told you. With that, Lin Xia pulled Chen Tingting into the room, not even allowing Chen Guanhong to enter. Once inside, Chen Tingting instantly became nervous. She didn't understand why, but she couldn't control it. Going so easily to a stranger's place, shouldn't you be punished? Lin Xia suddenly demanded in a low voice. Chen Tingting shuddered, flustered, and said pitifully, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Lin Xia retorted, Next time. Chen Tingting quickly shook her head. No, I promise there won't be a next time. Mistakes must be punished. This time is no exception. 2 hours later the punishment was over. Lin Xia stepped out of the room and immediately spotted a familiar figure. Miao Polan. Have you been waiting long? Lin Xia naturally knew that Miao Polan was looking for her, so she stepped forward and asked. No, Miao Polan replied with great respect. I just arrived as well. I hope I haven't disturbed you, Brother Lin. Lin Xia walked toward her room and Miao Polan quickly followed. Aren't you supposed to be doing hard labor in the base? In theory you shouldn't be able to get out, right? Yes, but a man named Mingyi arranged for me to leave. He is Pen Yan's older brother. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, opened the door and let Miao Polan in. After closing the door he asked, Did Mingyi send you to avenge Pen Yan? It's a long story. Miao Polan stood respectfully after entering. I'm not good with words, so let me start from the beginning. Lin Xia nodded, sat down on the edge of the bed, and pointed to a chair nearby. Sit down and talk. Miao Polan obediently pulled out the chair and sat down like a disciplined schoolboy before slowly beginning his account. It turned out that after entering the base, Miao Polan was assigned to work in the L1 equipment room of Sector C, where Mingyi had already taken control of the relevant personnel. With Miao Polan's explosive physique, and Mingyi took a liking to him at first sight and even arranged several sparring sessions. Miao Polan, who had once been renowned for his martial prowess in the underworld of Jinling, found such sparring trivial and effortlessly defeated all of Mingyi's underlings. Such a formidable fighter was naturally welcomed by Mingyi. After several encounters, Miao Polan realized that Mingyi's group was likely plotting something detrimental to the base. He had been looking for an opportunity to inform Lin Xia about this, and only today did he manage to get out. After hearing Miao Polan's account, Lin Xia furrowed his brow. This was highly likely true, as the base's main efforts were focused on disaster relief, leaving management loopholes that could easily be exploited. This is very serious. I will report it to the base immediately. Lin Xia believed Miao Polan and felt that it was best to leave the matter to the base authorities. It was fortunate that Miao Polan had discovered this. Without him, would the base have noticed? This also served as a warning to Commander Han. Brother Lin and Mingy might be a hostile force from overseas. Miao Polan suddenly said. Lin Xia asked, "Why do you say that?" Miao Polan replied, "I overheard him on the phone once, and he spoke entirely in a foreign language. If he were only communicating with people at the base, there would be no need for a foreign language, right? If he really is a hostile overseas force, then his plotting against the base makes sense." Lin Xia nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the high probability. "Is there anything you need me to do?" Miao Polan asked. In his mind, he naturally wanted to serve Lin Xia. Lin Xia thought for a moment and said, "The base investigation will take time. Just try to keep them steady. And Mingy sent me to test you. How should I report back to him?" Peng Yan must have reported to Mingy. If your account is too ordinary, it will arouse his suspicion. Erase what you do. Lin Xia shared with Miao Polan the abilities he had displayed before Peng Yan, instructing him to say that brute force was enough to break free from the restraint. This way it would corroborate Peng Yan's report without making Lin Xia seem invincible. After giving Miao Polan his instructions, Lin Xia left a few subtle marks on him before sending him away. In the Sector A Combat Command Center, Lin Xia reported the situation to Han Dong. Han Dong took it very seriously but subtly hinted that Lin Xia should not interfere. Lin Xia was initially puzzled, but after some thought he understood Han Dong's intention. If he handled the matter alone, there would be no need for discretion. But since he had reported it to the base would make its own arrangements. If he intervened, he would end up doing all the work, leaving nothing for the soldiers involved. Thus Lin Xia was happy to take it easy. However, he wasn't entirely at ease. After returning to Jinfeng Tower through the spatial gate, he told Xiao Xinxin that he would be staying at the base for the next few days and would arrange for them to move there once the matter was resolved. Night fell. The base was quiet. Lying in bed, Lin Xia suddenly felt a wave of unease. This was the first time such a feeling had occurred. He recalled his premonition ability. Was danger imminent? As he pondered, a thunderous sound shattered the silence of the night. Boom! Lin Xia felt the ground shake violently. He immediately realized that an explosion had occurred inside the base. Could a Minjia's plan be to blow up the base? The walls around him were already warping. Without hesitation, Lin Xia got up. He had the spatial gate, so he wouldn't die here. But what about the others? He had no idea where Miao Polan was. Or Wu Feiwang. Or the Lin Zan's family. He didn't know the situation in sectors A and B. Were Elder Bai and Commander Han safe? Lin Xia's mind raced through the names of many people. If they were all together it would be easier, but they were scattered and he could only rescue them one by one. The nearest was Chen Tingting. Lin Xia rushed out of his room and arrived at Chen Tingting's door. Just as he was about to knock, Chen Tingting opened the door ready to flee. Seeing Lin Xia at the door, Chen Tingting was momentarily touched. Lin Xia, run! It looks like this place is going to collapse. As she spoke, another series of explosions rang out. Boom! 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 This time it wasn't just tremors, the entire mountain interior began to cave in. In an instant, screams, cries, and pleas for help erupted, plunging the central courtyard into chaos. Lin Xia hesitated no longer. At this moment he couldn't afford to hide his spatial teleportation ability. He hoisted Chen Tingting onto his shoulder and returned to her room. Lin Xia. Chen Tingting merely whispered his name, offering no resistance, completely submissive to him. Don't worry, I'll take you away. Lin Xia raised his hand and a pitch-black portal appeared. Without a word he carried Chen Tingting and stepped into the dark opening. Chen Tingting was filled with wonder. When her vision cleared, she found herself in a lavishly decorated room. This is the presidential suite at the top of Jinfeng Tower. Don't be afraid. A friend of mine lives here and shall take care of you. Lin Xia led Chen Tingting out. Xiao Xinxin was startled awake by the commotion. Seeing Lin Xia return in a somewhat disheveled state with a woman, she hurried over. Lin Xia, what happened? The Jinding mountain base was attacked by terrorists. She's my friend. Please look after her. I have to go back and save the others. With that, Lin Xia opened the spatial gate again and returned to the base. In the span of a few minutes, when Lin Xia once again stepped through the spatial gate into the Jinding mountain base, all that greeted his eyes was a scene of utter devastation. It was fortunate that his room had only partially collapsed, leaving enough space for him to move, otherwise the spatial beacon here would have been rendered useless. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia rushed out of the room. The ceaselessly falling rubble might have posed a lethal threat to others, but for Lin Xia these fragments were utterly harmless. He possessed several shield-type cards, making the destructive force of these stones negligible. The atrium of Zone D Level 4 had been reduced to a heap of ruins filled with wails of anguish. Fortunately, the base's robust diamond framework still provided basic support, otherwise not a single survivor would have remained alive. They'll start from the nearest and work my way out. First find Wu Fei Wang. Lin Xia moved swiftly, his speed astonishing. Within seconds he had arrived at the entrance of the former dormitory. The dormitory's door had collapsed, but from outside he could hear that there were still survivors inside. Without another word, Lin Xia attempted to move the massive stone block blocking the entrance. After an immense effort, he finally shifted the boulder and entered the dormitory, only to be met with a harrowing sight. This dormitory had housed dozens of people, yet fewer than a handful seemed to have survived. Lin Xia recalled that Wu Fei Wang's bunk was at the far end. Squeezing through the cramped space, he discovered that the entire rear half of the dormitory had been completely buried. Wu Fei Wang? Lin Xia shouted loudly. But aside from the existing cries of pain, there was no response at all. After a final observation, he concluded that those in the rear half had little chance of survival, and a pang of sorrow struck his heart. Yet time did not permit him to dwell on it, for there were others he needed to rescue. I hope Lin Zanz's family is still alive. Lin Xia withdrew from the dormitory. The base's elevators were completely paralyzed and utterly unusable. Lin Zanz lived on level 20, which sounded like only a dozen floors up, but the floor height here was not the mere few meters of ordinary residences. Each level was dozens of meters high. Lin Xia sprinted toward the stairwell. However, the stairs were riddled with holes and cracks barely fit for walking. They themselves seemed on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Lin Xia appeared utterly unfazed. As he reached the stairs, he lightly tapped his right foot on the ground, launching his entire body high into the air. At the very peak of his ascent, swoosh! A pair of enormous black wings suddenly sprouted from his back. Void Wings active skill. Upon activation grants the Void Wings effect, conjuring a pair of black wings on the back. While the wings exist, the user can fly freely. This was a skill Lin Xia had acquired. The massive black wings flapped twice, and Lin Xia's figure had already reached the entrance of level 5. Even though the survivors' hearts were steeped in despair, witnessing this miraculous sight sparked a flicker of astonishment in them. Level 5. Lin Xia did not pause, he continued ascending without stop. A few minutes later he had already arrived at level 20. He had assumed the situation on this level would be somewhat better, but instead it was the worst of all. The entire space was grotesquely mangled by countless falling rocks, and the atrium was nearly deserted, suggesting that the occupants of this level had been trapped in their dormitories without even a chance to escape. Lin Xia sighed softly, holding little hope for Lin Zanz's survival. Yet even with the odds so slim, he did not give up outright. He found the entrance to Lin Zanz's dormitory and expended great effort to get inside. Alas! Seeing the interior, Lin Xia could only sigh. It had collapsed completely. I hope Meow Polan is still alive. Exiting the dormitory, Lin Xia planned to head to Zone C to find Meow Polan. Suddenly a faint intermittent sobbing from somewhere caught his attention. The voice sounded familiar, like Lin Zan's daughter Lin Xiaoyun. Lin Xia immediately followed the sound and arrived at the single-room area on level 20. Could Lin Zan's have moved to a single room? Hope rekindled in Lin Xia's heart. Finding the room from which the crying came, he saw that the door was completely deformed and could not be opened normally. If it couldn't be opened normally, that meant it could be opened abnormally. Lin Xia applied brute force with a touch of ingenuity and tore the entire door off its hinges. Indeed, there were 3 people in the room. It appeared that Lin Zan's had been sleeping on the floor while his wife and child occupied the bed. However, the only one still capable of making a sound was Lin Xiaoyun. The little girl, her face streaked with tears like rain on pear blossoms, burst into louder sobs upon seeing the newcomer. Daddy! Mommy! To save me! Got hit by a stone! Lin Xiaoyun choked out between sobs. Lin Xia stepped forward to check on Lin Zan's and his wife. With another inward sigh, he confirmed that they had already stopped breathing. Uncle will take you away from here. Lin Xia didn't know how to comfort the little girl. The most urgent task was to get out of this place. I won't leave. I want Daddy. Mommy. Lin Xiaoyun wept bitterly, almost breathless. Lin Xia was about to persuade her when unexpectedly Lin Xiaoyun's head lolled to the side and she fainted from crying. Well, that saves trouble. Relieved, Lin Xia opened a spatial gate and sent Lin Xiaoyun to Jinfeng Tower. After instructing Xiao Xinxin to take care of her, he returned to the Jinding mountain base. This time Lin Xia headed straight for Zone C, intending to search the lower levels for Meow Polan. Upon reaching Zone C, Lin Xia's heart sank. The situation here was far more severe than in Zone D. Since a Minjius group had been from Zone C, it was easy to deduce that Zone C must have been the epicenter of the explosions. Just then his phone rang. It was Han Shui. Lin Xia, how are you? Han Shui's concerned voice came through as soon as the call connected. Han Shui, I'm fine. But Zone C and D have suffered severe damage with heavy casualties. Lin Xia replied. Alas, this is my fault. Han Dong was filled with self-reproach. This incident was due to his negligence and the consequences were too heavy for him to bear. Zones A and B have also been severely affected. We have some manpower here, but the main passages between zones are almost destroyed. We simply can't get through now. Lin Xia sighed softly. Han Shui, what exactly happened? There was silence on the other end of the line. After a moment, Han Dong explained in a heavy, desolate tone. Initially, after Lin Xia reported the matter, Han Dong had taken measures. And Mingyi was quickly apprehended. Based on a Minji's confession, Han Dong swiftly organized personnel to arrest the other conspirators. But for all his meticulous planning, a minor error in the arrest order occurred. They ended up placing Peng Yan, a key figure, at the end of the list, ultimately leading to this tragedy. As things stood, even if the Jinding mountain base could be preserved, it could no longer shelter the refugees. Lin Xia descended through Zone C. Regrettably, by the time she reached L8, further progress became utterly impossible. The entire space had completely collapsed, leaving little hope of survival for anyone trapped within. Ah! She let out a sigh. Even though she had grown accustomed to life and death, Lin Xia could not help but feel a pang of sorrow at this moment. Composing herself, Lin Xia began aiding the trapped survivors, moving them from the rubble to relatively safer locations. As for what came next, it would depend on whether Han Dong could handle the situation in a timely manner. After toiling for 3 days and 3 nights, even Lin Xia, whose body was extraordinary, began to feel the strain. Fortunately, she had thoroughly combed through Zones C and D, rescuing everyone she could. She called Han Dong, providing a detailed report on the situation. Afterward, Lin Xia returned to Jinfeng Tower. The moment she appeared, everyone crowded around. Xiao Xinxin held them all back, noting that Lin Xia looked utterly exhausted. No matter how urgent the matter, she needed rest first. After persuading the crowd to disperse, Xiao Xinxin helped Lin Xia wash up and personally escorted her to bed. Lin Xia slept for over 10 hours before finally waking. It was already past 1 in the morning. Yet Xiao Xinxin immediately stirred, gently wrapping her arms around Lin Xia from behind. "Are you hungry?" "I'll get you something to eat." "No need, I have some here." Lin Xia rose, walked to the table in the room and retrieved some food from his spatial storage. Xiao Xinxin threw on a robe and sat across from Lin Xia. Watching him wolf down the food, she asked, "How is the base?" "Not good. The casualties are devastating. The main passage has been blown up and Commander Han can't provide timely support. I expect the death toll will continue to rise," Lin Xia replied. Xiao Xinxin sighed softly and then said, "Chen Tingting and Lin Xiaoyun are both fine, you don't worry." At the mention of Chen Tingting, Lin Xia set down his chopsticks and looked up at Xiao Xinxin. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Xinxin volunteered, "Don't mind it. I understand. Tingting is well and we get along splendidly." Lin Xia reached out and took Xiao Xinxin's hand, saying nothing. He truly didn't know what to say. Since Xiao Xinxin expressed her understanding, he might as well play the part of a heartless rogue. In the days to come, he would take responsibility for both women. "What are your plans from here?" Xiao Xinxin changed the subject. "The base probably won't recover easily," Lin Xia said. "Let's just stay at Jinfeng Tower. Luo Yuan has done well running the place lately." Indeed, Xiao Xinxin nodded. "Life here is convenient. Luo Yuan has picked a few capable people downstairs. The entire tower now has electricity and the first batch of indoor crops has sprouted. Things will only get better." Lin Xia thought of Miao Polan. If he could rescue her and have her form a security team for Jinfeng Tower, that would be even better. After eating his fill, Lin Xia felt restored to peak condition. "Let's talk while we sleep." Since Xiao Xinxin was so understanding, he naturally wanted to show his gratitude properly. With that, he scooped up Xiao Xinxin and headed for the large bed. "Stop it. Tingting and Xiaoyun are sleeping next door." Xiao Xinxin blushed, struggling lightly. "It's fine. Just keep your voice down. This is a presidential suite, the soundproofing is excellent." Lin Xia flashed a mischievous grin and began his reward without further ado. The next day, everyone gathered together. "Have you two familiarized yourselves with Jinfeng Tower these past few days?" Lin Xia directed this question at Chen Tingting and Lin Xiaoyun. Chen Tingting nodded. "Lin Xia, my father." Lin Xia shook his head slightly. "The base was hit hard. I kept an eye out, but I have no news of your father." At this, Lin Xiaoyun, who had just calmed down, suddenly burst into tears. Lin Xia knew the girl was hurting deeply. After all, her parents had sacrificed themselves to save her. Xiaoyun, Lin Xia comforted her. "Your parents gave their lives to save you. You must live well for their sake. I'm sure they wouldn't want to see you mired in grief." Lin Xiaoyun wiped away her tears and choked out, "I understand. I'll live well, I won't let them down." At that moment, Lin Xia stood up. Facing everyone, he spoke solemnly, "There's something I've been hiding from you all. Some of you already know. I am a reborn individual." This statement did not cause much of a stir. Xiao Xinxin had known for a long time. Luo Yuan had always believed Lin Xia was an alien, and later he had his own guesses. Even if he hadn't figured it out entirely, he was certain Lin Xia was no ordinary person, so he wasn't particularly surprised. Su Man and Su Qingyue hadn't known at first. But after all this time, if they hadn't guessed that Lin Xia was extraordinary, that would be the real surprise. Thus, upon hearing Lin Xia's revelation, they were already mentally prepared and not overly shocked. As for Chen Tingting, she had reported him before, so she naturally knew. The only one who seemed genuinely surprised was Lin Xiaoyun. The young girl looked bewildered and suspicious, thinking Lin Xia was joking. Well, as a reborn individual, I possess a mysterious space that can store non-living objects. Like this. With that, Lin Xia retrieved various items from his spatial storage and placed them on the table, then returned them to the space. This time, aside from Xiao Xinxin, everyone was somewhat astonished. Lin Xia's actions resembled flawless magic, utterly mesmerizing. Before the rain started, I stored quite a few daily necessities and supplies in the space. So you need not worry about supplies while staying here. Therefore, everyone can rest assured. If you need anything, just apply to Luo Yuan. He will compile a list and report to me, and I will do my best to fulfill your requests. Luo Yuan is familiar with everyone here. He will act as the general steward. You can approach him with any matter. The above information is for our inner circle only. It must remain confidential to outsiders. The reason I'm revealing this today is, first, because I consider everyone here as my own, second, I want to ease any unnecessary worries, and finally, I hope we can all persevere until the rain stops, living on one day at a time. Alright, that's all I have to say. Luo Yuan, you can start now. Assign tasks to everyone so that all have something to do. Recently, Luo Yuan had been pouring relentless effort into transforming Jinfeng Tower. He had to find something to occupy his time, and Lin Xia's provision of miraculous equipment only fueled his vigor, the power system for instance. Now the entire Jinfeng Tower had restored normal electricity with 4 elevators already in operation. Although water had flooded up to the 15th floor, elevators remained indispensable for the daily movement of personnel tending to the indoor planting experiments. Take the tap water system for example. While not every room had supply, each floor now boasted a water collection point for daily use. It was a hassle, but compared to the days of deprivation, Jinfeng Tower had become a paradise. Meanwhile, Su Qingyue collaborated with Luo Yuan, contributing her own ideas. These ideas were practical and beneficial, such as an internal broadcast system built from the tower's existing equipment. With the broadcast, notifications became far more convenient. Currently, Su Qingyue was working on internal entertainment broadcasts utilizing the tower's network media resources from Lin Xia via Xiao Xinxin and readily available TVs or monitors. Combining these elements allowed for program broadcasting within the tower, offering everyone a chance to unwind from evening until bedtime. In short, while Lin Xia focused on the base, everyone else kept busy striving to improve Jinfeng Tower for long-term living. The results were evident. In terms of convenience, even the Jindingshan base couldn't match Jinfeng Tower. It's time to establish a contribution point system. After the others left, Lin Xia called Luo Yuan aside. Now his right-hand man Luo Yuan had become indispensable beyond Lin Xia's initial expectations. The once youthful man had grown steady, exuding an air of authority, yet he remained unchanged before Lin Xia. You mean everyone must contribute to earn resources and treatment? Luo Yuan, having contemplated this, responded promptly. Exactly, Lin Xia nodded. I have supplies, but I fear some may grow idle without a system of reward for effort. Luo Yuan agreed. I've considered this and have some ideas. Unlike Jindingshan base, we lack the infrastructure for a contribution point system with records and calculations, but we could use tokens. Tokens? Lin Xia asked. You mean a physical currency? Exactly. Luo Yuan affirmed. Without a proper system, contribution points aren't feasible, but physical tokens bypass that issue. Lin Xia understood, but what could serve as tokens? We can't manufacture anything now. No need for manufacturing. Luo Yuan replied, with only a few hundred people in Jinfeng Tower, we just need a substitute. Lin Xia pondered, but couldn't think of a suitable item. Luo Yuan asked, Lin, how many seeds do you have for the indoor planting downstairs? Seeds. Lin Xia's eyes lit up. Plenty. You mean using seeds as tokens? The seeds Lin Xia had given Elder Bai were just a fraction. The gift pack contained 10 packs each of 10 crop varieties, with bags as large as 10 kilogram rice sacks each holding tens of thousands of seeds. The 10 crop seeds differed, allowing for distinct denominations, quite suitable. Luo Yuan agreed, indeed, and having inspected them, no one else has seeds like these except you. But the ongoing planting downstairs might. That's the only issue, but I've installed monitors in the test rooms. With proper management it should be fine. Alright, draft a detailed set of rules with strict penalties that inspire fear. Understood. With Lin Xia's directive, Luo Yuan busied himself consulting many for input, especially Su Man. He had fallen deeply for this mature, beautiful woman, though her aloofness troubled him. Su Qingyue faced similar woes. She saw Lin Xia daily now, but Chen Tingting's presence irked her. The girl seized every chance to cling to Lin Xia, plotting to give herself to him. Like sneaking into his bed, but someone else was already there. Or bursting into his bathroom while he showered, but Shen need Xiao Xinxin to unlock the door. How frustrating! Su Man also fretted. As a woman she sensed her daughter's intentions, yet another woman had appeared beside Lin Xia. Even as a reborn soul, unique and exceptional, she harbored a deep aversion to such fickleness in a man. Yet she knew Lin Xia was a powerful ally. If her daughter latched onto him, survival would be assured. Conflicted. But she knew opposition was futile. Qingyue was infatuated, constantly scheming to approach Lin Xia, impossible to deter. Why has Lin Xia's return made things so complicated? Su Man mused idly, with little else to occupy her mind. In contrast, Lin Xia's situation was simpler. Head feared Chen Tingting's arrival might cause trouble, but her behavior eased his worries. At Jinfeng Tower, Chen Tingting acted as Lin Xia's devoted maid, treating Xiao Xinxin with courtesy and no hostility. This stirred a hint of tenderness in Lin Xia, improving his attitude toward her. His greatest delight was enjoying thrice the pleasure at night, double the joy. Time seemed to slow down. At least that was how Lin Xia felt. Though he had tasks to occupy his days, they were merely distractions to stave off the crushing boredom. Luo Yuan had already drafted the first version of the token system. Lin Xia had reviewed it and found it quite satisfactory, with no apparent flaws or unreasonable aspects. The implementation was far from smooth at the outset. Many expressed confusion and resistance. After all, both Luo Yuan and Lin Xia were ordinary civilians, and despite their capabilities they were far from surpassing the authority of the state. Yet these dissenters did not hold out for long. Since Jinfeng Tower was almost entirely under Lin Xia's control, anyone who refused to cooperate faced a cutoff of water and food supplies. You want to make a scene? Then get out. Under these circumstances, did you think you could take it to court? Not a single courthouse remained open across the entire nation. Brother Lin Polan is here, but he's in bad shape. Just as Lin Xia was idling away his time, Luo Yuan rushed in to report. Polan. Lin Xia shot to his feet. He's still alive. Luo Yuan replied, a wooden plank drifted here from somewhere today and Polan was on it. He fell unconscious as soon as he arrived. We lack medical facilities here and don't know his exact condition, but from the look of him, I'm afraid he's on the verge of death. Let's go. Take me to him. Luo Yuan wasted no time and led Lin Xia to the elevator. On the 35th floor, in a standard room, Lin Xia found Polan barely clinging to life. From the looks of it, Polan and his group had endured immense hardship. His muscles had visibly atrophied and his body was covered in wounds likely sustained during the explosion at the base. We have hundreds of people here and not a single doctor. Lin Xia realized he had overlooked many critical matters. Medical support, for instance. Hundreds of people, yet no physician. When someone fell ill, they could only rely on their own immunity to fight through it. Those who survived were fortunate, those who didn't could only await death. The same applied to injuries. Minor wounds healed on their own, but serious ones left one's fate entirely to the heavens. This was far too passive. Yes, I've surveyed everyone in Jinfeng Tower. Not a single doctor among us, Luo Yuan said helplessly. In his view, this problem seemed insurmountable, as holding a recruitment drive was out of the question. Just then Xiao Xinxin, having heard the news, rushed over. She stepped forward and conducted a brief examination of Miao Polin. I've only learned basic first aid. I can't handle a case like this. I suspect he has an infection, but a professional diagnosis is necessary. After a minute or two, Xiao Xinxin could only shake her head. Xinxin, take care of him for now. I'll handle the doctor situation. Leaving those words behind, Lin Xia turned and walked away. Finding a secluded corner, he summoned the spatial gate. After several days, he returned to the Jindingshan base. The base had changed little except for the wounded. In just a few days, nearly all the injured in Sector D Level 4 had died. Without medicine or support, those with serious injuries could not hold out for long. Is there any professional doctor here? Employment guaranteed, free food and accommodation. Standing in the Level 4 atrium, Lin Xia resorted to the most primitive method of recruitment. His booming voice immediately drew attention. The phrase, free food and accommodation, particularly captivated the crowd. Unfortunately, the demand was for doctors and none were present. After calling out several more times with no response, Lin Xia proceeded to Level 5. Others couldn't ascend, but he was unaffected. Even if his wings were exposed, he had no fear of what these people might do. At this point, Lin Xia had the confidence and ability to protect himself even if he revealed all his secrets. Is there any professional doctor here? Employment guaranteed, free food and accommodation. On each floor, Lin Xia shouted several times to ensure everyone could hear. But doctors were a scarce resource, and after several floors he still found none. Some tried to bluff their way through, but Lin Xia, though a layman, could easily expose their lies with a few simple questions. What are the treatment methods for diabetes? Name a few commonly used medications. Many knew a little about the topic, but without genuine medical knowledge they couldn't provide a coherent answer. Lin Xia had learned a bit from chatting with Wu Fei Wang, otherwise he wouldn't have known either. It wasn't until he reached Level 13 that Lin Xia finally saw hope. Because on this floor he noticed that many of the wounded had received treatment. A figure was busily moving among the patients. At times checking wounds, at times using a stethoscope to listen to pulses. This was unmistakably a doctor. Is there any professional doctor here? Employment guaranteed, free food and accommodation. Lin Xia's shout echoed through the Level 13 atrium. Many turned to look at him, but the person he suspected to be a doctor seemed not to have heard. Is there any professional doctor here? Employment guaranteed, free food and accommodation. Lin Xia called out again, this time directing his voice at the doctor. A bit embarrassed, Lin Xia had no choice but to approach. Hello, are you a doctor? He greeted as he drew near. The person in the slightly soiled white coat turned around. From a distance Lin Xia hadn't noticed, but now he saw that it was a woman. And a strikingly beautiful one at that. She looked very young, perhaps no older than 25. In Lin Xia's mind, doctors were usually more skilled with age. Someone in their early 20s was likely just out of medical school. He wondered if she was truly competent. Hello, I am a doctor. What can I do for you? The beautiful doctor studied Lin Xia as well. A flicker of surprise passed through her eyes. This man was far too clean, spotless from head to toe, which was unusual. Moreover, his complexion was ruddy and healthy. This was hardly the appearance of someone in need of medical aid. There's a critically injured patient who needs urgent care. Could you please come with me? If you're willing to stay, I can guarantee you won't go hungry again and will have a decent place to live, Lin Xia stated bluntly. He believed that under the current circumstances no one could refuse a stable supply of food. I'm sorry. The beautiful doctor's response took Lin Xia by surprise. As you can see, my energy is limited. I'm already overwhelmed with the patients here and cannot leave. Was he being rejected? Lin Xia was genuinely taken aback. Who would turn down a secure shelter and ample food at a time like this? Could it be that she thought he was bluffing? In the apocalypse, even the authorities dare not boast of providing food and shelter, let alone an unknown stranger. Lin Xia increasingly felt that this possibility was the most likely. Doctor, I am not exaggerating, I can guarantee the provision of food and shelter as I just mentioned. Lin Xia felt his words were somewhat feeble. But he had no way to prove it immediately. I'm sorry. The beautiful doctor still refused, saying, it's not that I don't believe you, but as you can see, there are many injured people here. If I leave, their injuries cannot be properly managed and they might not survive until help arrives. Lin Xia could see the sincerity in the doctor's beautiful eyes. It seemed she wasn't just saying it casually. He hadn't expected to encounter such a person in this situation. Logically, he could have simply taken this beautiful doctor away by force. But upon reconsideration, he realized he couldn't abandon those people. After all, he lacked professional medical knowledge. But he couldn't stop others from providing aid. That was a moral baseline issue. How about this, you help me check on my friend, and after that I'll take you back. Lin Xia settled for a compromise. At least he could ensure Miao Polan was taken care of first. As for this doctor, there would be plenty of opportunities to negotiate later. Well, the beautiful doctor hesitated. The lives of these injured are important, as is my friend's life. Plus, it won't take you much time. Lin Xia continued to persuade her. All right. Where is your friend? Let's go now. The beautiful doctor finally relented. Follow me. Lin Xia led the doctor to a nearby corner. By the way, my name is Lin Xia. How should I address you? I am Pei Xiaoyu. I feel like I've heard your name somewhere before. Really? It might just be a coincidence. My name is too common. Where are you taking me? That area has collapsed and we can't get in. Is your friend inside there? No, just follow me and you will understand soon. Lin Xia found an empty corner and raised his hand to open the spatial gate. What is this? Pei Xiaoyu was puzzled and Lin Xia grasped her hand, pulling them both through the spatial gate. In an instant they found themselves in the presidential suite on the top floor of the Jin Feng building. Where is this? Pei Xiaoyu looked around at the opulent decor, feeling as if her worldview had been severely shaken. This is the Jin Feng building, Lin Xia explained. You don't need to worry, this is my stronghold, it's very safe. Did we just traverse space? Pei Xiaoyu, being a young person, although she had never experienced such a miraculous phenomenon, had heard some things about it online. Yes, Lin Xia replied. Don't expect me to explain it to you. Like you, I only know it's a spatial traversal, but I don't fully understand the specifics either. Then how did you do it? Pei Xiaoyu's curiosity was piqued. You can think of it as I have superpowers. In reality, I can't explain it either. Lin Xia shrugged. That's amazing, Pei Xiaoyu exclaimed. Then remembering her task, she asked immediately, where is your friend? Downstairs, follow me. Lin Xia quickly led Pei Xiaoyu down. On the way, when Pei Xiaoyu saw Lin Xia stop by the elevator door and press the down button and the elevator actually opened, she was shocked. She never imagined that Lin Xia's way of taking her downstairs would be by elevator. After days of continuous heavy rain with the entire city submerged, there was still an elevator here. After exiting the elevator, Pei Xiaoyu was once again surprised. The environment had been cleaned up thoroughly, with each room occupied by disaster victims, yet the overall organization was impressive, not resembling the conditions of those affected by disaster at all. What astonished her most was that the faces of these disaster victims showed little sign of despair. Many even bore faint smiles, and within those smiles Pei Xiaoyu saw hope. This place is amazing. Arriving at her destination, Pei Xiaoyu focused her attention and carefully examined Miao Polan's injuries. He has a serious infection in the wound. To survive, he needs a large quantity of antibiotics. After a careful examination, Pei Xiaoyu helplessly shook her head. When Lin Xia saw the doctor shake her head, a bad feeling surged in his heart. But upon hearing that antibiotics were needed, 2 words echoed in his mind, is that it? Pei Xiaoyu continued, in the current situation antibiotics are very hard to come by. The Jinding mountain base had some, but now Lin Xia interrupted her asking, Dr. Pei, just tell me what is needed and I'll find it. Pei Xiaoyu shook her head advising, don't waste your effort. All the hospitals and pharmacies in the city have been flooded and it's impossible to find them. This woman. Lin Xia felt like he wanted to hit her. Just say what you need without all this extra talk. Dr. Pei, Lin Xia said seriously again, you just need to tell me what is needed. Getting it is my responsibility. I need a large amount of penicillin. Do you have any? And also, Pei Xiaoyu listed several types of medicines and medical supplies. Is there anything else? Lin Xia noted everything one by one. Pei Xiaoyu paused for a moment, shook her head, that's all. But you need to be quick, he's already in shock and can't hold on for long. Okay. Give me 5 minutes. Lin Xia immediately turned and went out, found a secluded spot, took out a box, and then retrieved all the items Pei Xiaoyu had mentioned, placing them into the box. After gathering everything, Lin Xia carefully checked again. Ensuring nothing was missing, he returned to the room with the box. Here, these are what you just needed to check if anything is missing. Pei Xiaoyu looked at the box of medical supplies before her, unsure of what to say. Every single item here was hard to obtain at this stage, yet Lin Xia managed to bring back a whole box in just a few minutes. This. Pei Xiaoyu was once again stunned. This is quite complete. You leave this to me and have one person assist me, the others can go out first. After leaving Lin Xia behind, Pei Xiaoyu began to take action. I need to treat his wounds now. You help me hold him. Grab his arm. Support him well, don't let him turn over. Lin Xia obediently followed each instruction. He never expected that to this day someone would still be able to command him to do things. After treating the wounds, Pei Xiaoyu took out several types of medicine, wrote down the dosage instructions, and handed them to Lin Xia. Alright, feed him the medicine according to what I wrote, then take me back. Dear Pei, what do you think? Would you consider joining us? You see, I have quite a number of people here but not a single doctor. If you come, you can name your terms, anything within my power I will fulfill. On the way back, Lin Xia continued his efforts. Though he could still try his luck on other floors of the base, no one could guarantee he would find another doctor. Since a ready opportunity was right before him, he had to give it his all. If Pei Xiaoyu remained adamant in her refusal, there would still be time to search elsewhere. To be honest, I am somewhat tempted. Pei Xiaoyu had realized that the living conditions here far surpassed those of the Jinding mountain base. For one thing, at least here she could breathe fresh air. Though the heavy rain continued outside, there was no sense of oppression. At the Jinding mountain base it had been stifling, she hadn't breathed open air in days. However, Pei Xiaoyu continued hesitantly, the base also needs me. I simply cannot abandon my patients. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia's respect for Pei Xiaoyu only grew. In such times, to resist temptation and remain devoted to her patients was proof of her noble medical ethics. The more she refused, the more Lin Xia wanted her to stay. How about this? Lin Xia had another plan. Stay here at Jinfeng Tower. You can still tend to the base. Whenever you need to go, just come to me and you'll handle the transportation. Lin Xia was showing genuine sincerity. Supplies he had in abundance, offering some was hardly a grand gesture. But being willing to respond to Pei Xiaoyu's needs daily, spending time and energy on pickups and drop-offs, that was something no amount of supplies could match. Not even Xiao Xinxin or Qin Tingting had enjoyed such treatment. Sister Pei? Pei Xiaoyu was still hesitating. A call made her stop. Lin Xia was also surprised. He hadn't expected anyone to recognize Pei Xiaoyu. They both turned to see Lin Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun. Pei Xiaoyu was overjoyed to see her. Lin Xiaoyun immediately rushed over and threw herself into Pei Xiaoyu's arms. Sister Pei, my mom and dad. Lin Xiaoyun's tears streamed down uncontrollably before she could finish. Pei Xiaoyu understood at once. She knelt down, gently wiped away the girl's tears and comforted her, don't cry. Mom and Dad have just gone to another world. Tell me, would they rather see a tearful Xiaoyun or a happy healthy one? Lin Xiaoyun continued crying, but after a while she managed to compose herself. She looked at Pei Xiaoyu with hope and pleaded, "Sister, can you please stay? I beg you." Pei Xiaoyu hesitated. If not for the professional psychological counseling Lin Xia had given her, she might have already given up on life out of despair. One could say Lin Xia was her savior. It was through knowing Dr. Lin that she had come to know his family. This family had been kind to her and given her great strength. She had grown fond of Lin Xiaoyun, though their time together was brief, their bond was deep. Moreover, she felt a special connection with Lin Xiaoyun. Their names alone had a sisterly ring, Xiaoyun and Xiaoyu. She had once had a younger sister the same age as Lin Xiaoyun, but tragically she had passed away. So she had always regarded Lin Xiaoyun as her own sister. But if she chose to stay, what about those at the base? Could she really trouble Lin Xia with daily trips? Was his offer merely a temporary expedient? She looked up at Lin Xia. She had to admit everything he had shown so far was reassuring. Besides, everything here intrigued her deeply. All right. Pei Xiaoyu finally made her decision. I'll stay. Lin Xiaoyun was overjoyed. Her perpetually gloomy face finally showed a hint of a smile. Brother Lin Xia, can I share a room with Sister Pei? Lin Xiaoyun hugged Pei Xiaoyu and looked up at Lin Xia. Of course. Lin Xia ruffled her hair. This little girl had done him a huge favor. Pei Xiaoyu stood up, took Lin Xiaoyun's hand and said to Lin Xia, "Does your offer still stand?" Lin Xia replied sincerely, "Of course." Pei Xiaoyu felt his sincerity and was reassured. Lin Xia smiled and said, "Let Xiaoyun take you to pick a room. Any unoccupied one is yours. If you need any daily necessities, come to me and you'll arrange everything." Delighted, Lin Xiaoyun pulled Pei Xiaoyu toward the elevator. Lin Xia returned to Miao Polan's room. Remarkably, after Pei Xiaoyu's treatment, Miao Polan was in much better condition. Perhaps it was also due to his robust physique, but visibly his complexion had improved. "Where did you find that doctor? So young and so beautiful." Xiao Xinxin, who had been tending to Miao Polan, asked proactively as Lin Xia entered. Lin Xia's heart tightened. He replied, "I went to the base and searched for a long time. Doctors are really scarce now. Dr. Pei may be young, but as you saw, she's very professional." Xiao Xingxin's eyes clearly said, "I don't believe you." Just then Chen Tingting emerged from the bathroom with a basin of water and said, "Sister Xinxin, isn't being chosen by Lin Xia a blessing for Dr. Pei?" Xiao Xingxin sighed inwardly. Chen Tingting had been so bewitched by Lin Xia that she treated him like an emperor. Now she dared not say a single bad word about Lin Xia. If she did, Chen Tingting would object. But come to think of it, wasn't she the same? Though she never said it aloud, in her heart she truly believed it. When she saw Pei Xiaoyu, her first thought wasn't, "How did Lin Xia find another beauty?" but, "This woman is lucky to be chosen by my man." She wasn't jealous, instead she found it perfectly normal. After all, he was Lin Xia. What woman could resist his charm? Unless she was blind. Where did Lin Xia go? When Xiao Xinxin snapped out of it, Lin Xia was already gone. "He must have gone to attend to something," Chen Tingting said as she prepared a damp towel and gently placed it on Miao Polan's forehead. "Aren't you afraid he's going to see Dr. Pei?" Xiao Xinxin probed. "What's wrong with him seeing Dr. Pei?" Chen Tingting asked, puzzled. "Dr. Pei might give Lin Xia a checkup," Xiao Xinxin said, a vivid image already forming in her mind. "Then let her check him." "I don't mind." Chen Tingting smiled faintly. Miao Polan awoke. This man's constitution was undoubtedly extraordinary. According to Pei Xiaoyu, with such injuries and physical condition, he shouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least 10 days to half a month. Yet Miao Polan, true to his nickname Tyrannosaurus, got out of bed the very next day looking remarkably spirited. Lin Xia was curious how he had survived given that Sector C had been bombed into a mess. Those inside were either killed by the blast or buried alive. To survive that was truly tough. Actually, I wasn't the only one who made it. Neapolitan recalled Mingyu was captured but his deployment at the base was largely unaffected. He had dug a tunnel from the underground of Sector CSL-1 level to the outside. I escaped through that tunnel along with others. I saw them being picked up by a boat. After his explanation, Lin Xia understood the general course of events. After escaping, Neapolitan first spent a day on a warship that had been converted into a temporary shelter. His wounds required treatment or his life would be in danger. But the doctors on the warship couldn't handle such injuries. Feeling his life slipping away, Neapolitan decided not to wait idly for death and set out in the heavy rain. Where to go? He thought of Jinfeng Tower. Though he knew Lin Xia was likely still in the base and he wasn't even sure if Lin Xia was alive. He vaguely felt there was a slight chance Lin Xia might be at Jinfeng Tower. Since he was going to die anyway, any destination was fine. If Lin Xia happened to be there, he might just survive. As it turned out, his gamble paid off. Rest up and heal. Once you're better, I have a mission for you. Lin Xia specially arranged for someone to care for Neapolitan. The cost was 20 white seeds per day. But the arrangement seemed somewhat redundant. Speaking of white seeds, they were the lowest denomination in the current currency system at Jinfeng Tower. 3 types of seeds were in use: white seeds, black seeds, and yellow seeds, with an exchange ratio of 1001. Normally 5 white seeds could be exchanged for a basic supply. Lin Xia had taken many items from his space and had Xiao Xinxin and Qin Tingting categorize them, pricing them based on value and demand to offer to the refugees downstairs. Lin Xia's inventory was diverse, containing all sorts of things. In the current situation, these items were more precious than gold. Their appeal to the refugees was undeniable. After Luo Yuan announced the supply list, it caused a huge stir, stunning all the refugees. Not only were there fresh vegetables, but also various fresh meats. Rice flour, cooking oil, and even seasonings were all available. At first some wondered how this was possible, but within half a day no one cared. As long as they could exchange, they just needed to work hard. Regarding work, Luo Yuan had put much thought into it. Currently the main task at Jinfeng Tower was farming. Besides farming, there were cleaning duties and floor patrols. Lin Xia was quite satisfied. In just a few days the basic system at Jinfeng Tower had taken shape and the residents had gradually accepted it. A small social structure had formed. Lin Xia and his group naturally occupied the top tier, with Lin Xia himself being a godlike figure within this system. Once Neapolitan had nearly recovered, Lin Xia entrusted him with the task of establishing a defense team. Pick anyone from Jinfeng Tower and build a disciplined security force. Lin Xia's words were direct. In fact, Luo Yuan was somewhat puzzled by this decision. The situation outside was even worse than in the first few days. Most of Jinling City's buildings were submerged as the water had risen past the 16th floor, and most structures weren't that tall. Currently, aside from some commercial towers and high-rise residential areas, everywhere else was a vast ocean. Under these conditions, few people were outside and internal management was on track, so security shouldn't require much manpower or resources. But Lin Xia thought otherwise. The relentless rain was cruel, but it also served as a test. The weak had been eliminated and those remaining were tougher. If invaders came, he wasn't afraid, but the refugees downstairs were ordinary people with no means to resist. Neapolitan, unlike Luo Yuan, had fewer questions. Building a security team was exactly his forte. When he learned that Lin Xia would equip the team with weapons, he knew that while their strength mattered, absolute loyalty was paramount. Lin Xia, however, was indifferent. With his current power, even if everyone in Jinfeng Tower came at him fully armed, he was confident he could escape unscathed. No, not escape, annihilate them all, leaving not a trace. After arranging matters, Lin Xia gathered the core members. This included the new chief instructor Miao Polan, the beautiful Dr. Pei Xiaoyu, and Lin Xia's new companion Qin Tingting. 8 people filled the dining table in the presidential suite. After some casual conversation and introductions, everyone turned to Lin Xia. There's nothing special about today's gathering. Recently, Jinfeng Tower has shown signs of a stable social structure, which is good. In the future, if refugees seek help Luo Yuan, you can decide whether to take them in based on our actual situation. I hope to turn Jinfeng Tower into a beacon of hope in Jinling City. Enough talk, today's theme is celebration. Thank you all for your efforts in making Jinfeng Tower what it is. After Lin Xia finished, Xiao Xinxin smiled and wheeled out a cart. Everyone's eyes widened and several swallowing sounds echoed. Pei Xiaoyu in particular craned her neck, swallowing hard. On the cart were steaming grilled fish skewers fragrant with cumin and even a pot of richly filled hot pot. Besides these, there were various dishes, a dazzling array. Long live brother Lin Xia! Su Qingyue cheered, her eyes sparkling with adoration. Lin Xia, I'm impressed. Where did you get this? Pei Xiaoyu felt for the first time glad she had chosen to stay. Yes, one absurdly lavish dinner changed her mind instantly. Lin Xia helped Xiao Xinxin set all the dishes on the table, smiling, everyone dig in, there's more if needed. Yeah. Long live. Awesome. After the collective shout, everyone turned to look at Lin Xia. Even though Xiao Xinxin had already placed all the dishes on the table, no one moved their chopsticks. They were waiting for Lin Xia to eat first. Though a subtle gesture, it spoke volumes about his status and influence among the group. Fine dishes deserve fine wine, Lin Xia said, conjuring an array of spirits from his spatial storage as if by magic. Baijiu beer, red wine, everything one could desire. This spectacle startled Pei Xiaoyu once more. Yet recalling that Lin Xia had already mastered spatial traversal, she quickly accepted it with ease. Nearby, Qin Tingting rose obediently to help open the bottles. After seeking Lin Xia's approval, she poured him a full glass of mitai. Instantly, a rich aroma of baijiu permeated the room. You know, after being away from this scent for so long, even the baijiu I used to dislike smells intoxicating now. Indeed. How about we all drink the clear stuff tonight? This is mitai, it was pricey before and now it's worth a fortune. Agreed. Amid the lively chatter, everyone ultimately chose mitai. The ladies poured just a shallow amount, barely an ounce, while the men filled their glasses to the brim. Once every glass was filled, Lin Xia raised his first. I've said what needed saying. Let me leave you with 2 final words: persevere. 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 In the night, the towering Jinfeng building blazed with lights, a sight unique to the city of Jinling. On the top floor within the opulent presidential suite, the dining table lay in disarray. Every dish had been devoured and empty bottles, white beer red, numbered over 20. The group was strewn about, some lying down, others slumped over. Occasional murmurs escaped their lips, slurred and unintelligible. Drunk, everyone was drunk. Except Lin Xia. His physique was now beyond the reach of alcohol. Surveying the drunken scene, he could only shake his head with a wry smile. Sobriety had its own burdens, he had to clean up the mess. The table could wait, but everyone needed to be settled properly, otherwise a night like this would surely make them sick. Lin Xia first carried Xiao Xinxin and Qin Tingting to the bed. Then he helped Miao Polan and Luo Yuan to the adjacent suite. Next came Su Man, Su Qingyue and Pei Xiaoyu. Su Man and Su Qingyue were in the next room, but Pei Xiaoyu posed a dilemma. Her room was downstairs. Checking the time, it was already late. Lin Xiaoyun was likely asleep. Lin Xia decided against taking Pei Xiaoyu downstairs. It would disturb Lin Xiaoyun and be troublesome. The presidential suite had a guest bedroom, she could rest there. After settling Pei Xiaoyu, only Su Man and her daughter remained. Lin Xia moved toward Su Qingyue. Just then Su Man, who had been slumped over the table, lost her balance and swayed. Quick as lightning, Lin Xia lunged forward and caught Su Man. Since he was already holding her, he swept her into his arms and carried her out the door. First Xiao Xinxin and Chen Tingting. Then Pei Xiaoyu. Now Su Man. Each was a breathtaking beauty of ethereal allure. Compounded by the alcohol, Lin Xia's mind wandered with temptation. Yet he restrained himself well. In the adjacent suite he laid Su Man down. As he rose to leave, Su Man's arms wrapped around his neck. Before he could react, her crimson lips pressed against his. Sister Man. Su Man remained silent, lost in passion. Sister Man, Luo Yuan. At the mention of Luo Yuan, Su Man finally stopped. She gazed at Lin Xia and asked softly, Lin Xia, just because Luo Yuan likes me, must I like him? Then if I like you, do you have to like me? Lin Xia froze. In his memory, Su Man had always been wary of him. What was happening tonight? Heaven as his witness, he hadn't spiked the matai. Su Man's eyes turned sorrowful. Do you despise me for being older than you? Lin Xia shook his head. Then he let go of pretense. Why be hypocritical? He had lusted after her before, even if only in thought. That was the truth. Why play coy now? Without waiting for Su Man to speak, he met her. He didn't. The night deepened and only the faint glow from the top of Jinfeng building illuminated the city. Su Qingyue shivered awake from her dreams. She had drunk some baijiu earlier and only 2 beers after, now feeling mostly sober. Seeing the chaos around her and no one in sight, she jolted awake. Rising, she first checked the master bedroom. Relieved, she found Sister Xinxin and Sister Tingting asleep. Passing the guest room, she spotted Pei Xiaoyu. Her heart eased. Brother Lin Xia must have settled everyone. Why wasn't I taken to my room? Wait, Brother Lin Xia wasn't in the master bedroom. Could he be asleep somewhere else? That won't do, I'll catch cold. Su Qingyue hurried out and turned toward Luo Yuan's room. The door was unlocked as she tiptoed in. Luo Yuan lay in the master bedroom while Miao Polan snored loudly in the guest room, but no Lin Xia. Did Brother Lin Xia go out on business? At this hour? Worried, she searched Luo Yuan's suite thoroughly, finding no trace of him. Could he have fallen asleep while taking my mom home? Su Qingyue approached her own room. At the doorway she halted abruptly. From within came sounds that made her blush. In that moment a possibility dawned on her. The world seemed to shatter completely. She sank to the floor, tears streaming unbidden. So Lin Xia likes Mom. But why doesn't he like me? Does Mom also love Lin Xia but hid her feelings because of me? As she pondered, the sounds from the room ceased. Su Qingyue lifted her head again. Lin Xia already has Sister Xinxin and Sister Tingting, and now this. Could there be room for one more, me? A flicker of determination crossed the young girl's eyes. Rising, she crept silently into the suite. Outside the bedroom door she saw Lin Xia lying on the bed. Her mother seemed fast asleep, motionless. Su Qingyue, you can do this. Su Qingyue, stay strong. Fighting for the one you love is never wrong. Go for it. After silently cheering herself on, Su Qingyue tiptoed noiselessly into the room. Lin Xia of all people would certainly know when someone entered the room. And at this hour, who else could it be returning? He had arranged for everyone else, and those who had drunk too much and fallen asleep wouldn't wake so easily. Even if they did wake, they wouldn't randomly wander into this room. The only one who could appear here now was Su Qingyue. She was still young, so everyone had deliberately let her drink less during the meal. Her earlier drunkenness was merely this young girl's unfamiliarity with alcohol. A single sip could make her feel tipsy. After all this time, that faint intoxication had nearly dissipated. But the problem was, how could he explain this scene? Not only was he naked, but the person beside him was also unclothed. Could he claim they were just chatting? This chat hardly seemed innocent. Or perhaps they were cultivating the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Su Qingyue was no 3-year-old child. After much deliberation, Lin Xia decided to feign sleep. Just pretend not to know. As for an explanation, it could wait until tomorrow. At least the night would give him time to think of a proper excuse. Nearby, Su Qingyue had already tiptoed to the bedside. The sight before her was rather jarring. However, she had already mentally prepared herself outside, so now she felt no great turmoil. As for everything else, she could now understand it. Her mother was also a woman who needed care and affection. Moreover, it was Lin Xia. Being drawn to him was only natural, he was so outstanding. Though they were strangers, he still stepped in to save them. Afterward, he never made any excessive demands. Even in these apocalyptic times, he didn't hoard supplies, allowing her and her mother to survive well. Even when crises struck, Lin Xia stood alone before everyone, protecting them all. What woman could refuse such a man? Sisters Xinxin and Tingting were both exceptional women, yet they too were conquered by Lin Xia. Oh, and Dr. Pei as well. She had just arrived and probably hadn't fallen for him yet, but it was only a matter of time. Any woman who encountered Lin Xia was destined to succumb. Damn, what is this girl thinking? Why isn't she leaving? On the bed, Lin Xia felt a pang of agony. Su Qingyue had been standing by the bedside for ages, lost in thought. Fortunately, he had pulled a thin blanket over himself earlier, otherwise being stared at by a girl like this would be unbearable even for his thick skin. Just then he heard a rustling sound. Holy crap, what is she doing? Taking off her clothes. Lin Xia was dumbfounded. How the hell was he supposed to react without it being too awkward? Urgent waiting online. Before he could think of any constructive response, Lin Xia felt the thin blanket being lifted and then a scorching presence pressed down on him. What the hell? Lin Xia even wondered if the mitai he had stocked up had expired or if he had bought counterfeit liquor. This was no baijiu, it was more like a love potion. One by one I treat you as companions and you all just want to sleep with me. Was the drunkenness just a pretext? Had it all been premeditated? Why not come at me all at once? I'd lose only if I bowed my head. Lin Xia chose to fight back. After a chaotic battle, Lin Xia emerged victorious. The next morning, everyone else woke later than usual due to their hangovers. Lin Xia, however, was basking in his triumph. Just past 7, he sprang up energetically, not even bothering to dress, and strode naked to the floor-to-ceiling window to stretch with a satisfied grin. Just as he turned to head to the bathroom to wash up, he suddenly spun back. His eyes locked onto the window. Had the rain stopped? Raindrops still clung to the glass, but no more fell from the sky. Am I seeing things from overindulgence? Lin Xia rubbed his eyes, double-checking to confirm he wasn't mistaken. The torrential rain that had lasted for 50 days had finally ceased. Lin Xia was instantly thrilled. He walked to a window that could slide open and pulled it. How it only opened this much? I wanted to leap out and have some fun. What are you doing? Xiao Xingxin's voice came from behind. Lin Xia turned and asked excitedly, don't you notice something different? Xiao Xingxin rubbed her sleepy eyes, stared at Lin Xia for a few seconds, and then realized he was completely naked. Her face flushed crimson. Pervert. Lin Xia was speechless. He pointed at the window. Look outside. Only then did Xiao Xingxin, still blushing, gaze outward. At first she didn't notice anything. Then suddenly she rushed to the glass window in delight, exclaiming, Lin Xia, the rain has stopped. It really has. Her cry woke Shin Tingting. Without even bothering to put on shoes, she scurried over to Xiao Xingxin's side, staring out the window with excitement. After confirming that the rain had truly ceased, the girl couldn't help but burst into tears. Xiao Xingxin also lost control, tears streaming down her face. Lin Xia had intended to go back and get dressed. But seeing his two wives weeping with joy, he had no choice but to come to them, wrapping an arm around each. After a while their emotions gradually steadied. Noticing the naked man beside them, Xiao Xingxin blushed and pushed him away. Go put on some clothes. Oh. Seeing that they had stopped crying, Lin Xia hurried back to dress. As the three stepped out, they saw Pei Xiaoyu emerging from the guest room. Sorry, I drank too much yesterday. I didn't do anything outrageous, did I? Pei Xiaoyu said apologetically. Lin Xia replied, the rain has stopped. Pei Xiaoyu paused, then asked, you mean the rain has stopped? Xiao Xinxin nodded with a smile. Pei Xiaoyu immediately dashed to the balcony, and soon cries of surprise came from there. Go prepare breakfast, Chen Tingting said obediently as she headed to the kitchen. Just then the doorbell of the suite rang. Xiao Xinxin went to answer. Outside stood Luo Yuan and Miao Polan. Behind them Su Man and Su Qingyue stood at a distance, their faces flushed. Have you seen it? The rain has stopped. After 50 days it's finally stopped. Woo! Even Luo Yuan couldn't hold back his tears. Lin Xia welcomed everyone into the suite. When he saw Su Man and Su Qingyue, he stepped forward, took their hands without a word, and led them inside. Luo Yuan, who had been crying with emotion, abruptly fell silent. His face paled as he stared at Lin Xia's hands. Ah! So it was true. He could only sigh inwardly. In truth, he had long guessed that Su Man's true affection was for Lin Xia. Because he paid attention, he noticed details others overlooked. At first Su Man had indeed resisted Lin Xia. But gradually he observed her secretly glancing at Lin Xia. Her earlier reluctance had vanished. It seems that with the help of alcohol last night the barrier between them had been completely shattered. Wishing them well. What else could he do? The man they loved was after all Lin Xia. Apart from Luo Yuan, others also noticed this scene. In their memory, this was the first time Lin Xia had such an intimate gesture with Su Man and her daughter. At that moment everyone understood that Su Man and her daughter had surely been won over by Lin Xia as well. Could that drinking session yesterday have been premeditated? Someone thought to themselves. Of course, such thoughts could only be kept hidden, never spoken aloud. Now I realize the rain stopping doesn't seem to change much for our lives in the short term. Xiao Xinxin spoke up, steering the conversation away from gossip. It seems so. Regardless, the rain stopping is a good thing. The next step is to wait for the floodwaters to recede. You're thinking too simply. If Blue Star's climate hasn't changed, how could this level of flooding ever recede? Ah. Then what do we do? How about heading north to Daxia? The terrain there is higher, there should still be dry land. How do we get there? Row a boat? Why leave? Isn't it good here? Everyone began discussing animatedly. Lin Xia listened silently, his mind also working. Now that the rain had stopped, as Luo Yuan said, this accumulated water might very well become the new normal on Blue Star. This rain had likely submerged over 70 of Blue Star's land. Only some high-altitude areas remained unflooded. If one wished to return to life on land, the only choice was to head north. Lin Xia didn't want to go, and he wouldn't. The situation there was still unclear, and with Jinfeng Tower so well established, there was no need to take risks. The journey was long with no aircraft available. Who knew what might happen along the way? If the rain started again halfway, regret would be too late. Crackle. The walkie-talkie on Luo Yuan's waist suddenly sounded. Chief Luo, there's a situation on the 18th floor. If you're free, could you come down and take a look? Luo Yuan looked at Lin Xia. Lin Xia gave a slight nod. Only then did Luo Yuan reply, I'll be right there. Seeing Luo Yuan leave, Lin Xia waved his hand and said, all right, everyone go about your business. For now, whether the rain stops or not doesn't make much difference. Everyone dispersed. Before long, Lin Xia's phone received a photo from Luo Yuan. The photo showed a very strange fish. Calling it strange was due to two main reasons. First, Lin Xia had never seen a fish like it. At first glance, it didn't seem like a Blue Star creature. Second, the fish looked extremely ferocious, the kind you knew would bite just by looking at it. Have you ever seen a fish like this? Lin Xia showed the photo to Xiao Xinxin and Chen Tingting. Both shook their heads immediately. It looks so fierce. Xiao Xinxin said. Could it be a piranha? Chen Tingting asked. Lin Xia replied, it's not a piranha, at least not a piranha from Blue Star. This fish looks much meaner and is bigger. In fact, Lin Xia already felt a sense of crisis. The heavy rain had come strangely and stopped strangely. Wasn't it too coincidental that this strange fish appeared just as the rain ceased? He had never seen it during the rain, and he had even gone into the water without encountering anything remotely unusual. There were only two possibilities for this sudden appearance of strange fish. Either they were alien species that fell to Blue Star with the rain, or they were native Blue Star fish that had mutated. Lin Xia thought the second possibility was more likely. Let's go take a look too. The group hurried to the 18th floor. A crowd was gathered around the strange fish. Seeing Lin Xia, although everyone was unfamiliar with this mysterious young man, they all knew he was the true authority in Jinfeng Tower. Without anyone having to say a word, everyone spontaneously made way. Lin Xia stepped forward and saw the strange fish. It was huge, much larger than in the photo, nearly 50 centimeters long. Its scales were different from ordinary fish scales, looking much tougher. Its back was covered in sharp bony spines. Most terrifying was its mouth, with two massive fangs at the front that were truly daunting. Luo Yuan approached and explained to Lin Xia. Someone had been fetching water that morning when this fish attacked. The person was standing by the window, and the strange fish leaped directly from the water onto the corridor. Fortunately, the person was quick-witted enough to avoid being bitten. Lin Xia turned and looked at the water outside the window. This rainwater was no ordinary water. If it truly was the rainwater causing this. Then he looked back at Xiao Xinxin, Luo Yuan, and the others. They had been using this rainwater as drinking water. Tell them to disperse. Warn everyone to be careful when fetching water from now on. Luo Yuan immediately sent the crowd away. Seeing that the area was clear, Lin Xia took a piece of pork from his space and tossed it out the window. Splash! The pork hit the water, sending up spray. Since these fish actively attacked humans, they were carnivorous. Pork should attract them. Lin Xia wanted to see if there were more such strange fish underwater. The others weren't stupid, they immediately understood his intent and crowded by the window, staring at the sinking pork. Here they come. Others couldn't see it, but Lin Xia's vision far exceeded that of ordinary people. A barely perceptible shadow was rapidly rising from beneath the water. With such a large shadow, how many of these strange fish are there? Lin Xia increasingly felt that things were not so simple. Just then Xiao Xinxin pointed at the water and said, "Look, the pork has sunk." Before she could finish, Lin Xia's expression changed and he swiftly reached out, pulling Xiao Xinxin back from the window. "Get away from the window!" At the same time he shouted to warn everyone. And just then the previously calm water suddenly burst with a loud splash as countless strange fish leaped out, attacking the people by the window. They can fly for short distances? Lin Xia reacted the fastest, slamming the window shut. Thud, thud, thud. The strange fish all crashed into the glass. Everyone was terrified and moved far away from the window. They could clearly see that even after hitting the glass, these strange fish's fearsome mouths kept opening and closing rapidly, trying to bite their prey. "Let's go the glass." Before Lin Xia could finish, the window glass shattered with a crash. There was no helping it. These strange fish were large, each weighing several jin. No matter how strong the glass, it couldn't withstand their relentless successive impacts. The window broke and countless strange fish flew in. Even more terrifying, once on the ground, these fish could still writhe rapidly, slithering across the floor to bite their prey. Ah! Ah! Several girls screamed in fright. In the corridor, countless strange fish darted about frantically. These beasts frenziedly tore at everything in their path, biting wildly at anything they encountered, regardless of whether they could even chew through it. It seemed that biting was their sole purpose. Especially where humans were present, most of the strange fish wriggled toward them. Thankfully, once out of the water, these strange fish slowed down considerably, making it possible for an ordinary human to dodge them. But dodging one was easy, and even evading 10 was still manageable. Yet now there were hundreds. Under such circumstances, the people in the corridor had no time to react. No sooner had they dodged one than they found even more strange fish coming from other directions. Xiao Xinxin and Chen Tingting screamed in terror. Luo Yuan was also in a sorry state. Pei Xiaoyu and Lin Xia, who had arrived later, stood at the end of the corridor, not daring to take a single step forward. Just then Lin Xia moved. Heaven knows if these strange fish were poisonous. If they bit one of his own, it would be a disaster. A flash of cold light appeared, and a double-handed sword materialized in Lin Xia's hand. The sword was entirely black, resembling the color of tungsten steel. But the gleaming cold light of its blade was something ordinary tungsten steel could never possess. Indeed, this sharp weapon was also a prize obtained from a card flip. As time passed, all sorts of bizarre items emerged endlessly. For instance, there were even martial arts manuals designed to be used with such double-handed swords. Lin Xia had originally thought he might never need to use these things in his lifetime. But reality had slapped him hard. Dealing with these strange fish was impossible without a weapon. Luo Yuan. Lin Xia gripped the sword with one hand, then tossed a black submachine gun to Luo Yuan with his right. Luo Yuan caught it and opened fire on the strange fish in front of him. Meanwhile, Lin Xia's figure had vanished from where he stood. The next moment he appeared beside Xiao Xinxin and Chen Tingting. He swept the black double-handed sword horizontally before him. In an instant, a majestic sword aura like a solid blade radiated outward. Wherever the sword aura passed, the strange fish were not merely sliced apart, countless of them were directly shattered by the force. It was a spectacular sight. Xiao Xinxin and Chen Tingting immediately felt a sense of safety upon seeing Lin Xia. They stopped screaming, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at him. At that moment, Lin Xia appeared to them like a descending deity. The rattling of the submachine gun echoed as Luo Yuan carved a bloody path through the fish. The group regrouped and retreated inside the building. "Are you all alright?" Pei Xiaoyu, being a doctor, instinctively asked about everyone's condition. Luo Yuan shook his head, indicating he was fine. Lin Xia immediately pulled Xiao Xinxin and Chen Tingting over, examining them carefully from head to toe. Fortunately, both young girls were unharmed. "Brother Lin Xia, what kind of fish are these?" "They're terrifying." Lin Xiaoyun was badly frightened. Lin Xia shook his head with a grim expression. "I didn't expect such aggressive strange fish to appear right after the heavy rain stopped." Luo Yuan responded, "This is just one kind. Do you think there might be other strange things?" Lin Xia's face changed color. Indeed, these strange fish had only appeared today. No one knew if there were other bizarre creatures lurking. If something even more terrifying than these fish existed, it would be a dire omen for the surviving humans. "Keep everyone away from the water. I'm going to the base." Lin Xia stepped back into the corridor, casually grabbed a dead strange fish, then caught a live one before leaving Jinfeng Tower. At the Jindingshan base, Lin Xia walked out of his private room. As soon as he reached the central courtyard, he sensed something was wrong. First, the air was thick with the smell of blood. Such a strong stench of blood could not have been caused by just one or two people bleeding. Moreover, the entire courtyard had changed. It had been a ruin before, but now that ruin was covered in bloodstains everywhere. Lin Xia took a few steps. He finally saw a person, but it was a corpse. Lin Xia frowned. He had seen many corpses, but never one so disheveled as this. What happened here? A sense of foreboding crept into Lin Xia's heart. "Is anyone there?" he shouted loudly. At first no one answered. But soon he heard sounds. Footsteps, the footsteps of many people, chaotic and disordered. Lin Xia looked toward the noise, and instantly every hair on his body stood on end. A horde of people was charging madly toward him, and their appearance reminded him of a word: zombies. Now he understood why that corpse looked so disheveled. It had been torn apart by these zombies. But why? Why had something like zombies suddenly appeared? Lin Xia had little time to ponder as the zombie horde was already upon him. Seeing these zombies, their faces adorned with shreds of flesh and their bodies covered in rotting meat, Lin Xia knew they were no longer human. Kill. The black double-handed sword materialized instantly. A fierce and unparalleled sword aura like a cutting machine sliced through the zombie horde. In an instant, dozens of zombies were cleaved in two. The lower halves of these zombies collapsed, but their upper halves continued to crawl forward even after falling. This scene reminded Lin Xia of the strange fish he had just encountered. Could it be that these people, like those strange fish, have mutated due to some reason? That can't be right. There were many people in Jinfeng Tower, why didn't any of them turn into this? What is the cause? As he pondered, the small horde of several dozen zombies was completely annihilated by Lin Xia. These zombies were just like those from the zombie games he had played in his past life. Their heads were their weak point. A headshot would finish them off completely. Though these zombies were somewhat grotesque and terrifying for Lin Xia, dealing with them was roughly as easy as killing chickens. He continued upward. Each floor was much the same. Lin Xia decided not to bother killing them anymore and instead spread his void wings to fly straight up. He flew all the way to L20, where there was a helicopter passage that could lead out of Sector C. However, upon reaching L20, Lin Xia discovered survivors there. They were huddled atop a fallen boulder out of reach of the zombies. Who are you? Faced with Lin Xia's sudden appearance, all the survivors were on edge. Don't be afraid, I'm human. As soon as Lin Xia spoke, the people visibly relaxed. I have some food and water here. Lin Xia had come to gather information, so he naturally had to offer something. Sure enough, upon seeing the biscuits and bottled water he produced, the survivors were overwhelmed with gratitude. What happened at the base? Why did these people turn into this? After the survivors had eaten a little, Lin Xia began his inquiry. After consuming some food, the survivors began to recollect. The mutation had occurred that very morning. At first, a dying survivor exhibited strange symptoms. Initially, his skin began to inexplicably fester with blood oozing slowly from his eyes, nose and mouth, a truly horrifying sight. Then he started coughing up blood, incessantly writhing on the ground in what seemed like immense agony, a scene quite terrifying to behold. A kind-hearted person, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward to help, but unexpectedly the man bit him without any warning. Even at this point, no one realized the gravity of the situation. Before long, the bitten Good Samaritan also began to undergo physical changes. By the time everyone came to their senses, the two had completely transformed and started attacking others ferociously. Their method of attack was biting. Anyone bitten would mutate within a very short time, becoming a half-dead monster just like them. Lin Xia felt a pang of unease after hearing this. He was now certain that these things were zombies. In the games he played in his past life, zombies were created by some kind of virus. But now, with the world in ruin, where would a virus come from? If the problem was the water, both the base and Jinfeng Tower used rainwater, yet no such situation had occurred at the tower. Why was this happening? Bidding farewell to the survivors, Lin Xia flew out of the base through the L20 helicopter passage. He was headed to Area A. Area A had professional testing equipment. Following his memory, Lin Xia flew to a platform halfway up a mountain and successfully found a hidden surveillance camera. Lin Xia stood before the camera and waved a few times. Inside Area A, it was a scene of chaos with zombies wandering everywhere. Fortunately, Hoarding had responded swiftly, establishing a temporary defensive stronghold in the Combat Command Center. Report. Speak. A soldier handed a tablet to Hoarding. Advisor Lin is outside exit 3. What? Hoarding grabbed the tablet, and there on the screen was indeed Lin Xia. This kid is still alive. How did he get up there? Questions flooded Hoarding's mind. But this was not the time for that. He looked at the monitor beside him. Pull up the surveillance feed along the route from the command center to exit 3. A soldier immediately operated the controls and the surveillance footage displayed the current situation. Han Dong frowned deeply. On the screen aside from the helicopter passage which was relatively clear, zombies roamed everywhere else. Luo Ning stepped forward and volunteered, "Commander Han, how about I lead a team to bring him in?" "No." Han Dong directly refused. "It's too dangerous. There are too many of those monsters. We don't need to bother with him, let him leave on his own. There's no other choice at this point." Luo Ning insisted, "Commander Han, you know Lin Xia's abilities well. Trading a squad for his life is worth it." Han Dong was about to speak when the soldier at the monitor suddenly said, "Commander, look. Advisor Lin is writing something." Indeed, Lin Xia was writing. He had considered that Area A couldn't have been completely overrun. There were only two reasons for the door not opening. One was that those inside had lost control of this exit and couldn't open it. The other was that they could open it but chose not to. If it was the latter, it meant there was danger inside, forcing them to bar him out to prevent him from walking into a death trap. So Lin Xia took out paper and pen from his space and wrote a sentence. "Just open it. I can easily fight my way in." In the combat command center, Han Dong didn't believe Lin Xia's words at all. This kid, even at a time like this, one misstep and his life is gone. Luo Ning pondered and said, "Commander Han, I think we can trust him. He's a remarkable fellow, who knows how many secrets he still holds." This. Han Dong still hesitated. Of course he knew Lin Xia's value. Precisely because of that he didn't want Lin Xia to come to any harm. But the real question now was how much longer could this temporary stronghold hold out? The foremost issue was food. There were over 400 soldiers in the stronghold, but only a small amount of reserve dry rations. Even rationing strictly, they could last at most 3 days. After 3 days they would have to leave the stronghold or they would starve to death. If Lin Xia could get in, he might have enough food in his space. The second problem was energy. The current power was being supplied by backup generators. The main generator had malfunctioned and shut down, requiring repairs. The generator room was on L1 of Area A. They had personnel, but the problem was insufficient ammunition. With Lin Xia, they could first escort him to the ammunition depot to replenish supplies before making further plans. After much deliberation, Han Dong finally made a decision. Luo Ning, take a team and leave immediately to rendezvous with him. Remember, if the situation becomes untenable, return at once." "Yes." Luo Ning acknowledged the order and departed. Han Dong continued, "Open exit 3. "Yes." The operator immediately acted. Exit 3 is now open. Outside Jinding Mountain, Lin Xia was about to give up and leave. Fortunately, he then felt a slight tremor and a massive opening appeared before him. Lin Xia drew his double-handed sword and leaped down. Within the passage, his black wings flapped and he landed smoothly on the helicopter platform inside Area A. Exiting the platform, Lin Xia saw zombies, a lot of them. Area A housed a military zone where many soldiers lived. Now those soldiers had become monsters. Lin Xia initially intended to charge in with his blade. But then he reconsidered. Han Dong was likely watching him through the surveillance feed. Slaughtering these soldiers, even mutated ones, right before his eyes seemed somewhat inappropriate. Never mind, they'll see Commander Han first. Spreading his void wings, Lin Xia simply took flight. In the combat command center, Han Dong was indeed monitoring Lin Xia. He wanted to see what method Lin Xia would use to break through the siege. But he never expected that Lin Xia would suddenly sprout a pair of enormous wings and simply fly into the air, leaving the horde of zombies unable to touch a single hair on him. Han Dong never anticipated witnessing such a fantastical scene. If anyone else had told him this, he would never have believed it. The operator was also stunned. If he hadn't known it was surveillance footage, he would have thought he was watching a movie. After a long while, Han Dong finally blurted out, "Well, it'll be damned. A birdman." somewhere within the internal passage. Luo Ning was leading 3 soldiers in an attempt to break through. The passage was teeming with mutated soldiers. After just a short distance, Luo Ning's squad found it difficult to advance. "Captain Luo, there are too many of them. I'm afraid we can't fight our way out." Before a sealed door, Luo Ning's squad paused their advance. Opening this door would confront them with dozens of zombies. Yet this passage was the only route to the outside. "Check your ammunition." Luo Ning issued the command calmly. His 3 subordinates immediately inspected their gear. 3 magazines left. "I have 4. "Me too, 4. Luo Ning glanced at his own and said, "Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we retreat immediately." All of them nodded without hesitation. They held considerable respect for Luo Ning. "Prepare for battle." Luo Ning shouted softly, then opened the sealed door. The sound of the door opening immediately attracted the zombies in the passage. In an instant, all of them followed the noise, charging toward Luo Ning and his team. Breakthrough. Luo Ning took the lead while the other 3 stood in staggered positions beside him, charging heat-in. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted. These men were indeed elite soldiers. Even with almost no time to aim, they achieved perfect accuracy. However, in this relatively narrow passage, even with silencers attached to their assault rifles, the sound still carried. Combined with the zombies' low growls and the pounding of footsteps, the cacophony grew overwhelmingly loud. As expected, before long another horde of zombies surged forward. "Captain Luo." The speaker, named Dagong, appeared to be a burly man but was actually quite perceptive. Dagong had already realized that any further delay would trap them in an encirclement of zombies. Luo Ning scanned the area and ordered, "2 more turns and we'll be out. Full speed now, don't get bogged down in combat." The 4 of them instantly huddled together, moving in unison toward the exit. They killed any zombies they encountered on the path when possible and dodged those they couldn't, significantly increasing their pace. But after rounding a corner, even Luo Ning at the front felt a chill in his heart. This final stretch of passage connected to the outside was now packed with zombies. Retreat. Even Luo Ning, eager to break through, knew that with such density it was impossible to charge out. "Can't retreat anymore," Dagong added helplessly. In their haste, they had left many zombies alive along the way, and with more surging from the depths of the passage, their rear was also blocked. No hesitation. Luo Ning made a decisive call. Even if it was wrong, there could be no wavering at this moment. "Brothers, follow me and fight our way out." Luo Ning raised his rifle and pressed forward. Dagong and the others showed no trace of fear. Instead, they even managed a faint smile following Luo Ning's lead as they valiantly fought their way through. "Last magazine." "Same here." "Me too." Dozens of zombies still loomed before them. But including Luo Ning, everyone's ammunition was nearly depleted. Countless zombies fell to their gunfire, each step forward taken over the corpses of the fallen. They were just 20 meters from the passage exit, but their ammunition had finally run out completely. "Captain Luo, well, cover your escape." Dagong dropped his rifle and drew his military knife. At the same time, the other 2 did the same. 3 men, 3 knives, shielding Luo Ning at the center. The zombies kept surging toward them. Dagong and the others fought desperately with their knives, managing at first, but as the numbers grew, they could no longer hold out. "Brothers, I'm sorry, I brought you out but can't bring you back." Even the iron-blooded Rose couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Yet she knew this was their final moment. "Captain Luo, you pulled me back from death 3 times. This life has long been yours. Since I put on this uniform, I've been ready to sacrifice. Fighting alongside you, Captain Luo, is an honor worth dying for. Captain Luo, if there's a next life, I, Dagong, will follow you again." The 3 of them smiled with carefree abandon. Luo Ning seized a moment to press his back against the wall. He turned his head and said, "If there's a next life, I, Luo Ning, will entrust my life to you all." With that, he aimed his military knife at his own throat. Dagong and the others exchanged glances and made the same move. They would rather die than become those mindless ravenous monsters. Just then a sudden powerful gust of wind swept over the four of them. Before they could react, the zombies closing in on them all came to an abrupt halt. The next second several zombie heads rolled to the ground, their bodies collapsing. Luo Ning looked closer and saw a familiar face wielding a pitch-black greatsword. The sight was somewhat incongruous yet visually striking. "Wait for me." Luo Ning heard a familiar voice. Then the familiar figure vanished. She instinctively searched around and witnessed a scene she would never forget. Lin Xia swung the greatsword and with each motion several zombies fell. That figure was like a god of death from the underworld, annihilating the ants that dared to provoke him. "Looks like we won't die after all. Captain Luo, this guy is incredibly strong." "He's Lin Xia, Consultant Lin. I'm injured." Dagong's words sent a jolt through Luo Ning and the others. They quickly surrounded him. Sure enough, they found a bite mark on his arm. "They'll take you to Dr. Jiang," Luo Ning said, pulling Dagong to leave. "No need," Dagong replied with a smile. "We all know that once bitten will turn into monsters like them. Dr. Jiang's research isn't finished yet, she can't help." "Dagong!" Luo Ning shouted. "Even if hope is slim, don't give up, that's an order." "Captain Luo," Dagong said with a smile. "When I first joined your team, many people mocked me for following a woman, but I've never regretted it. It turns out the woman they looked down on could become an outstanding soldier. I've lived a life worth living by joining your squad. Don't waste Dr. Jiang's time and energy on me. All hope rests on her now. The sooner she succeeds, the more people she can save." "Dagong!" Luo Ning shouted again. Lin Xia walked over slowly and said, "Enough, you big man, stop rambling. Who said you're going to die? Lin Xia, you have a way to save the gang, don't you?" Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, Luo Ning immediately reacted. But the matter was somewhat hard to believe. Thus Luo Ning's face was full of tension. If Lin Xia dared to joke with her at this moment, even if she couldn't win a fight, she would still teach him a lesson and impart some basic human decency. "To be honest, I'm not sure either." Lin Xia held a pill in his hand. This item was obtained from a draw. Its effect was to remove all negative effects. He had never used it himself and didn't know its efficacy. This was an opportunity for a trial. If it didn't work, there was nothing he could do. If it worked, then at least this guy named De Gang would owe him a life, and Luo Ning would also owe him a favor. It wasn't necessarily a gain, but at most it wouldn't be a loss. "Swallow it." Without further ado, Lin Xia pinched De Gang's chin, forcing his mouth open, and tossed the pill inside. "Consultant Lin, what did you give me?" Before De Gang could taste it, the pill had completely dissolved in his mouth, leaving no flavor. "It should prevent you from turning into a zombie." "Zombie? That's what I call these monsters." After a brief exchange, Lin Xia turned and walked forward. "Let's go." "No need to wait here. Head back to the command room." Luo Ning and the others were all concerned about De Gang's condition. For a moment they didn't notice. But with Lin Xia's reminder, they came to their senses and followed him back. Along the way there were a few scattered zombies, which Lin Xia dispatched almost effortlessly, as if with his eyes closed. Seeing Lin Xia in action once again, Luo Ning and the others were filled with awe. Setting aside his skill, his sheer grace while wielding the sword left a deep impression. Of course, this was mainly noticed by Luo Ning. The others were more focused on Lin Xia's strength. Facing zombies with such nonchalance, exuding an aura of power in every move, the men felt their hearts melt. They probably didn't realize that at this moment they had become Lin Xia's fans, die-hard ones at that. Back in the command room, Han Dong looked at Lin Xia as if he were a monster. "Commander Han, why does your gaze give me the creeps?" Even Lin Xia found it hard to bear. "Ahem." Han Dong cleared his throat. "You have too many secrets." Lin Xia could only offer a faint smile. "But it's good that you're safe," Han Dong continued. No matter how many secrets you have, as long as your heart remains with your country, it's a blessing for our great Xia. Lin Xia kept smiling. True as the words were, where was the country now? He had thought the end of the heavy rain signaled the beginning of hope, only to encounter bloodthirsty creatures like mutant fish and zombies. Rebuilding the nation was no easy feat. All they could do now was survive. Did you come from District D? Yes. How are things over there? Han Dong's tone was somber. He had done his best, but many things were beyond his control. Now his heart was filled with deep regret and remorse. Lin Xia slowly shook his head. The situation is dire. At first survivors could organize themselves and wait for rescue. But now most have turned into zombies, and the few remaining won't last much longer. Bang! Han Dong slammed the table hard, venting the frustration in his heart. Lin Xia asked, can the base's research lab still operate normally? Can they test the mutants to see what caused the mutation? Han Dong replied, the lab is functioning. We're already on it, yeah. Jiang is working tirelessly. Lin Xia nodded. Is there anything I can do to help? Yes. Han Dong said immediately. The temporary outpost is short on supplies and ammunition. There are still survivors in some areas, but we need ammunition to rescue them. Leave it to me. They'll have Luo Ning take a team with you. No need. I can handle it alone. A larger group would draw attention and increase the risk of accidents. Han Dong remembered that Lin Xia could fly, and even if he sent people they would struggle to keep up. So he didn't insist. The base's armories are here. And the supply depot is here. After getting the locations, Lin Xia turned and left. If only all our soldiers were as strong as Lin Xia, Luo Ning suddenly remarked. The corridor to the command room had been cleared by Lin Xia. And he reached the courtyard smoothly. The courtyard was filled with many zombies. But Lin Xia didn't plan to kill them all. Mainly because he was too lazy and found it troublesome. At the same time he held a faint hope. What if there was a chance of reverse mutation? So he decided to leave these harmless zombies be for now. If needed he could kill them later, it would only take a little time. He can fly? Luo Ning, who had stayed in the command room, witnessed a shocking sight. I was equally stunned when I first saw it and still amazed now. Lin Xia is full of wonders. Han Dong replied. That kid isn't married yet, is he? Han Dong suddenly looked at Luo Ning. Your father's last instruction to me was... Before he could finish, Luo Ning shook her head and interrupted, Commander Han, does personal matters mean anything at a time like this? Sigh. Han Dong smiled bitterly. Mentioning it occasionally at least makes me feel there's still hope for humanity. Luo Ning was momentarily stunned, then said helplessly, even if he's not married he wouldn't be interested in me. Why do you say that? Han Dong frowned. That guy has too much luck with women. Even if there's a chance for marriage later, it won't be with him. Well, that's normal. A man like that would be abnormal if women weren't attracted to him. Look, he's arrived. Luo Ning let out another bitter smile. If it were us by now we wouldn't have arrived, half of us would be dead. Don't sell yourself short. Han Dong said sternly, every soldier here is the best of great Xia. Lin Xia is an exception, out of billions in the world there's only one like him. In a sense he's also a monster. By the way, how's De Gang's injury? Luo Ning immediately checked via internal comms, then looked at Han Dong. Commander Han, De Gang shows no signs of mutation. Not only that, his wounds have completely healed. He also said. What did he say? He feels stronger than before. In a temporary stronghold's lounge, Dagong was doing push-ups on the floor. According to the numbers he softly counted, he had already done over 100 consecutively. Yet instead of stopping he grew more exhilarated with each rep. You can't do this. Even if your wound has healed, such strenuous exercise is not allowed. The young nurse in the lounge had already warned him 3 times, but to no avail. It's fine. I feel fantastic now, even better than before I was injured. Dagong replied while continuing his push-ups, barely panting as if this level of exertion was effortless for him. That was over 100 push-ups and he was nearing 200. I've reported your condition to the higher-ups. A leader will be here soon. If you won't listen to me, let's see if you'll listen to them. The young nurse stamped her foot and turned to leave the lounge. Dagong didn't stop his movements. He was large in build but not dull-witted. While doing push-ups, he pondered why such a change had occurred in him. The most likely cause was the pill given to him by consultant Lin. That pill could not only resist the zombies but also strengthen the body. If it could be mass-produced, would it mean humanity no longer needed to fear the undead? Just then the lounge door opened. Han Dong entered first, followed by Luo Ning and a woman in a white coat. Dagong recognized her. She was Dr. Jiang from the base's research institute. Reporting. Seeing Han Dong, Dagong immediately rose and saluted. Good lad. I heard you were injured by those monsters. A moment ago I was worried about you and now you're doing push-ups. Are you sure you're alright? Han Dong returned the salute. Looking at these soldiers, he felt a surge of pride. Dagong shyly scratched the back of his head, his gaze shifting to Dr. Jiang. Dr. Jiang smiled and volunteered, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes I wouldn't have believed it either. But indeed I must congratulate you. All your physical indicators are perfectly normal. Moreover, your bone density, muscle strength, and other physical attributes have all improved to some extent. Dagong grinned sheepishly. Han Dong immediately asked, Dr. Jiang, what do you think caused this? Dr. Jiang shook her head slightly. It's hard to say for now. Dagong mentioned that consultant Lin gave him a pill earlier. There are too many variables. When consultant Lin returns we can discuss it together. Han Dong then asked, and about the monsters, have you discovered anything? At this question Dr. Jiang's expression turned serious. I have made some findings. At that moment Lin Xia had already returned to the command room. Learning that everyone was in the lounge, he rushed over. When Dr. Jiang saw Lin Xia, a flicker of surprise shone in her eyes. She had heard the name Lin Xia before, but having been immersed in research she hadn't paid much attention. She never expected the renowned consultant Lin to be so young. Consultant Lin, do you still have the pill you gave Dagong? If so, could I borrow it for a while? Studying the pill itself might help us further investigate the reason behind Dagong's enhanced physique. Dr. Jiang took the initiative to speak with Lin Xia. Lin Xia replied directly, don't waste time on this direction. My pill has no body-strengthening effects. Very well. Dr. Jiang was not offended, instead her tone grew more certain. If that's the case, allow me to share my hypothesis. Everyone's attention focused on Dr. Jiang. According to my research, these bloodthirsty monsters all possess a peculiar energy. It resembles radiation but differs greatly from it, a type of energy never seen on Blue Star before. This energy is truly astonishing. What makes it remarkable is that it seems to possess a rudimentary biological intelligence with the most basic logical judgment. It is an energy form, yet it has consciousness. This completely overturns all biological theories on Blue Star. This energy now lies hidden within every one of our bodies. My preliminary guess is that when a person's autonomous functions weaken, this energy seizes the opportunity to influence the entire body structure, triggering mutation. Dr. Jiang's words startled everyone present. If this hypothesis held true, it could explain the large-scale human mutations occurring within the base. First, the refugee zones, namely zones C and D. Due to the earlier explosion, many were injured. Combined with insufficient supplies, people grew weak, leading to the outbreak of the crisis. Then came the strictly controlled zones, zones A and B. Likewise, because of the explosion, the soldiers had been conducting rescue operations through the night, inevitably becoming physically weakened, giving that sinister energy an opportunity. At this point, Dr. Jiang spoke again. Now I have another hypothesis in a different direction. Everyone's attention was once again captured. Just now I analyzed Dagong's condition. It's possible, just possibly, that the influence of that energy is bidirectional. If a person's body can withstand it, then instead of harming the host, the energy helps strengthen them, even triggering further evolution. Of course, these are still just speculations for now. Even so, some in the room were already convinced. Lin Xia was half convinced. He analyzed carefully. The reason no mutations occurred at Jinfeng Tower might indeed be because there were fewer injured people there. After Luo Yuan implemented effective management at Jinfeng Tower, the people living there gradually stabilized. Their physical condition wasn't excellent, but it was decent. No one had been reported as frail, as the earlier heavy rain had already eliminated the weak. However, he still wasn't fully convinced about the body enhancement claim. So far there was only Dagong as an example, and no one else had shown such changes. The sample size was too small. But if it were true, he would have to keep an eye on Miao Polan when he returned. That guy's physique was absolutely top-notch, making him the most likely to undergo the first change. Could this be what they call the resurgence of spiritual energy? Lin Xia suddenly thought of a term he had encountered in novels. Whether this energy originated from Blue Star itself or was brought by the heavy rain, it closely resembled the descriptions in those stories. Those who could withstand it would improve and grow stronger. Those who couldn't withstand it would be devoured by the energy, mutating into bloodthirsty zombies. It seemed Blue Star was about to enter a new era. In the base command room, Lin Xia was conversing with Han Dong when Dr. Jiang returned on her high heels. "Xiao Jiang, is there something on your mind?" Han Dong looked at Dr. Jiang with some confusion. In his memory, this woman's passion for research was unparalleled. She spent most of her time immersed in the lab, rarely leaving. Even when matters arose, unless they were exceptionally critical, she would delegate them to her subordinates. Today was the first time he had seen her act like this. "I'm here to see Consultant Lin," Jiang Hui stated directly. "Regarding the pill that De Gang took, might I ask if Consultant Lin still has any?" Lin Xia nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I do." Jiang Hui pressed on. "Could you spare one for me? If this pill halted the mutation process, doesn't that mean we could replicate it to artificially control the direction of mutation?" Lin Xia's eyes flickered. Artificial control? In other words, could that mysterious energy be harnessed to transform humanity itself? If it were truly feasible, it would be a blessing. Han Dong obviously grasped Jiang Hu's implication, and a hint of excitement flickered across his expression. He inquired, "If we succeed, would our soldiers become even mightier?" Jiang Hui nodded in response. "Based on my current conjectures, if successful, every one of us could undergo enhancement, not just the soldiers but every individual. Of course, this hinges on the pill having such an effect and our ability to replicate it." Lin Xia retrieved one pill from his spatial storage and handed it to Jiang Hui. "I need not tell you how precious this pill is. All I can provide you is this single one." Jiang Hu's expression remained impassive as she extended her hand to accept it. "I'll inform you of the results." With her objective achieved, she took the item and left the command room. Lin Xia's purpose for returning to the base was to see if they had reached any conclusions about the strange occurrences. Though it was merely Dr. Jiang's hypothesis, its credibility was substantial. With his goal accomplished despite Han Dong's repeated entreaties, Lin Xia took his leave. After all, Jinfeng Tower was his stronghold, and by now he could no longer afford to abandon it. Back at Jinfeng Tower, Lin Xia immediately summoned Luo Yuan. "I need you to do something right now." Although no personnel mutations had occurred at Jinfeng Tower yet, precautions were necessary. Thoroughly examine everyone's health. Isolate anyone who is ill or constitutionally weak. Isolation? Luo Yuan speculated at once. Does that mean the strange fish carry pathogens that could cause an epidemic? No, Lin Xia explained briefly. "All right, I understand. They'll get on it immediately." Luo Yuan was astonished after hearing the explanation. After Luo Yuan left, Lin Xia called for Miao Polan. Have you noticed any changes in your body over the past couple of days? Lin Xia scrutinized Miao Polan from head to toe but saw no outward alteration. Yes, Miao Polan nodded. I've been puzzled myself. All aspects of my physique seem significantly stronger than before. Just as I suspected. Hearing Miao Polan's words, Lin Xia was now 70 to 80% convinced of Dr. Jiang's hypothesis. Humanity was beginning to change under the influence of that strange energy. Moreover, it was likely a universal phenomenon. However, the timing and cycle of change would vary from person to person given the differences in individual conditions. Boss, do you know something? Why else would you ask me that? Miao Polan inquired. A mysterious energy has now appeared on Blue Star, lying dormant within every human body. If the body can withstand the energy's influence, it will undergo a transformation like yours. If not, it will turn into a bloodthirsty monster, what I call a zombie. Lin Xia gave a succinct explanation. Does that mean the fish? Exactly, Lin Xia nodded. Those fish weren't extraterrestrial objects, yet they mutated due to that energy. We may encounter even more powerful creatures in the future. So after the collapse of order, are we heading back to a cold weapon era? Miao Polan offered a faint smile. Not necessarily, Lin Xia chuckled. Although all the world's munitions factories have shut down, there are still plenty of existing weapons. It will likely be a coexistence of both eras. By the way, Lin Xia continued, keep a close eye on the people you've selected. If anyone shows similar signs of enhancement, nurture them. I believe those who manifested earlier have better constitutions. Got it. A few days later, as Lin Xia had anticipated, several more people at Jinfeng Tower exhibited enhancement, all among the security team Miao Polan had chosen. Lin Xia decided to share this development with Dr. Jiang to provide her with additional data. At the base command room, as soon as Lin Xia appeared, Han Dong summoned Jiang Hui. Consultant Lin, you've finally arrived. This time Jiang Hui carried a small silver case. In front of Lin Xia, she opened it to reveal 3 vials of green serum. This is a replicated serum based on the pill you provided. Although its efficacy is far inferior to your pill, it achieves one thing: it can halt malignant mutations. Through several trials, injecting this serum before the onset of mutation symptoms can stop the current mutation and restore the subject to a normal state. However, this serum has a drawback: it is not permanent. Once a person recovers, if bitten by a zombie, the mutation will recur, requiring another injection. Wasn't this essentially an antidote? With this, safety against zombies would be vastly improved. Of course, for him this serum was indeed useless. I have something to tell you too, Lin Xia said. The enhancement effect doesn't require artificial control. As long as mutation doesn't occur, the body will gradually strengthen over time. Han Dong interjected with a smile. We've already grasped that. Many soldiers have evolved now, and there's something you might not know yet. What? Lin Xia was curious. Their enhancement isn't limited to the physical body, Han Dong said solemnly. Come, let me show you a video. Lin Xia stepped over to Han Dong's side. Shortly after, a video appeared on the monitor, footage of a soldier's daily training. At first, Lin Xia noticed nothing unusual. But toward the end of the video, the soldier threw a punch that materialized into a visible blade of wind. A genuine wind blade, for it left a mark on the steel wall. The attack carried elemental damage. Had he truly transmigrated into a novel? Lin Xia was somewhat astonished but quickly resigned himself to it. He himself possessed a spatial dimension along with countless inexplicable secrets, so this phenomenon hardly seemed worth questioning. Yet he also noticed a conundrum: if human evolution proceeded based on physical prowess, he should logically have been the first to evolve, given that his constitution far surpassed ordinary people, even bordering on superhuman. But so far he had sensed no signs of evolution within himself. Could it be that his inherent uniqueness precluded further transformation? Lin Xia harbored a seed of doubt. Consultant Lin Xia. Jiang presented the case to Lin Xia. Without your pills we could never have developed this serum. We've named it the mutation-blocking serum. As a token of gratitude, please accept these 5 finished doses. Seeing Lin Xia hesitate, Jiang added, rest assured I've sought General Han's approval. Han Dong chimed in, Lin Xia, just take them. Even if you don't need them, it's better to be prepared, isn't it? Alright. Lin Xia accepted the case. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Though his own pills were far superior, their scarcity made them too precious to use on non-essential members. Stocking up on these lower-tier serums was a wise choice. After all, his contributions to the base more than justified such a modest gift. After Dr. Jiang departed, Han Dong asked proactively, what are your plans now? Me? I'll stay at Jinfeng Tower. There are quite a few people over there now. I need to look after them. Lin Xia could roughly discern Han Dong's intentions. That works. Han Dong handed Lin Xia a satellite phone. If I need your help, you can't refuse. Lin Xia nodded and took it. He had never intended to completely abandon the base. After all, the base represented the official authority of Daxia. Though the future was uncertain, deep down he felt a sense of belonging to Daxia. If possible, he hoped Daxia would endure forever. Han Dong nodded with satisfaction. If you need anything, just ask. How is Elder Bai? Lin Xia inquired. He's doing well. Han Dong confirmed. He's in a separate quarantine zone. Though we can't reach him for now, surveillance shows he's still immersed in his research. Speaking of which, I must thank you for the new crop seeds. Food supply shouldn't be a concern going forward. Our top priority now is to purge the base internally before planning our next move. Lin Xia nodded. The ammunition has been delivered. With the soldiers gradually evolving, purging the base shouldn't be an issue. Han Dong sighed softly. Let's give Jiang some time. If she can develop a serum for reverse mutation, these people might still be saved. They are our soldiers after all. Lin Xia nodded. Though he understood General Han's sentiment, the chance of achieving reverse mutation was slim. Leaving the base, Lin Xia rushed back to Jinfeng Tower. As he stepped out of his room, he faintly heard gunfire from downstairs. Damn, has someone mutated? Alarmed, Lin Xia dashed out. Xiao Xingxin and Chen Tingting were gone, as were Su Man and Su Qingyue. Don't let anything happen, wait for me. The elevator was too slow, so Lin Xia leaped from the corridor window. His black wings unfurled as he descended. Suddenly his expression shifted. The outer wall of Jinfeng Tower was crawling with a nauseating mass of creatures. Leeches. Ordinary leeches were at most finger thick. But what Lin Xia saw were writhing beings as thick as an adult's arm. They must have mutated under the influence of the aberrant energy. For some unknown reason, these leeches were all climbing upward. Creatures meant to live in water, why were they fleeing from it? Without time to ponder, Lin Xia worried about Xiao Xingxin and the others. Ignoring the creatures, he continued his descent. By the 20th floor, he finally spotted Luo Yuan and his group. Luo Yuan and Miao Polan were leading several people in killing the mutated leeches that had breached the building. Luo Yuan wielded a gun while Miao Polan and his men used blades. It seemed Miao's training had already granted them basic combat capability. Luo Yuan, where are Xiao Xingxin and the others? Lin Xia asked directly. The group seemed to have the situation under control, so his intervention wasn't needed. Letting them hone their skills in such skirmishes was beneficial. Hearing Lin Xia's voice, Luo Yuan's face lit up. He turned to see Lin Xia standing by the windowsill. Couldn't he make a less dramatic entrance? I sent everyone to check the windows on each floor. They're probably closing windows somewhere. Luo Yuan replied. Lin Xia felt slightly relieved. Noticing Luo Yuan's disheveled state, he chuckled. Luo Yuan, you should train more with Baolong. Look at how he handles a blade, smoother and more efficient than you. Luo Yuan responded, who knew it would come to this? I'll ask old Miao to train with me from now on. Lin Xia then said to Miao Polan, I'll call you old Miao too, more friendly. Your men are impressive. They're already showing real skill. Miao Polan sheathed his blade, leaving the rest to his subordinates. He stood beside Lin Xia and said earnestly, things are different now. These men have evolved, their physical condition has greatly improved, making training much faster. There's something I need to tell you, Lin Xia said. I was at the base earlier and they found an evolved individual. When he threw a punch it produced a wind blade. What do you mean? Miao Polan didn't understand. Lin Xia continued, I think you might all awaken some elemental power. Each person's will likely be different and the timing will vary. Just keep an eye on it. Understood. Earlier I saw countless leeches climbing upward. I suspect there's something in the water. Ice? Luo Yuan, who had been listening intently, exclaimed, I only noticed today, the water temperature is dropping. It already feels icy to the touch. Ice? Lin Xia frowned. Could the creatures be fleeing because the water was freezing? That would explain the sudden drop in temperature today. Was the calamity following the torrential rain extreme cold? This was practically leaving humanity no room to survive. Luo Yuan and several of Miao Polan's subordinates expended considerable effort to eliminate the leeches that had invaded the room. Meanwhile, Xiao Xinxin and the others had checked every floor's windows, ensuring the entire Jinfeng building was now sealed tight. Of course, it wasn't entirely airtight as the people inside still needed to breathe. When they returned downstairs, they saw that Lin Xia had already come back. Their hearts were naturally filled with joy, but more than that it brought an added sense of security, as if as long as Lin Xia was present no major problems would arise. Just as they were resting and chatting, Lin Xia suddenly stood up. There seems to be movement underwater. His hearing was far superior to an ordinary person's and he faintly detected some strange sounds. Could those leeches be back again? Luo Yuan felt exhausted and truly didn't want to go through that again. The windows are all closed now, those leeches shouldn't be able to get in. Chen Tingting said. Lin Xia shook his head, then turned to Xiao Xinxin and the other women. I think you should go back to the top floor first. They'll be up shortly. The women obediently nodded and turned to leave. Once they were far away, Lin Xia said to Luo Yuan and Miao Polan, prepare yourselves. I sense that whatever's underwater is quite large, probably a mutated behemoth. Luo Yuan's trust in Lin Xia was etched into his very DNA. He sighed and began checking his equipment. Miao Polan had originally intended to properly introduce his most elite subordinates to Lin Xia, but it seemed that would have to wait. Before long, not only Lin Xia but also Luo Yuan and Miao Polan could hear the strange noise from underwater. Then with a thunderous crash a deafening sound erupted. Everyone felt the entire building tremble. It's inside. Lin Xia instantly pinpointed the source of the noise. They rushed to the inner side of the building. Upon arrival, they saw a massive hole in the floor littered with broken bricks and shattered glass. What the hell is that? Luo Yuan exclaimed, looking around nervously. Probably another mutated aquatic creature, only this one's a bit bigger. Miao Polan said. Lin Xia remained silent, listening intently. This hole was certainly caused by some creature. As long as it was still in the building, moving or making any sound, he should be able to hear it. But strangely, they had arrived very quickly, yet there was nothing visible. There was another possibility. Lin Xia suddenly thought. The hole was there, but that didn't mean the creature had already entered the building through it. It might still be underwater. At that moment, Lin Xia noticed Miao Polan walking toward the hole and quickly warned him, watch out. It might be right beneath the hole. No sooner had he spoken than a massive black creature burst up from the gaping hole. Even the bold Miao Polan was startled. What the hell is that thing? The creature before them was a full 3 meters tall, and that was only the visible part. Who knew how much longer its body extended below the hole? A mutated earthworm? From its appearance it somewhat resembled one. But based on past experience, even mutated creatures only grew slightly larger than their original forms. Never had there been such a dramatic change. Of course this thing might not be an earthworm at all. Watch out! Lin Xia warned again. The others stared dumbfounded at the creature, failing to notice that the tip of the giant worm seemed to be gathering something. Just as Lin Xia finished his warning, the tip suddenly opened wide, revealing a mouthpart like a giant chrysanthemum. Countless streams of green liquid sprayed out from it. The color alone suggested it was no ordinary substance, likely corrosive or toxic. Miao Polan dodged just in time, as he was a skilled fighter with reflexes far quicker than an average person. But Luo Yuan wasn't so fortunate. As the green rain fell, he stood frozen, unsure where to flee. At that critical moment, Lin Xia moved. He appeared beside Luo Yuan in an instant, hurling him out of the range of the corrosive liquid. Then his black wings spread wide, whipping up a fierce gale that blew the falling green liquid away from him. "Stop gawking! Hit it!" Lin Xia shouted, gripping his great sword. With a slight flicker of his wings, he shot toward the monstrous creature. At the same time, Luo Yuan drew his submachine gun and opened fire wildly without even aiming. "Go!" Miao Polan roared, charging forward with a dagger in hand. His subordinates followed closely. Lin Xia reached the monster and swung his great sword horizontally. With a tearing sound, the sharp blade sliced open the creature's hide and streams of green fluid gushed from the wound. The monster let out a piercing, eerie screech, then slammed its massive body toward the ground like a colossal stone pillar rolling across the floor. Lin Xia could fly, so such an attack was nearly useless against him. But for Miao Polan and the others it was quite troublesome. Miao Polan suddenly dashed sideways. Just as the creature's body was about to sweep him, he leaped sideways, kicked off the wall several times to gain height, and performed a graceful aerial somersault to evade. But his subordinates weren't as agile. The massive body slammed into them, sending them flying and injuring them all. "Don't move!" Miao Polan bellowed. Good fighters were hard to come by, and he didn't want to lose them here. Besides, with Lin Xia around, he felt confident. The monster completed its sweep and began to rise, but Lin Xia, hovering in midair, made his move. Gripping his great sword with both hands, blade pointing downward, Lin Xia accelerated just as the monster prepared to stand. The black sword plunged deep into the creature's body, the immense force pinning it back to the ground. "Take this, you bastard!" Miao Polan seized the opportunity and slammed his massive fist into the monster's head. With a dull, thunderous impact, Miao Polan's fist erupted in a burst of flame upon striking the creature, leaving a wound the size of a washbasin on its body. And it didn't end there. Faint flames licked at the edges of the wound, and upon closer inspection, tiny tongues of fire were actually burning along the wound's rim. The monster screeched in agony, but it had no chance left. "Old Miao, looks like your awakened element is fire." Miao Polan gazed at his clenched fists with a surge of exhilaration. He felt a power unlike any he had ever known, a force that transcended his understanding, one that even stirred a faint tremor of awe within himself. At that moment he sensed a subtle familiarity with flames stirring in his subconscious. He even felt that he was no longer afraid of fire. Yet there was no chance to test it now. So this is what it means to awaken an element? Miao Polan glanced at the massive creature still writhing in agony. The burn marks around the wounds he had inflicted had faded, but the damage was already horrifying enough. With Lin Xia's relentless assault from above, the colossal insect seemed to be nearing its end. "Old Miao, what are you waiting for?" Lin Xia called out, noticing Miao Polan's hesitation. Miao Polan turned and grinned sheepishly. Lin Xia chuckled, "Feeling invincible now that you've mastered elemental power? Better try again, don't let it be a flash in the pan. That would be embarrassing." Miao Polan knew his newfound ability was no fleeting miracle, but Lin Xia's suggestion still tempted him. After all, a man with a new toy can't resist the itch. Without a word, Miao Polan swung a fist at the creature's head. Boom! The punch was even more explosive than the last, shattering half of the insect's massive maw. Mucus and tissue scattered across the ground. Moreover, a searing burn reappeared around the wound, an unexpected boon from Meow Poland's elemental awakening. His attacks now carried a burning effect. Though not lethal, it was enough to cause significant trouble for any opponent. Badass! Lin Xia couldn't help but exclaim. Old Meow's awakened elemental ability far surpassed that of the guy had seen at the base. That man in the video could only leave faint marks on a steel wall. If old Meow were in his place, he'd probably burn a hole right through it. It was clear that there were differences between individuals, something akin to talent where some were stronger and others weaker. Looks like this thing is dead, Meow Poland said, pointing at the motionless insect. Yeah, Lin Xia replied, flapping his wings to land beside him. Creatures mutate, humans grow stronger. It seems fate closes a door but leaves us a window. With that, Lin Xia cut a sample with his knife and stored it away. He planned to take it to the base for Dr. Jiang to examine, though he doubted it would be of much use. The next day, Lin Xia delivered the sample and also informed Han Dong and Jiang Hui about the strange phenomena at Jinfeng Tower. Han Dong took the matter seriously. If aquatic life was mutating in various ways, the base needed to prepare. Although the base's framework was steel, there was always a risk of creatures evolving corrosive abilities. Safety had to be ensured. Jiang Hui immediately began analyzing the sample Lin Xia had brought. Lin Xia didn't linger at the base. With mutated creatures appearing frequently, 3 battles had already erupted downstairs the previous night alone. He had to stay at Jinfeng Tower at least until old Meow's team grew stronger and the base personnel could defend themselves before he could afford to be away for long. Upon returning to Jinfeng Tower, Pei Xiaoyu came to find him. Lin Xia, I think I've awakened too, she said, startling him. So far he hadn't encountered any women who had awakened. Oh. What makes you say that? Lin Xia's interest was piqued. Follow me, Pei Xiaoyu said, leading him downstairs. In a room on the 24th floor, a child of about 13 or 14 had fallen while playing, injuring his right arm. Lin Xiaoyun was tending to him. She usually stayed with Pei Xiaoyu, who had been teaching her basic nursing skills, treating her as a half-trained nurse. When Lin Xiaoyun saw Lin Xia enter, she exclaimed excitedly, Brother Lin Xia, when Sister Xiaoyu was treating Feifei, I saw a green light. Has she awakened too? A green light? That did sound like a sign of awakening. But without witnessing it himself, he couldn't be sure. Pei Xiaoyu said, let me show you. She approached Feifei, extended her hand, and stopped it over his injured arm. Then Lin Xia saw a faint green glow shimmer between her palm and the wound. After a moment, Pei Xiaoyu stopped, looking somewhat fatigued. But Feifei exclaimed happily, Dr. Pei, my arm doesn't hurt anymore. Really? Let me see. Pei Xiaoyu immediately stepped forward and gently examined him. The slightly dislocated bones in his right arm had fully healed. It was incredible. Lin Xia smiled. Congratulations, you've truly awakened. It seems you have a rare healing ability. Being a doctor was your destiny. His smile was genuine, filled with joy. Having played many games before, Lin Xia knew well the crucial role a healer played in a team. Looking back, convincing Pei Xiaoyu to join them had been a brilliant move. He had brought an invaluable healer into his team. This was immensely important. Pei Xiaoyu was overjoyed. She had heard them talk about awakening and becoming stronger, and she had longed to awaken herself, curious about what element she might manifest. Now her dream had come true, and with an ability perfectly suited to her profession. Soon news of Pei Xiaoyu's healing awakening spread through their small circle. Xiao Xingxin, Chen Tingting, and even Su Man and Su Qingyue, all 4 women envied Pei Xiaoyu. They too wanted to awaken, but no one could explain how to trigger it. All they could do was wait patiently. Lin Xia, why do I feel so tired every time I use my awakened ability? After the others urged her to demonstrate, Pei Xiaoyu felt exhausted again, just like before. She came to Lin Xia for answers, but he didn't know either. Still, the reason wasn't hard to guess. No matter what ability you awaken, it requires your own energy to use, so there's bound to be a cost. And since everyone has just awakened, your abilities are still weak. I suspect that over time and with other factors they will grow stronger. These were just Lin Xia's speculations. He had asked Miao Polan, who also experienced similar fatigue, though the degree varied between them. Several more days slipped by. The environment was shifting exactly as Lin Xia had foreseen. Though it was barely September when Jinling City should have been sweltering, a thin layer of ice had formed on the water outside Jinfeng Tower. Lin Xia had been keeping a close watch. The ice hadn't appeared overnight but had formed gradually over several days. The current temperature inside Jinfeng Tower, measured by a thermometer, was only 9 degrees Celsius, a temperature that wouldn't normally cause water to freeze. Yet the ice was undeniably there. Lin Xia deduced that the global temperature of Blue Star was changing from the inside out, and it wouldn't be long before the entire planet entered a winter phase. This was grim news for the survivors. However, there was a silver lining. As time passed, everyone had to varying degrees discovered that they had awakened special abilities. This aligned closely with Lin Xia's earlier speculation. Some individuals had awakened only slightly enhanced abilities, those with relatively poor talent. Those with better talent, however, experienced remarkable transformations. Besides Miao Polan and Pei Xiaoyu, Luo Yuan had also awakened his ability. Luo Yuan, once not particularly skilled in combat, had grown formidable, not in brute strength or fighting technique but in speed. His speed was now extraordinary, though still not as freakish as Lin Xia's. It far surpassed that of an ordinary person. To verify, Luo Yuan had specifically asked old Miao to run a test. Without a proper track, Luo Yuan used stair climbing as the test. He scaled 10 floors in under 8 seconds. In comparison, Miao Polan, whose entire physique had improved to some degree after awakening, still needed 19 seconds to climb the same 10 floors. By that measure, Luo Yuan was more than twice as fast as Miao Polan. Next was Su Man, whose ability was quite unique. Lin Xia had named it mental enslavement. Su Man could control a target through sheer will, though the success rate of this ability was not very high at present. Lin Xia speculated that the success rate depended on both the target's willpower and Su Man's own mental fortitude. If she consciously trained her willpower, or spiritual energy, the skill's success rate would likely improve. Su Qingyu's ability was the polar opposite of Su Man's. She could unleash a mental shock, plunging a target into a brief state of disorientation. This ability had a 100 success rate, but its effect varied in intensity. Lin Xia had experienced it himself. At Su Qingyu's current level, she couldn't affect him at all. But when tested on Luo Yuan, he visibly fell into a daze for about 1 to 2 seconds. Then there was Lin Xiaoyun. This little girl's ability caught Lin Xia off guard. She could move objects with her mind. However, she was still too weak, able to control only a single dagger within a 5-meter radius around her. But the potential of this ability was immense. Once she matured, she might be able to manipulate weapons from hundreds of meters away, launching surprise attacks that would be impossible to defend against. Finally, there was Qiao Xinxin. Her ability was the most peculiar of them all. She claimed she could see the spirits of all things in space and establish connections with them, enabling communication. Her exact words were, "They're like fairy-like creatures." Lin Xia was initially skeptical, even suspecting she had made it up because everyone else had awakened abilities while she hadn't. But after a single test, Lin Xia was convinced. That day Qiao Xinxin had told him about it, saying that water spirits surrounded her and that she had befriended them. As if knowing Lin Xia wouldn't believe her, Qiao Xinxin extended her arm in front of him. "I told them and they'll protect me." With that, she picked up a pre-prepared knife and lightly slashed her arm. Before Lin Xia could stop her, he saw a ripple of water pass over her skin and the wound vanished. At the same time, the gash that should have appeared was gone. "See? They turned into a water shield to protect my arm. I wasn't lying. They say everything has a spirit, but before Blue Star's spiritual energy was thin, so the spirits were asleep. That's why they didn't appear. But it's different now. For some reason Blue Star's spiritual energy has started to become abundant. The sleeping spirits have awakened, though most people still can't see them. Only a very few can. They also said seeing is one thing, communicating is another. Among those who can see, only a handful can actually talk to the spirits. And they said communication is one thing, but making the spirits feel close and willing to follow orders is another. Among those who can communicate, only a few can make the spirits feel affinity. They also, Lin Xia interrupted Xiao Xinxin, ruffling her hair affectionately. Your little spirits sure are chatty. Xiao Xinxin scrunched her nose and shot him a glare. Lin Xia asked, are the spirits male or female? How big are they? Xiao Xinxin raised her hand, pinching her thumb and forefinger together. This big. They're really cute. I don't know about male or female, probably male. Lin Xia waved his hand around Xiao Xinxin and declared, switch to a female one. No males allowed? Xiao Xinxin laughed. Crazy, are you jealous of a spirit? They're only this tiny. You're way bigger than them. Lin Xia suddenly froze, then asked seriously, so when we... You know. They've been watching us. Xiao Xinxin blushed. Oh, spirits are everywhere. They're not human, they don't have those dirty thoughts. Still no good. Lin Xia lifted his chin arrogantly. You have to tell them. All right. Xiao Xinxin nodded with a smile. I'll ask them to step aside when needed. Lin Xia wagged his finger. That's not what I meant. Xiao Xinxin asked, huh? Then what do you mean? Think about it. They can see everything about me, all my private stuff, and I can't see them at all, right? Isn't that a bit unfair? A little. So Lin Xia spread his hands, tell them for special shows they have to pay extra. Lin Xia's miraculous turn made Xiao Xinxin chuckle, and she relayed Lin Xia's meaning to the elf beside her. Suddenly a scene caught Lin Xia off guard. A water arrow materialized just inches from his face, striking him squarely. His handsome visage was instantly drenched. Lin Xia was utterly bewildered. Did I just get shot in the face by an elf? This incident made him fully believe in the existence of such magical beings as elves. Xiao Xinxin, already laughing, was now doubled over. Who else in the world could do such a thing to Lin Xia? If anyone dared to offend him, they'd probably meet their maker in the next second. Only the elf was completely unafraid of Lin Xia. Suddenly the walkie-talkie crackled with Luo Yuan's voice. Boss, another new monster has appeared. Do you want to come down and take a look? A monster? Lin Xia was used to it by now, but a monster warranting a special report from Luo Yuan was certainly no ordinary creature. Come on, let's go check it out together. Taking Xiao Xinxin with him, Lin Xia went downstairs. Upon arrival, he saw several people standing by the windows, peering outside with curiosity. Lin Xia followed their gaze. Good heavens, perched atop a nearby building, only its top floors still protruding from the ice, was a snow-white beast. From a distance the creature exuded a majestic and intimidating aura. Its fierce face, adorned with two thick imposing tusks, was particularly menacing. This thing was definitely not benign. Could it be some ancient creature? Maybe it's a mutated beast. It seems to be looking this way. The onlookers buzzed with chatter. Xiao Xinxin quietly whispered to Lin Xia, the elf says this is a creature from Earth's distant past called Snow Huan. It's ferocious and enjoys toying with its prey before devouring them. That's too absurd, Lin Xia frowned. Even if they are ancient creatures, shouldn't there be a process for their appearance? Xiao Xinxin replied, maybe there is a process, but humanity just doesn't know it. Lin Xia nodded. It was indeed possible. Given everything happening on Earth, common sense no longer applied. Humans had gained special abilities, elves had appeared, so why not ancient monsters? The question was whether they would actively attack humans. Just then Miao Polan approached Lin Xia. Boss, don't worry. They'll have people keep watch. If it makes a move, well, destroy it. Miao Polan was confident. His men had all awakened by now. Though their abilities varied, they had become a formidable force. Furthermore, among the others in Jinfeng Tower, a few capable individuals had emerged and were recruited into the Jinfeng defense squad. At the same time, his own abilities were growing stronger. Not only were they unafraid of battle, but they also secretly longed for it. They had only dealt with minor nuisances before, which was unsatisfying. Now encountering something that seemed formidable, they naturally felt a surge of combat fever. It's been staring at us but hasn't made a move yet, Miao Polan added. Lin Xia was also puzzled. But Xiao Xinxin knew. After a moment she said, "These creatures are pack animals. It has spotted us, but it's likely waiting for its companions before acting." Pack animals? Miao Polan's expression changed. He didn't know the size of the pack. If it was just 2 or 3, it wouldn't be a problem. But if many arrived at once, they'd need to be cautious. After all, he only had about 12 combat-ready men, the full fighting force of Jinfeng Tower. Of course, this count excluded Luo Yuan and Lin Xia's women. Xiao Xinxin continued, "One of the Snow Huan's traits is that they live in family groups with strict hierarchy and clear division of labor. This one is likely a scout sent to find prey and then summon the rest of the pack." As if to confirm her words, the distant Snow Huan suddenly stood up. Then another Snow Huan larger in size stepped onto the ice behind it. This was a significantly larger Snow Huan. Upon its arrival, the previously seated Snow Huan lowered its head as if acknowledging its king and retreated far behind it. Not only that, but after the giant Snow Huan appeared, several more Snow Huans emerged behind it, forming a line of 10. "Whoa, so many!" exclaimed an onlooker. "Look, there are more behind." A sharp-eyed observer noticed several more Snow Huans standing at a distance. Xiao Xinxin explained to Lin Xia, "Those last few are females. In Snow Huan society, females don't fight, but they watch the males, offering moral support." Lin Xia called Luo Yuan over and ordered, "Keep only the combatants here, everyone else evacuate." There was no need to guess further. The Snow Huan's formation indicated an imminent attack. Though their strength was unknown, they looked formidable. Hearing this, Miao Polan shouted an order and his dozen fighters responded immediately. Luo Yuan cleared the area and stood ready with Miao. "They're coming," Lin Xia said softly. In response, the 10 distant Snow Huans charged toward Jinfeng Tower with incredible speed like arrows across the ice. Xiao Xinxin shouted, "Everyone beware. Snow Huans possess the power of ice and snow. Be on guard." No sooner had she spoken than everyone heard a clattering sound. Looking closely, they saw countless tiny ice needles striking the window panes. Within moments, fine cracks appeared on the glass, threatening to shatter. "Go!" One of Miao Polan's men stepped forward and slammed his hands to the ground. Instantly, a 5 cm thick earthen wall rose up, shielding the group. "An earth elementalist," Lin Xia remarked, glancing at the man. With a crash, the windows shattered as the ice needles shot into the room, embedding themselves in the earthen wall. The Snow Huans had reached the base of Jinfeng Tower. "Kill these beasts!" Miao Polan roared, charging into battle. Miao Polan let out a fierce roar, his figure leaping over the earthen wall, planting a foot on the windowsill as he charged directly toward the surging Shuohuan. Lin Xia shouted, but it was too late. Miao Polan's figure had already exited the building. Although it was an icy surface, he had seen this morning that the ice layer was not thick enough to bear the weight of an adult. Those Shuohuan could dash across such thin ice, likely due to their ice elemental abilities. However, old Miao lacked ice elemental powers. With 2 consecutive sounds as expected, he plunged into the water the moment he leaped out the window. Damn, just looking at it sends chills. Captain Miao is so brave. So do we jump or not? A group of ability users following Miao Polan halted just in time. At that moment, the Shuohuan had already reached Jinfeng Tower. Their gazes made it clear they had locked onto the humans inside the building. The leading Shuohuan let out a long resonant cry, and immediately the Shuohuan behind it echoed the same sound. As if sounding the charge, the foremost Shuohuan leaped, its figure flying toward the windows of Jinfeng Tower. In the nick of time, just as the Shuohuan sword Madeira, blazing crimson light burst forth from the ice beneath it. A figure leaped high from within the ice, his fist blazing like a massive fireball. Within Jinfeng Tower, all eyes saw a sea of flames, that valiant man wielding his fire elemental power threw the first punch at the never-before-seen monster. A violent explosion and a raging shockwave swept through in an instant. Lin Xia was somewhat surprised by old Miao's punch. The power was far greater than just a few days ago. It seemed that the speed of improvement varied greatly among ability users. Outside, the Zhuan's abdomen was struck by old Miao's fist, sending it flying high into the sky. Yet visible scorch marks dotted its belly. Captain Miao, awesome! Incredible! Brothers, what are we waiting for? Charge! Old Miao's punch ignited the fighting spirit of his men. Lin Xia stepped forward. Since they wanted to fight, he wouldn't stop them. Thin ice. No problem. Closing his eyes briefly, he opened them, raised his right hand to his chest and uttered, freeze. In an instant, centered on Lin Xia, the ice within several kilometers became solid and firm in the blink of an eye. Not just a person, even if a towering building were erected on this ice, it would not crack the layer. The ice had frozen from the surface all the way to the bottom. Everyone noticed this change, especially the combatants, who looked at Lin Xia as if revering their divine deity. Go slaughter these beasts. At his words, the others hesitated no more, leaping out the window to confront the Shuohuan. Outside, Miao Polan landed on the ground, standing proudly as steam rose from him, his damp clothes quickly drying. The Shuohuan he had punched away also landed on the ice. These Shuohuan seemed not to expect such lethal power from the tiny creatures before them. A dozen of them halted nearby, glaring angrily at Miao Polan and the others. The largest Shuohuan, lagging slightly behind the group, seemed irritated. Its massive form accelerated, moving to the front. It turned to glance at its injured comrade, its eyes blazing with fury. With a roar, the dozen Shuohuan, as if receiving a supreme command, charged at Miao Polan and his group. This time the largest Shuohuan led the charge instead of staying behind. Its speed far surpassed the others. In mere breaths, its massive white body reached Miao Polan. Well met. Old Miao's battle lust was high. But as he moved to strike, he found his arms unresponsive, as if frozen stiff. The Shuohuan leader gave him no time to react. The next moment, its sharp claws swept toward Miao Polan's limbs. It was the flaming fist that had wounded its comrade. It would tear the human's arms apart. Inside the tower, Lin Xia instantly noticed Miao Polan's predicament. Such powerful ice ability, such a strange attack, inescapable. Lin Xia knew the Shuohuan leader had frozen old Miao. With his current power, old Miao could not break free. If he took this hit, his arms would shatter into ice shards. A black greatsword appeared and Lin Xia vanished from his spot. Just as the Shuohuan leader's claws swung downward, a figure suddenly stood before Miao Polan. Lin Xia's black blade slanted and pushed sideways, producing a grating screech and a shower of dazzling sparks. The Shuohuan leader seemed surprised by the sudden appearance of the human. After the sparks faded, its claws halted, a hint of confusion in its eyes. But the confusion vanished in an instant. The next moment, a massive ice spear formed above Lin Xia and Miao Polan. Lin Xia had wanted to toy with the beast, but now he couldn't. If the spear fell, he could dodge, but old Miao frozen would be crushed. With a powerful push off the ice, Lin Xia retreated swiftly, pulling old Miao with him. He tossed old Miao into the tower near the wall. Come out again once you're unfrozen. Leaving these words, Lin Xia's figure surged forward once more toward the Shuohuan leader. I've never used the 9 splashes of ink technique. Today I'll test it on this Shuohuan. When he had drawn the greatsword ink, he had also obtained its corresponding manual. Until now, Lin Xia's enemies had been easily dispatched with a simple slash, so he had never had the chance to use the 9 splashes of ink. Now he finally had an opportunity. First move, 9 drops of ink. With a crisp sound, Lin Xia's charging figure vanished. Then 9 sharp clangs rang out in succession, each time Lin Xia appeared in a different spot above the Shuohuan to its left and elsewhere moving like lightning. At each location a pitch-black blade light emerged. 9 streaks of light from 9 directions struck the Shuohuan leader at the center. This was also Lin Xia's first glimpse of his own martial skill. As the name of the first stance suggested, 9 drops of ink, 9 black blade lights streaked toward the target like ink splatters from different directions. Though the 9 directions seem random, they have already sealed off almost every possible path of evasion for the target. Even if a sliver of room to dodge remains, how many could accurately calculate it and execute an evasive maneuver in such a short span of time? Lin Xia was fairly satisfied with the effectiveness of this stance. He was well aware of the lethality of this black two-handed sword. Within those seemingly unspectacular 9 blade lights lay a devastating power far beyond their ordinary appearance. Hard to evade, immense in power, an absolute killing blow. A faint smile of confidence, pride, and self-indulgence crept across Lin Xia's face. Yet in the next instant his expression froze. The colossal beast appeared to have no intention of dodging, even casting a disdainful glance at the 9 blade lights surrounding it. Is this Shuohuan planning to tank my 9 drops of ink? A flicker of doubt had barely emerged when the Shuohuan made its reply. Caught within the 9 blade lights, the Shuohuan gave a slight shake of its body. Instantly a transparent crystalline layer of ice coalesced around it, forming an all-encompassing ice shield. Crack! 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 Almost simultaneously with the shield's formation, all 9 blade lights struck their target. Yet the scene Lin Xia had anticipated, where the Shuohuan would at least be injured, did not occur. All he saw was the ice shield shatter into a shower of crystalline powder, drifting away with the wind. The Shuohuan leader remained completely unscathed. Impressive defense. This beast has some tricks up its sleeve, Lin Xia marveled inwardly. Miao Polan, who was considered relatively strong after awakening, couldn't even lift a hand against this Shuohuan leader. His 9 drops of ink, a formidable killing move, hadn't even grazed the creature's fur. If this Shuohuan had gone elsewhere, could anyone currently stop it? The Shuohuan leader's gaze locked onto Lin Xia. It shook its body again, and under the sunlight countless crystalline ice-like particles rose around its massive frame. Just as Lin Xia focused his gaze, he suddenly noticed that the countless glittering specks did not dissipate but instead hovered to a halt around the Shuohuan leader. The next second Lin Xia's expression shifted abruptly. Black wings unfurled from his back and instantly wrapped around his body. Almost as he completed this motion, the countless dazzling ice crystals transformed in an instant into a fearsome storm, crashing against Lin Xia's wings. Lin Xia felt a terrifying wave of cold surge over him. Fortunately, his unique constitution allowed him to feel the chill without being immobilized like old Miao. Once the storm passed, Lin Xia spread his wings and saw countless black feathers strewn on the ground. Although the wings caused him no pain at this moment, having failed to harm a single hair on the Shuohuan leader while his own wings had lost so many feathers, a surge of rage ignited within him. Glancing around, old Miao's subordinates were barely holding on, let alone winning. Merely surviving was an achievement. Big fellow, you've successfully angered me. Lin Xia flapped his wings, hovering in midair, gripping the black longsword with both hands. Hum. A low sword hum followed the figure with black wings as Lin Xia vanished from his spot in the blink of an eye. Second stance, ink cuts the world. Under the sunlight, Lin Xia's figure reappeared, now closing in to within 3 meters of the colossal beast. He swung the black two-handed greatsword heavily toward the Shuohuan leader. At that moment, the sky and earth changed color across the hundreds of meters surrounding Lin Xia. A streak of ink-colored blade light carrying an aura that made heaven and earth pale, wrapped in a terrifying power that space itself could scarcely contain, struck the target with an overwhelming, irresistible force. This time a hint of caution finally appeared in the Shuohuan leader's expression. The transparent, beautiful ice shield materialized once more. Bing! The ice shield disintegrated instantly upon contact with the blade light. The Shuahuan leader immediately assumed a defensive stance and the black blade light slashed directly into its shoulder and back. A massive wound opened, spouting translucent blood tinged with white. The Shuahuan leader let out an agonized roar. Its enormous body crashed heavily onto the icy surface as a pool of blood gradually spread. The entire scene froze. The Shuahuans that had been overwhelming the humans all halted. Their eyes held a hint of bewilderment as if struggling to believe that their leader had been so easily defeated by a human. If even their leader couldn't withstand this foe, did they stand a chance? No. Simple minds could not manage complex thoughts. Such was the Shuahuan clan. Once the leader fell, every member accepted their own defeat. Thus they ceased their attacks entirely. What are you waiting for? Strike while the iron is hot, kill them all. A resonant voice rang out behind the group. Miao Polan leaped from the building, his frozen state fully dispelled. With the familiar blazing flames, old Miao charged without pause into the pack of Shuahuans. Kill. Finish them. The crowd responded in unison, their morale shifting as they attacked the leaderless Shuahuans. Off to the side, Lin Xia did not engage the smaller Shuahuans. He stood silently beside the Shuahuan leader, watching the life ebbing from the massive creature. Just then Xiao Xinxin climbed through a window and trotted over to Lin Xia. Lin Xia, Shuahuans are a type of tamed beast. If you can tame the leader, the others will follow. Tamed? Lin Xia asked in confusion. How? Save it, Xiao Xinxin replied. The spirits say there's a chance it can be tamed this way. Your strength defeated and severely wounded it. Not killing it now, but instead healing its wounds. Given the Shuahuan's intelligence, it may feel gratitude and submission toward you. Want to give it a try? Lin Xia looked down. If he could truly tame such a beast, it would greatly enhance their combat strength. If taming failed, he could always kill it again. Let's try. Lin Xia made his decision. He crouched down and retrieved a white pill from his spatial storage. Before Lin Xia, the terrifying wounds on the Snow Fang leader were rapidly healing at a visibly astounding rate. The once dim and lifeless eyes were gradually regaining a glimmer of vitality. The effect of this pill was indeed remarkable. In no time the Snow Fang leader was already able to stand up with considerable effort. However, Lin Xia noticed that it seemed to have no intention of submission, not even a hint of familiarity. You waste a pill on me? Lin Xia frowned slightly. Lin Xia, do you want to try feeding it something? Xiao Xinxin suggested from the side. Since they attacked humans, they should indeed feed on humans, right? Should I kill someone to feed it? Lin Xia shook his head, dismissing Xiao Xingxin's suggestion. Even if this method were effective, he could never casually kill someone to feed it. Moreover, what about in the future? He couldn't possibly feed it humans every day. Xiao Xinxin pondered for a moment before speaking. According to the spirit, Snow Fang is indeed a carnivorous creature, but it doesn't have to eat humans. Any kind of meat will do. And despite their size, their consumption isn't that significant. In the future we can hunt other beasts to provide them with feed. As long as it's meat, right? This can be tried. Lin Xia immediately took out a large piece of fresh pork from his space and held it up to the Snow Fang leader's mouth. The Snow Fang leader leaned in, sniffed it, and opened its mouth wide, swallowing the pork from Lin Xia's hand in one bite. Strangely enough, Lin Xia immediately felt a peculiar connection forming between him and the Snow Fang leader before him. Lin Xia tentatively reached out his hand towards the Snow Fang leader, and a miraculous scene unfolded. The Snow Fang leader actually lowered its proud head, allowing Lin Xia to stroke its fur. Lin Xia felt an exceptionally cold sensation in his hand, and at the same time he sensed a trace of the Snow Fang leader's thoughts. The Snow Fang leader had indeed submitted. Initially it was suppressed by Lin Xia's overwhelming strength, almost killed. On the brink of death it was successfully saved by Lin Xia, and then with the meat feeding, the combined efforts indeed convinced the not-so-bright Snow Fang. Lin Xia, has it already been tamed by you? Xiao Xinxin was very pleased at the sight. She also wanted to reach out and touch the snow fawn, her small hand raised eagerly to her chest, yet still hesitant and afraid. Seeing this, Lin Xia smiled slightly and said to the snow fawn, "Why don't you bring your big head over here and let the lady owner pet you?" The snow fawn leader blinked its eyes a couple of times as if it truly understood Lin Xia's words, and indeed lowered its head again, this time approaching Xiao Xinxin. Xiao Xinxin was a bit excited and boldly reached out her hand. "It's so cold." She smiled while stroking it a few times, her small hand already turning bright red from the cold. Meanwhile, Lin Xia glanced at Lao Miao and the others. They were doing quite well, having taken the initiative after their earlier predicament. However, those smaller snow fangs were not weak either. Although they were retreating step by step, Lao Miao and the others would find it quite challenging to kill them. "Let them all stop," Lin Xia said. The snow fawn leader immediately understood and let out a loud howl. The snow fangs quickly gathered around their leader. Miao Polan also came chasing after them. "Everyone stop." Lin Xia raised his hand to stop Lao Miao. Miao Polan had been focused on the battle and was unaware that Lin Xia had already tamed the snow fawn leader. Seeing the snow fangs lying in front of Lin Xia like pets, his mind momentarily went blank. Especially the big one, he even saw a hint of appeasement in its eyes. Moreover, the smaller snow fangs that had been locked in a fierce battle with them earlier were now obediently retreating behind the big one, all prostrating on the ground, entirely submissive. As everyone rested and recuperated, Miao Polan approached Lin Xia. Seeing Lao Miao come over, Lin Xia pointed at the snow fawn in front of them and said with a smile, "Ask if anyone has designed anything before. Based on the size of these creatures, we can design a saddle for them." Miao Polan's eyes immediately lit up. From the earlier skirmish, he realized that these creatures were formidable beasts. Not only did they have a majestic physique, but they also inherently possessed the ability of ice elemental powers. From Lin Xia's words, did that mean these creatures would become their mounts in the future? Although it wasn't raining or snowing outside, the ground was frozen solid, rendering travel without suitable tools impossible. Yet these snow fangs raced across the ice as if it were flat land. What would it feel like to have such mounts? Just thinking about it was exhilarating. However, the snow fawn leader seemed somewhat dissatisfied with this arrangement, its expression seemingly saying, "Wait, I acknowledge you as my master and you plan to ride me." Lin Xia immediately shot a glare at the snow fawn leader and sternly said, "You are so weak you barely qualify as a mount. If you don't want to, that's fine. We haven't had meat in a long time and we have never tasted snow fawn meat before. It's a good opportunity to try it out." The snow fawn leader let out a sorrowful howl. "Okay, but we also want to eat meat." "Deal," Lin Xia agreed decisively. Lao Miao, Lin Xia turned to Miao Polan and said, "Find a few people to break through to the bottom floor of the building so the snow fawn can reside downstairs. It will also provide free security." "Okay, I will go handle it right now," Miao Polan said a bit impatiently. Lin Xia couldn't help but chuckle. Pointing to the nearby Golden Peak building, he said to the snow fawn leader, "Do you see that building over there? You and your kin will live inside. I will regularly provide you with meat, but you must help out. If any unwelcome intruders appear, make sure to bite them to death." The snow fawn leader nodded. "Can we eat?" "As long as they are enemies, feel free to eat as you wish," Lin Xia replied generously. "All right." The snow fawn leader happily accepted. Xiao Xinxin chuckled, "You really don't waste anything. You have mounts, and now you also have guards." Lin Xia raised an eyebrow proudly. "We need to give it a name. Let's call it Bing Dunton." This snow fawn leader was quite large and was an ice element beast, so Bing Dunton seemed quite fitting. "Remember, if I call out Bing Dunton or Dunton, I'm calling you, got it?" Lin Xia said earnestly to the snow fawn leader. The snow fawn leader blinked a few times, seemingly processing Lin Xia's words, and then slightly nodded as if accepting this somewhat strange name. "Let's go, Dunton, gather your little brothers and wives, we're going home." Lin Xia suddenly hugged Xiao Xinxin, leaping effortlessly onto Bing Dunton's back. Xiao Xinxin was startled, but once she steadied herself, a look of delight spread across her face. A total of 15 snow huan settled down in Jinfeng Tower. Dun Dun was the leader accompanied by 11 subordinates and 3 females. The arrival of these mystical beasts naturally stirred quite a commotion. Most people were curious and welcomed these massive creatures. Yet a minority harbored concerns, for these snow huan were known to devour humans. What if an accident occurred? However, with Meow Polen present, they dared only mutter a few complaints. In the following days, everyone, including old Meow, noticed a phenomenon whose nature, good or bad, remained uncertain. No more small creatures came to harass them. Before the snow huan arrived, reckless small mutant beasts would occasionally come to bother them every few days. Now they had vanished entirely. Even if any appeared, they were likely devoured by the snow huan as snacks. Old Meow and his men had counted on these small fry for practice. Now, aside from self-training, they had virtually nothing to do. Thankfully, after several days of research and material gathering, they crafted saddles suitable for the snow huan. Old Meow immediately led a team to begin practicing their riding skills. Of course, even old Meow could not command Dun Dun. It seems that Ice Dun Dun only submitted to Lin Xia, ignoring everyone else. Meow Polen did not mind this at all. The largest beast was reserved for Lin Xia anyway. He selected the most robust among the remaining 11 snow huan and named it Ice Egg. Lin Xia also joined the first practice session. He led Ice Dun Dun while old Meow and his 10 strongest fighters each mounted a snow huan. In Lin Xia's view, riding these massive creatures should not be difficult. He had ridden horses in the park before, though those were leisurely strolls. He assumed there wouldn't be much difference. Dun Dun, let's give it a try. On the boundless ice field, Lin Xia lightly leaped onto Ice Dun Dun's back. He had to admit the saddle was well designed. With some cushions, it felt quite comfortable. A gentle tug on the reins and Dun Dun instantly understood. The massive creature sprang forward with surprising agility. Lin Xia felt a rush of cold wind against his face. The inertia forced his body to lean back, and it took several seconds to adapt to the speed. Whoa! Lin Xia shouted in exhilaration. This sensation was incredible, far superior to riding any horse. Even the largest foreign breeds could not compare to Dun Dun. He roughly estimated that Dun Dun's top speed could reach 120 kilometers per hour, matching the highway speed limit. Moreover, thanks to their ice element abilities, the snow huan's gallop produced minimal jolts, offering a remarkably smooth ride. The only drawback was the cold. A biting wind rushed toward them. If not for their enhanced physiques, few could withstand such freezing temperatures. Meow Polen and his subordinates watched eagerly, but they dared not move until their leader returned. Ice Dun Dun carried Lin Xia on a lap and then came back. Lin Xia patted Dun Dun's massive head with satisfaction and rewarded it with a large piece of pork. You all practice. These beasts will be our future means of travel. After that ride, Lin Xia and Dun Dun had developed a strong rapport, requiring no further practice. Meow Polen eagerly mounted Ice Egg, and the 10 subordinates quickly followed suit. Giddy up! Old Meow shouted. Clearly his bond with Ice Egg was lacking, yet the beast merely shook itself and did not run. The other snow huan were similarly bewildered. Lin Xia chuckled and said to Dun Dun, "Teach your subordinates. We need to cooperate to find more meat." Ice Dun Dun's eyes lit up and it roared, "You fools! Gallop at your fastest speed with these humans on your backs. Good heavens!" With that roar, the 10 snow huan bolted forward as if injected with adrenaline. Ouch! Holy crap! Then came thuds, thuds, thuds. 4 or 5 people were thrown off the snow huan's backs. The sudden acceleration was too fast to caught off guard. The immense inertia sent them tumbling to the ground. Fortunately, Meow Polen clung tightly to the reins, avoiding embarrassment in front of his men. "Haha, old Meow, can you handle it?" Lin Xia burst into laughter. Meow Polen had no time to reply. He struggled to adjust his posture and finally stabilized himself. The other subordinates, having learned from their initial mistakes, grasped some techniques. Soon everyone could ride the snow huan at a fast gallop. They practiced until sunset, reluctant to stop. Miao Polan shamelessly asked Lin Xia for some pork to distribute to the Snow Huan. Let's go hunting tomorrow. Though the old beasts may be gone, there might be various mutant creatures. We can hunt them for meat and also train our men's combat skills. After feeding the Snow Huan, Miao Polan approached Lin Xia. Without suitable transportation, venturing out was risky due to the treacherous ice. But now with the Snow Huan gliding effortlessly over the ice, they could ride out. I'll join you tomorrow. Lin Xia agreed. He had been planning the same. Take me along. Xiao Xinxin and Chen Tingting spoke almost simultaneously. Xiao Xinxin continued, I can communicate with spirits. If you encounter unfamiliar beasts, I can ask them. Chen Tingting added, I have water abilities. Though weak in offense, I can heal the injured. Fortunately, Su Man, Su Qingyue and Pei Xiaoyu were absent, or they would have insisted on joining. Staying in one place made one yearn for a change of scenery. Lin Xia smiled and nodded, all right, you two come with me. Dun Dun's back is spacious enough and my saddle is big. Miao Polan rarely chimed in. Luo Yuan anticipated that. He knows how to handle things. Lin Xia showed no modesty, pulling Xiao Xinxin and Chen Tingting into his embrace with a smug grin. The two women blushed but did not resist allowing his advances. Should we check on the base? Chen Tingting suddenly asked, I wonder how it's doing. Sure, Lin Xia replied. Jinding Mountain is still a mountain, so there should be living creatures. As for the base, we needn't worry, it's already stabilized. The next morning, Lin Xia met up with Xiao Xinxin, Chen Tingting and Miao Polan. This trip was the first time Xiao Xinxin and Chen Tingting had been able to venture outside in a long while. Thus the two women had dressed themselves up meticulously. Xiao Xinxin wore a pink down jacket, its white fur collar accentuating her rosy cheeks, a truly eye-catching sight. Chen Tingting, on the other hand, had opted for a light yellow down jacket paired with a gray pleated skirt. A pair of skin-toned thermal leggings revealed her strikingly slender legs. Standing together, they created an impression of radiant beauty for anyone, or more precisely for any man. Though perhaps not many would have the chance to appreciate it, it was still wonderful to be able to please themselves. Besides, women adorn themselves for those who appreciate them, and having Lin Xia around was more than enough. Once everything was ready, Lin Xia scooped up the two women and leaped onto the saddle on Dun Dun's back. The spacious saddle could accommodate 3 people without feeling overly cramped, though they were pressed close together. It mattered little, as their relationship had already reached that level. Let's go. Dun Dun let out a high-pitched cry before breaking into a run. Miao Polan and the others followed closely without falling behind. Who would believe without seeing it for themselves that this was once a bustling city? Feeling the cool wind rushing past, Xiao Xinxin and Chen Tingting's faces showed a hint of excitement. Yet seeing the expanse of ice around them, a wave of sadness washed over them. Who knows how long it will take for humanity to rebuild its home? As she spoke, Lin Xia suddenly sensed something amiss. Stop! He halted Dun Dun and waved Miao Polan over. Do you remember the way back? Miao Polan paused, then looked around. As far as the eye could see, there was only white ice. It was extremely difficult to discern direction under such circumstances. Ow! Dun Dun called out. Boss, don't worry, I remember the way home. Lin Xia slapped his forehead, having completely forgotten about Bing Dun Dun. How could such a creature lose its way in the snow? Haha, my mistake, my mistake. Let's press on. Lin Xia laughed to ease the awkwardness, then waved his hand and the group continued forward. Hey, do you hear that faint rumbling? After advancing for some distance, Lin Xia halted the group once more. With the howling wind gone, the distant rumbling became clearer. It sounds like the noise of some large machinery in operation. Xiao Xinxin confirmed after listening intently. Chen Tingting nodded in agreement. That shouldn't be. Let's go check it out. The entire city had lost power and barely anyone remained. How could any machine still be running? Lin Xia led the way, racing towards the source of the sound. Miao Polan and the others immediately followed. After charging several kilometers, Lin Xia came to a halt. The sight before him left him stunned. In the distant sky, a colossal aircraft was slowly descending, and the sound they heard was the air disturbance caused by that flying object. Xiao Xinxin and Qin Tingting were equally incredulous. A flying saucer? But it was far too enormous, comparable to a small city. This isn't from Blue Star, is it? Qin Tingting murmured. No country in the world had the capability to build an aircraft of such scale. Aliens. Xiao Xinxin whispered in response. It seemed the only explanation for what they were witnessing. Lin Xia replied, do you think the Great Rain on Blue Star might be their doing? An alien invasion? Exactly. Lin Xia speculated, judging by this spaceship, their technology far surpasses ours. Who knows if they have the means to control a planet's weather? But why? Xiao Xinxin asked. Even if they could wipe out all humans, wouldn't that destroy the planet too? Not necessarily, Qin Tingting said, glancing at Lin Xia. Just because we can't doesn't mean they can't. If a planet like Blue Star has resources only they know about, it wouldn't be hard to understand. Lin Xia nodded. Exactly. As they spoke, a black dot emerged from the distant giant spaceship. They're coming. Lin Xia's eyesight far surpassed the others, and he immediately issued a warning. Miao Polan and the others went on high alert. The black dot moved at incredible speed, arriving before Lin Xia and his group in just a few breaths. Only then did they see clearly that these were small aircraft. The aircraft landed before them, its hatch opened, and a humanoid creature stepped out. Black hair, black pupils, yellow skin, it was virtually identical to a human from Blue Star. No, more precisely, it looked exactly like a Daxia person. Everyone stared at the newcomer in astonishment, momentarily unable to tell if it was a Blue Star native or an alien. Lin Xia was the first to recover. Can you understand Daxia speech? The being did not answer, simply gazing at Lin Xia. What do you want? Lin Xia's expression turned wary. If the being showed any sign of aggression, he would strike immediately. Yet the being remained silent. Then it raised a hand and waved gently. Lin Xia's mind went blank and his expression shifted as he realized that Miao Polan and the others behind him had vanished. They disappeared without a sound, as if they had never existed. The next moment he was horrified to find that Xiao Xinxin and Qin Tingting beside him had also vanished. Even Bing Dun Dun was completely gone. What was happening? Lin Xia looked around in bewilderment, only to be even more horrified as the scenery around him gradually crumbled into dust and scattered with the wind. It was as if the world he inhabited was an illusion. Then he felt water rushing into his nostrils, and the scene before him abruptly changed. He found himself deep underwater. This is my past life.